Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon, day 3 of the Paris Olympics, and Team GB have their first gold.
It's gold for Britain, and it's Britain's first gold at the Paris Games, and it's come from these brilliant eventers. They successfully defend the title they won in Tokyo.
Had another medal as well in the diving, Tom Daley creating more history.
Silver for Tom Daley and Noah Williams. What an incredible achievement for Noah Williams in his second Olympic Games. But for Tom Daley in his 5th Olympics, he's completed the set.
So we have plenty going on this afternoon. Tom Pidcock goes in the mountain biking. Adam Burgess looking to book his place in the canoe final. We've got a huge match in the tennis. Nadal and Djokovic on court as we speak. And also, can Great Britain make the quarterfinals of the women's rugby sevens?
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
And let's deal with that last question first of all. Great Britain against South Africa, Pool B of the Rugby Sevens in a Stade de France that is bathed in sunshine. Sarah Orchard.
Thanks ever so much, Mark. Yes, Great Britain 0, South Africa 7. 4 minutes of this first half to play, and this will be a worrying scoreline for Great Britain. The women, they won their opening match against Ireland, but they were heavily thumped by Australia, who are one of the powerhouses on the women's sevens circuit. And at the moment, it's still South Africa who are pounding away at the moment inside of Great Britain's scoring area. However, they've just knocked on the ball, a chance for us to breathe, and a chance for me to introduce one of our former sevens specialists and World Cup winner with England in the 15s, Cat Merchant.
Yeah, I can't believe what I'm seeing. South Africa have come out so hard and so fast on this one, and I think GB, they just made one little error and South Africa capitalised on it, but they are pumped, they are good to go, and on paper GB should take this one, but at the minute South Africa outplaying them.
Yeah, South Africa, they're ranked 11th in the world coming into this. That's where they finished in the World Series this year. And that 11th place finish actually meant that South Africa haven't confirmed their place on the World Series next year. So that's a worrying concern for them. Great Britain, they finished 8th. And they would have expected to find a little bit of an easier time of it than they are right now in the Stade de France. So Great Britain with the ball. They trail by 7 in this Rugby Sevens match on day 2 of the Olympic Games. This is their final pool match. They need a win in this to guarantee a place in the quarterfinals. There is a chance they could lose and still make the quarterfinals, but that's the kind of maths we don't have time for in 7 minutes. Right then, the ball has been knocked on by Great Britain. Amy Wilson-Hardy just going down on the floor there. I mean, Amy Wilson-Hardy now playing a rugby mainly at Ealing. She made a bit of a name for herself mainly in 15s, but she switched more to 7s in the last sort of 5 or 6 years, Kat.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's very rare you see a dropping ball like that, but this is what happens when it becomes, they're starting to think about quarters, they're starting to think about those next games, and actually they've got to go, they've got to beat South Africa first, and it looks like their focus is elsewhere.
Yeah, I can say we have not looked towards the left-hand side of the pitch once. That's the direction that Great Britain wants to travel. It's all right, and that's the way that South Africa are heading right now, flying away now. We can see Ayanda Malling trying to fire away at the line. Jan van Rensburg, she's scored one, she fancies another. Still South African ball, 10 metres from the Great Britain line. We haven't even seen a Great Britain attack yet. Oh, wonderful footwork coming in by the South Africans. No support coming in, though, for Solonsi. She's still 10 metres short. South Africa lead by 7 inside of the Stade de France. Switch back inside once again by South Africa. Oh, it's Ruiz. She's a powerhouse for sevens. Phil for South Africa. Wonderful stuff there. She goes over. And there you go, Nadine Ruiz, who is just a real heartbeat of this South African side. She is a pocket rocket, and she extends their lead to 12-0 with a conversion to come.
Yeah, South Africa are just looking so dangerous with their attack, and they have options and running lines. There was one you mentioned where there was no support on the line break, but all of the others, they are working so hard to get there. And GB, unfortunately, at the minute, they're looking a bit lost.
Yeah, they really are, and sometimes South Africa, they're just powered on by something different. I mean, Nadine Ruiz herself, she has an incredible backstory. She was actually raised by her grandmother when she was abandoned by her mother as a baby. She has always spoken about how sport has just been her life, her love, her comfort. She really wanted to be a sprinter early on, and she said when she was a child, I want to go to the Olympics. She always thought it was going to be in sprinting, but it was rugby that has found her and has carried her there, and she's about to get us back underway now. You're listening to 5 Live, your home of the Olympic Games for the next 2 weeks, of course. We're watching Rugby Sevens right now. Great Britain's women in action. This is their final pool game, and they trail at the moment 12-0 to the South Africans. It's going to have to be a huge performance now by Great Britain to get into this fixture. But remember, scores can change fast in sevens. Here comes Amy Wilson-Hardy as the ball gets swung out towards the near side. Finally, we start looking at the right end of the pitch. Kildunn has it for Great Britain. Can they score before we get half-time? Yes, it looks like they will go over. It's Grace Compton who goes down and touches down for a try. Compton scores to open the Great Britain account in this pool fixture. A conversion to follow, then it'll be half-time. But it's now Great Britain 5, South Africa 12, Kat.
Oh, they needed that, and Compton is your girl to do it. She is so fast. She carves up at club, and we've not seen her so far get the ball in space. So it was great to see her just get that tiny bit. That's all she needs, 5 metres to go for it, back herself and get the try. But really good finish there, and an important one to keep them in this game.
Just out of curiosity, Kat, when it comes to speed in Great Britain, I know you've been looking at a few of them thinking they're not quick enough. Is that what they're really lacking at times?
Well, I think they got caught out yesterday, definitely, for pace out wide. And Cowell's not slow, but she was getting caught by the Aussie girls. So I think that where they're positioning people, maybe that balance of getting them rested so they're ready is important as well. So because they've got gas out there, but Compton is one of the ones to keep an eye on in terms of pure pace, as is Jas Joyce, who's currently on the bench for GB.
Half-time then, still 7 to go. It's Great Britain 5, South Africa 12.
Yeah, we'll be back with Sarah and Kat very shortly for that second half, and that is a big second half coming up for Great Britain's women. But let's go to the mountain biking cross country, the men's race today. We had the women yesterday, which saw a very, very dominant home performance. Will we have a dominant performance by our British rider today? Gold in Tokyo for Tom Pidcock. Can he retain it here in Paris? Jonathan Overend and Victoria Pendleton are about to watch them set off.
Good afternoon, Mark. Welcome back to Colline Delancourt, the highest point in the Paris region at 231 metres above sea level. This spectacular former sandstone quarry that's been converted into these tracks. Single track in many areas, which will be used for the public in future years, but also slaloming in and out of trees, heavy, dicey descents down rocks and boulders, and very steep ascents as well. And here we go, ready for the men's race. Tom Pidcock leads the way, the 24-year-old from Leeds. It's his birthday tomorrow, actually. The reigning Olympic champion, the reigning world champion. So those facts in isolation should tell you that he is the favourite for this Paris 2024 gold. They are underway. It's a mass start of 36 mountain bike riders. Off they go. Getting into the leading bunch will be so crucial. Tom Pidcock wearing number 1 in and amongst the early leaders at the front, but we will see this group disperse pretty rapidly as they make their way round the 4.4 kilometre circuit, and then round they'll go multiple times. The race will last around about an hour and a half, maybe slightly less. But Victoria Pendleton, good afternoon to you. Will we see the procession that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot delivered for the home nation yesterday?
We hope so. Tom's already in third position here as they sort of lead round that first rocky descent. It's such a strange sport where you have to start full gas at the very beginning and then they go straight into something called the wall. So it is tough to sort of make that position easily at the start. Very, very tough.
So good start from Tom Pidcock. He's avoided trouble and he is in the leading group. He's third at the moment. He is the favourite. We'll follow him closely over the next hour or so. Of course, the one real danger in this event is punctures or wheel slides, unfortunate crashes. We saw a few yesterday, but they're so experienced, they're so technical, these riders, that they know the exact millimetre almost of where to go over a boulder or a fallen tree. It's incredible to watch. As I say, we'll follow it closely as we head back to Sarah.
Thanks ever so much. We're following the action in the Stade de France. The women's rugby sevens, and a bright start for Great Britain in this second half. With 5 minutes left to play, they now lead South Africa by 14 points to 5. A try there going over by Norman Isla-Bell. And I have to say, the ball there, big penalty just coming in against South Africa. Now they're going to have someone sent to the bin there, and oh no, I think it's actually a Great Britain yellow card here for a hair pull of all things, and it's our try scorer Isla Norman Bell. That's not good, Kat.
No, not good at all, because she's really important for GB and she's really fast, and I think it's never acceptable obviously to do that, but I think she was genuinely trying to just grab the shirt the player and then ended up getting the hair. But yeah, it's yellow card, and that's not what GB needs right now. 2 minutes with a player down when you're only 2 points ahead, and to be honest, South Africa have looked the most dangerous and they're putting the phases of play together more. GB took their opportunities when they had it, but yeah, it's a tough place to be.
Okay, so Great Britain's women are reduced to 6 for the next minute and a half. They quite sensibly made some changes there to help wind down the clock as play gets back underway now. South Africa have opted for a scrum there with the extra woman on the field. Here comes Ruiz. She scored in the first half. She manages to find all that space out wide on the wing. It's Ayanda Malling who goes over once again. And it's an easy one. I say as easy as sevens is from someone who's just stood here casually with a microphone cap, but when you've got the space, you've got the space.
Oh, definitely. And I think when you are a player down and there is a scrum, you know, you've got 2 players who are covering a lot of the pitch, especially when it's that wide, so really difficult to defend. There's not much GB could do to stop that. A well-executed just hands down the line is going to be enough to score, and South Africa just took their opportunity there.
Yeah, as Malling dots down, that gives South Africa the lead back. So we're waiting for the conversion as well, which will be significant. Now, this is the final pool game for Great Britain in the pool stage of the sevens. They'll be hoping to secure a place in the quarter-finals. We won't know how that is all going to play out until all of these pool stage matches are over, because there's only 3 pools in the sevens. The 3 pools of 4, so you can finish anywhere between 1 and 3 and still get a place in the quarter-finals, but the third is slightly precarious, and again we won't know even if GB are guaranteed 3rd place. So as I said, too much maths. Basically they need a win. That's what you need to know. Right, Great Britain 14, South Africa 17. Still 10 seconds on that sin bin for Great Britain, who are desperately holding onto the ball out on the far side of the field. They've got a penalty. Meg Jones goes quickly. The Cardiff-born player, she decides to fly forward, plays most of her rugby now at Leicester Tigers. She plays a 15s rugby for England, one of the standout players in the last Six Nations campaign. And the ball there being wrestled to the floor once again by GB. It's not fast, and that's the difference you see sometimes between some of the more regulars on the Sevens circuit. As Jazz Joyce will touch down, the Welsh woman gets Great Britain's try that puts them back in the lead at 19-17, and they'll get the extra woman on the field.
I tell you what, Meg Jones makes a difference. She really just plays a different intensity to everyone else. She as soon as they had that penalty, she was sprinting to the middle, do that quick tap. She's creating that energy, and it's boosted the rest of the squad, I think.
Yeah, Jazz Joyce, Great Britain's Olympian, who has been to 3 games now in the sevens. She is the only one, and she's had that agonising emotion of having to finish 4th twice. I have to say, Great Britain to get to the medal matches is going to be a big ask in Paris 2024, as the ball just sails by the posts. And so the score remains Great Britain 19, South Africa 17. So we're back up to a full complement of 7 players for Great Britain after that yellow card has been completed for Isla Norman Bell. She comes back onto the field. Worth saying that Norman Bell, she was born in the UK, but she was actually brought up in New Zealand. She was voted the University of Auckland's Sportswoman of the Year back in 2019. So you can see why she knows and loves her rugby, as the ball is back in South African hands, knocked on in the end. So they're going to lose the ball to Great Britain. They're wearing their navy blue shirts and navy blue shorts this afternoon. And the ball knocked on by South Africa. They'll come back, and they're just going to set up a scrum on that far side. Kat, did you have to go in a scrum in sevens, or is it something you tried to avoid like you did in 15s?
Yeah, I did in sevens. Yeah, I was the quick prop. So you want your two quickest players on the edges, obviously, in sevens, and so we'd have wing and then that. So I did have to go in there. It's not a nice place, not somewhere I like.
And of course, it's only 3 women who go into the scrum in sevens. And there's all that space hanging out around the field. Right, Eleanor and Bell will put the ball in. And they're just stopping there. The referee's going to have a word with both players on the near side of the scrum there. She's not happy with it. One of the stats that I found out, I say it's stats, it's one of those little facts, those little snippets that you get when you start doing your research for these big tournaments. Grace Compton, who scored a try for Great Britain to just finish off their first half quite nicely. Apparently her step-granddad is Michael Ball. Who knew that? How often will I get to use that stat as the ball gets swung out towards this near side? It's still Great Britain, it's Jazz Joyce again. That will be the try that wins it for Great Britain. There just will not be time now for South Africa to come back in this pool match. It's Great Britain 24, South Africa 17. It has been tense, but a strong finish, much of it made by Jazz Joyce.
Yeah, Jazz Joyce has made a real impact as well, and she is just an out-and-out finisher, and that is what you need in sevens. You need the handling players, skillful players to get them the ball, but that, you know, is a beautiful pass to her, but it's still a one-on-one. She had to get a hand off. It wasn't a clean run-in. She's still got work to do, and it's a lovely try.
Yeah, she's a household name in Wales, Jazz Joyce, a real fan's favourite as she dots down. They need the conversion. I don't know if they will have time for the restart or not, because they do stop the clock a lot in sevens. So they're just checking to see if they are going to get it as that conversion just flies through the posts. And that is it then. Full time. It's Great Britain 26, South Africa 17. That will confirm Great Britain's place in the quarterfinals. But who are they going to face? We have no idea at all. We will know where they finish in the group, though, after the next match that's coming up between Australia and Ireland. Mark?
You would expect them, wouldn't you, to finish second after that?
You would hope. I mean, yes, you definitely would, because I have to say, I can't see Ireland beating Australia. I mean, Ireland did have a one-off moment where they actually beat the Australians right at the start of the year, at the beginning of the series in Perth itself in the grand final, but I don't think that's going to happen today. Australia are really on form at this Games.
That was a tough test, actually, wasn't it, Kat, for Britain's women? Maybe a bit tougher than they might have expected.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, GB, they started too slow, and South Africa caught them off guard. And the thing is, with sevens, the momentum goes so quickly. So those two quick tries against them, they really had to step up and finish. But that's worrying for the rest of the tournament. But
that's a trend, isn't it, Kat? Because we had this time, not that I'm doing the same radio every single day, but we had exactly the same discussion yesterday about them starting too slowly, certainly defensively.
Yeah, so yesterday I thought they were not aggressive enough in their defence, and today they just looked a bit sluggish in their handling. So a couple of drop balls that they wouldn't normally do, and then South Africa capitalise on them. But yeah, it needs to click for them, because at the minute we've not seen it.
And the one thing you don't want to be in sevens is down a player, do you? Really? So they don't want a repeat of that.
No, because it's devastating. Having a player down is genuinely, it should mean just a try, like against you, because there's so much space on that pitch anyway, let alone getting rid of a player. So they'll want to keep their discipline good.
So we're going to be back with you, sorry. You've got Ireland, Australia, that's in, 10 minutes?
Yeah, that gets underway in about 10 minutes' time. And this is the same pool, so that will guarantee who finishes in what place. And as I said, we pretty much confirmed now Great Britain into the quarterfinals. South Africa, I think that might well be the end of their Olympics now, because they can't finish any higher. But it'll be interesting to see how Ireland go against Australia and how far they'll go.
Thank you very much. Come back to both of you then for that next group match in the Britain's women's group. But they have beaten South Africa, and to all intents and purposes that means they're likely to finish second in their group, and of course through to the quarterfinals later on. Back to Jonathan and Victoria watching Tom Pidcock in the mountain biking cross country.
And Mark, not just Tom Pidcock, because we must mention the other British team
disrespectful
member,
of me.
Well, most certainly of me, considering he's actually leading the race. It's Charlie Oldroyd, the 23-year-old from Perth in Scotland, and we're focusing so much on Pidcock, Victoria Pendleton, in the run-up to this, and Pidcock is 11 seconds off the pace at the moment, down in about 10th position. But what is very, very transparent is this at the moment is looking a very different race to the women's race yesterday, where the field got dispersed rapidly. Now we almost have a peloton. We have a big field of maybe 15 riders all jostling up the front. You've got Hatherley from South Africa. You've got the 2 Swiss riders. You've most definitely got Charlie Aldridge, the under-23 world champion, who at times has been leading this field, Victoria.
He has. Styled it out there. They've just done a jump actually over a couple of obstacles there. It caught me out. I always get a bit nervous when they go slow motion. Apologies.
I'm nervous.
I think there's
this
something
whole
bad's going to happen. So he's really up in the mix there. The lead has been changing a little bit. As I said, there's a peloton of riders really sort of trying to squeeze through all and manoeuvre themselves around. He looks like he's in about third or fourth position at the moment.
Yeah, and it's very interesting if the Brits are working as a team here, and I fancy they might be, because Aldridge has just dropped down the field a little bit, and Pidcock is now in a better position. He's got one of the French riders in front of him, and then both of the Swiss riders, Nino Schurter and Matthias Flöckiger, who have dominated in their own right in this sport over the last few years. They are 2 absolute medal contenders along with Pidcock. But it's so hairy, this course. It's so treacherous, so many pitfalls. To see them all bunched together like this, I mean, it's proper edge-of-the-seat stuff. The Romanian rider we've seen has absolutely shredded his back wheel. Not just got a puncture. The wheel's gone, the tyre's gone. He's well and truly out.
He is. I mean, and you can only obviously get help in the feed and tech zone of the course. So if you have a mechanical way out the back of the course, it's really, really difficult to stay in contention. But the riders are all jostling for positions. They're so close, and they're almost wheel to wheel. It's nerve-wracking to watch.
It is, and it's not helped by clearly a data failure on the computers, which are not providing any split times whatsoever. So we're just having to use our naked eye here, where we see Tom Pidcock in 3rd position now, the gold medal favourite, who made a rather steady, cautious start, but maybe that was the tactic all along, and he's moved up into 3rd position behind France and behind Switzerland. Charlie Aldridge led them out at a good pace and led the field for a reasonable amount of time, but Pidcock coming to the fore now as they come down one of the fierce descents, not just down this track and round trees, but down the logs as well. And your heart is in your mouth as they take these high-spec mountain bikes down there, bumps and twists and turns. But it is Pidcock in a good position for Great Britain, 3rd as things stand, Mark. We've been racing 14 minutes.
I mean, to be honest, Victoria, and maybe I'm going to embarrass Jonathan here, but we're all trying to get our head around lots of sports that we only get our heads around every 4 years, maybe. And Jonathan already has done diving and road racing, and now we've got mountain bike cross country. So the one thing that would help when you're trying to get your head around everything is at least the technology working so you can see the times.
Yeah, I mean, that would really help. We've got like camera angles going here, there and everywhere. They're moving so quick. These guys are going so quick through this obstacle. It's only usually when they're in slow motion we can actually see what's going on, quite frankly.
That the jumps as well from Charlie Aldridge there, that, I mean, I'm not sure. Will you tell me, was that out of necessity, or was that just I'm feeling relaxed, I might as well have a little fun?
I mean, I think ultimately they want to get down in the quickest way, so I think there will be a few risks being taken in order to gain those opportune moments to gain advantage. You're not going to style it out. They're not really any sort of styling it out, hopefully just purely the quickest, shortest route they can take.
And the other thing, having done the same conversation with Kat on the rugby, I might as well do the same with you two here. One thing we did mention yesterday is that this course is wide in some places, but also incredibly narrow in some places, where you really can only be single file. You can't be two abreast, can you? So when they're all bunched up like this, that's another thing that they have to take into consideration, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, they must know exactly when their opportunities may come, and usually it's on the climb and near to the finishing straight of the lap, where there's a bit of a wider course and there's an opportunity. But that sprint goes straight into a hill, so you've got to attack on probably one of the steepest sections of the course in order to have enough width to really overtake safely. So there's limited opportunities to really make your move, unless you choose a more risky route through the technical sections in order to get a bit more time. But yeah, we're holding our breath Jonathan and I, we're not that brave, are we? We're like, oh, especially the slow motion, it gets me every time.
Everyone's
Victoria, you're braver than me and Jonathan, trust me.
Yeah, probably. No.
What I would say, Jonathan, is if you're on the same technology that I am, then maybe you got it back for a second.
No.
Okay,
my
excellent.
lap 1, split 1 column is very much blank. But anyway, I can tell you Tom Pidcock is definitely in third position. The leader at the moment, Matthias Flökiger from Switzerland, Viktor Koretsky from France is up there. Pidcock is third. But the real big difference from the women's race yesterday is that riders come through. They've just come through a tunnel, and you see them coming through all the time, one by one, wheel to wheel, one after the other. And that's going to make, I think, for a thrilling race as this develops.
Thank you very much. Yes, go on, Victoria.
Sorry, I was just going to mention, I think Charlie Oldroyd is in 9th position, and he's only inches off the wheel in front, so he's still in the mix.
Thank you, Victoria. Let Jonathan fire up his Commodore 64 and we'll be back with the two of them in a little while. Let's go to Delith Lloyd watching Djokovic Nadal. I tell you what, Djokovic Nadal in Paris at an Olympics. It's not going to get much better than that, really.
It isn't, is it, Mark? What a matchup this is. A 60th meeting between the two, Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal. Djokovic 37 years of age, Nadal 38, 46 Grand Slam titles between them, but perhaps this match not quite the epic tussle that we've seen in the past over the last 20 years. Djokovic raced into a 5-love lead in the opening set. It took Nadal till the 6th game to get a game on the board and holding to love. Rather worryingly, he's not moving as agile as perhaps he would want. Obviously, he's missed a lot of the last year because of injury, and he was nursing a thigh problem when he played alongside Carlos Alcaraz the other night. He's got his thigh heavily strapped once again. Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic still playing with that knee support as well. But it's the hottest ticket in town, Mark. I mean, every seat in the Philippe Chatrier court is absolutely taken. And when Nadal finally won a game, I mean, it was the loudest cheers so far this afternoon. The sun's bathing down on this famous court. Both players dressed in red T-shirts, white shorts. Nadal's T-shirt with the yellow rim around the sleeves. But my word, he's the king of clay, isn't he? He's won 14 French Open titles here. But Novak Djokovic comes into this as the favourite, and so far he's serving for the opening set, 5-1, 30-15.
And we'll let you know what happens there. Australia, Ireland set to get underway in a couple of minutes in the women's rugby sevens. That's in Great Britain's group, who beat South Africa a few moments ago. And if you weren't with us earlier, Britain has its first gold of these games. It's come in the team eventing in equestrian, and afterwards Sonia McLaughlin spoke to one of that team, Laura Collette, after the victory.
Laura Collette, I just wonder, what are the emotions coursing through you right now to have successfully defended an Olympic gold medal with the British eventing team?
I don't think I can quite find the words. Just that horse, I owe absolutely everything to. And to be here on a team with Tom, Roz and have Yaz as a backup has just been a dream team. We came here knowing that we could and should win a gold medal, but to have actually done it is so special.
It's the first team since 1972 to go back to back. What does that mean to you?
I didn't know that. That's pretty special. Yeah, very cool. It's just been a week that we'll never ever forget.
What was any pressure on you when you went into that arena being the last to go? Because show jumping, it can be unpredictable. Anything could happen. That you knew it was you that were needing to anchor the team home.
Yeah, it's a position that you dream about, and then when you're in that position, you kind of don't want to be there. But I trust my horse 100%, and I was grateful to Tom and Roz for doing such an amazing job to put us in the position of having a little bit of a cushion. It was just riding into that arena, the noise. I don't think I'll ever experience anything like that again.
And finally, what does it mean to you to have brought home Britain's first gold medal of these Paris Games?
Yeah, that's very cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Certainly is very cool. Harry Mead was part of our team earlier, part of the GB team that won world silver in 2014. Tina Cook, part of the TV team today, 3-time Olympic medalist. Let me start with you, Tina. What's impressed you most about them as a trio, actually, over the 3 days?
Well, as Laura said, they came here as favourites. They were expecting to be there and thereabouts, but with this 3-man competition, anything can happen, as it has shown. if you just lose one competitor through a slip, or like with the Germans, just a wrong footing of the horse and the rider getting dislodged, that just wrecks the whole team result. So the pressure was equal on all three of them. So, hey, look, this has been really exciting stuff and lovely to talk about.
I can't think, actually, Harry, of many other sporting equivalents where you have that constant individual pressure on behalf of a team, where one maybe cricket, actually, maybe Ryder Cup golf, but where one error could take your whole team out of it.
Totally, and until Athens, we only had one show jumping round, and until recently, the last Olympics, they made it more difficult and much more sensitive in the scoring, because you dropped from a 4-man team to a 3-man team. So as Tina said, there was no margin for error, and there's so many things that could go wrong in our sport, that although the expectations and the talent and the past form was with the Brits, delivering is very much another thing.
I mean, we heard from Laura there, and both Laura Collette and Tom McEwen were there in Tokyo in 2020 when Britain took team gold. Now, Ros Cantor wasn't Tina. She was the reserve then, and she said at the time that she found that difficult because she wasn't part of it, even though the gold was won. Do you think she was under more pressure than the other two before we even get to what happened yesterday?
No, not really. Ros is unbelievable under pressure. She's obviously won badminton, won other championships, and she that would have gone from her mind. But speaking from experience, I was reserve out in Sydney, and I had a month, 6 weeks to endure being reserve, and I can assure you it is an endurance. As much as you want to support your team, you equally long for that moment for somebody to hobble slightly or have a nasty cold that they can't do it. That gives you a chance to compete.
It's only human nature, isn't it?
Well, of course it is, and I feel slightly awkward saying it, but it's actually true.
Yes.
So you want your chance to compete, and when you get that opportunity, you make full use of it. But Ros, being a true champion herself, would have come here and felt that she had equal rights for the Olympic gold, as did all three of our team members, or four really, including Yaz as well, of course, not forgetting her. So from Yaz's point of view, it is a tough position, but in every Games there's always a reserve, and you just have to be big enough and strong enough to accept that, yes, it was a great experience, of course you wanted to compete, but it'll make you hungrier to go back and train for the next 4 years to find your next horse or a team of horses that may or may not be good enough to compete at this level.
Do you feel for Ros, Harry, in the sense of going into this individual event later, she's now way down because of what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, Ros, in a way, had probably the best form out of any of the Brits coming into the Olympics. She was probably the first name unofficially on the sheet. And she was very unlucky in the cross-country yesterday. She nudged a flag. Under the rules, it was deemed to be not quite within the parameters of flag, so was given that halfway house of 15 penalties for a fencer wasn't fully cleared in the cross-country. And that many saw as a very harsh decision. It's one that can't be argued against, but it's dropped her right out of the standings. I mean, obviously the wonderful consolation is having a team gold medal, but it's definitely going to be, it's put complete blows to her individual chances.
Tina, did you think it was harsh? Let me. I ask you as the expert here, because Claire Balding had the photo on television last night. So I'm looking at that thinking, oh, that's harsh. That's the whole horse and Ros are inside the flags there. And bear in mind, I know nothing. It's a bit like trying to analyse the splash on the springboard on the diving today. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's a very minimal splash. I'm sure they'll get a high mark for that. But it looked harsh to somebody who knows nothing. So to you as an expert.
Don't worry, it looked
oh, thank goodness
harsh.
For that.
No, don't run yourself down. It looked harsh even for the experts. To be honest, the angle that we had on the BBC cameras was on the side, so a bit difficult to tell. But it's been all over social media, the head-on camera, and you're like, really? What on earth are they looking at? But in the end, it's like cricket. If somebody says you're out, or whether it's a goal or not a goal, the grand jury of 3 members, one from Sweden, one from Australia, one from America, one from France, have all said that that's what they believe. And you can fight, and Dickie Waygood, our chef to keep, would have fought as much as he can, but they are only using one camera angle, and they believe that. I think totally harsh. The sport needs to have that looked into after the games and actually sort out what their flag rule is.
And then just a quick one on what we're going to see later, Tina. 2 British riders in the top 4 as you go into the individual final, both of them within just 4 penalties of Michael Young, the German, who is leading. So in layman's terms, that's just 1 fence down, is it?
Yes. Yes, it's a great position to be in. Obviously, the horses have got to come out and jump again. The horses have gone away. They're experienced horses. They've done their bit. They'll be back in their stables, having a little snack, keeping them cool. But in a minute, they'll be tacked up again, and they'll be like, "What on earth are you doing?" You know, they're not silly. They know how the competition runs nowadays. You're going to get back on them again. The riders are going to just have to use their expertise of knowing their horse, whether they'll need bare minimum warm-up. It's quite a warm day. It's not like they're going to stiffen up too much. You might have some horses that still get a little bit buzzed up in this arena. So the riders and the team are going to have to get it right, because it's not often that we have to, in fact, at an Olympic Games only, that we have to bring our horses out to jump a second round to determine another medal. And I've done that on 2 occasions now, once in Beijing and once in London, and it is a tough call. I got it right in Beijing, jumped to double clear, but then when Minus Frolic was a little bit older in London, he found that coming out and he tapped 2 early fences. But you know, there is nothing in the bag as we speak at the moment, because the scores are so close. So it's going to be very, very exciting right to the very end.
I need to go to the news, but when you say snack, and I'm genuinely not trying to be funny here, has horse nutrition changed over the years in the same way that human athletes' nutrition has changed?
To be honest, not much, other than a little bit, and often you're more aware of stomach ulcers and things like that you want to keep food going through their system. I suppose in many ways I laugh at you. Actually, you are correct, because they're eating the same sort of grain and corns and hydration, but as with human physical athletes, the horses are our athletes, so they've got to be hydrated and they've got to be in the best position possible. So they will be wrapped up in cotton wool and treated probably better than us most of the time.
Tina, Harry, thank you very much. Talk to you both soon. Harry Mead, part of the GB team that won World Silver in 2014, and Tina Cook, part of our TV team here, 3-time Olympic medalist. We'll go back to the men's cross country on the mountain biking. We'll go to the rugby sevens as well, where Australia are playing Ireland, after a news update with Dan Maudsley.
Thank you very much. We're just coming to you a little sooner than we expected to bring you news of a major incident, which has been declared in Southport, where a man has been detained and a knife has been seized after a number of people were injured in a reported stabbing. Well, Merseyside police have said emergency services were called around 11:50 this morning to a property on Hart Street in Southport, 2 reports of a stabbing. They have released this statement. They say there are a number of reported casualties and more details will be confirmed when possible. Armed police have detained a male and seized a knife. He's been taken to a police station. They say, please avoid the area while we deal with this incident, and they stress that there is no wider threat to the public. Well, people in Southport will have seen the air ambulance responding, and we have also just had this statement from Northwest Ambulance Service, Air Ambulance Service, which says we have dispatched multiple resources. We're assessing the situation and working with emergency partners. So to recap, details are still coming in of that major incident in Southport where a man has been detained by armed police after a number of people were injured in a reported stabbing. Police have urged people to avoid the area while they deal with the incident and stress there is no wider threat to the public. Well, we'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live.
Dan, thank you very much. We'll have more on that story in the next news bulletin, which will be at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. This is 5 Live. We're live in Paris this afternoon. Another hot day in the French capital. If you're just tuning in, a gold and a silver for Britain today. Gold in the team eventing, in equestrian. Individual medals a possibility to come this afternoon. And a silver for Tom Daley and Noah Williams in the 10-metre diving earlier on this morning. Right, plenty of live sport going on. Where should we go next? We'll go to the tennis with Delith.
Yes, Novak Djokovic taking on Rafael Nadal, a 60th meeting between the pair, but looking rather ominous for the Spaniard. Nadal. Djokovic won the opening set 6-1 inside 39 minutes. He then broke Nadal at the start of the second and leads by a game to love, 30-love in the second set. Remember, Nadal coming into this having not played much tennis all year, really. He's hinted that 2024 could be his last season as a professional tennis player. He won Olympic gold, singles gold in Beijing 2008, added a gold in the doubles at Rio 2016, but it's the Olympic gold is the one title that Novak Djokovic hasn't won, and he's looking good for it in this second round match currently on Philippe Chatrier. Worth mentioning the men's doubles first round, the British pair of Joe Salisbury and Neil Skupski currently in action. They're taking on the Czech pair of Thomas Mačák and Adam Pavlicek, and the Brits are 5-4 up in the opening set, Mark.
Thank you very much, Delith. Let's go back to the rugby sevens, where and maybe I was being disrespectful, Sarah, to Ireland in particular, because they are giving Australia a real test here.
Oh, just as you come to me, Australia go for their big flex, and that is one woman. It's Madison Levi. She gallops back down the other end of the field to put Australia in a slightly more comfortable lead, because Ireland have been battling away out here in this Pool B match here in the rugby sevens. It's now Australia 17, Ireland 7. And you have to say, Kat Merchant, who's watching with us, I mean, you played a lot of sevens on the World Tour. Australia have long been up there with the best. They've been really rattled by Ireland here.
Yeah, they have. They normally look so calm, and they just know what they're doing, but Ireland have caused them issue off a kick-off. They've been really up in their face, and they've asked questions, but that said, I think it's good to have that. Australia don't want to go through this whole process having everything easy, because then when it comes to finals you haven't been tested. So actually Ireland doing them a bit of a favour by asking those questions of them, and Australia have responded well now.
OK, well, we're just going to dip into the mountain biking. Jonathan Overend.
Decisive move to the front of the field by Great Britain's Tom Pidcock. The defending champion is in gold medal position as things stand, but hot on his heels, Victor Koretsky from France. It's the two of them in the lead group, and they are wheel to wheel, and this has been a big move, Victoria Pendleton, by Pidcock, the race favourite.
He has. He's started to put the pace on going up in the hill after the home straight, and really has kept going, trying to forge a gap. He's about 18 seconds away now from the chasing group, so he's really put the pressure on where it's going to hurt the most on the course.
But the other big story is the other British rider, Charlie Oldroyd, has worked his way up to fourth. Incredible effort for the young Scotsman, so a chance not just of one, but maybe two British medals in this mountain bike cross country, being led at the moment by Tom Pidcock from Leeds.
Thanks ever so much. We'll keep you posted on everything that's happening around the Olympics today on 5 Live. Our focus right now is the Stade de France. It's the rugby sevens. It's Australia and Ireland. It's Australia 19, Ireland 7. Why are we focusing on this? This is the same pool as Great Britain's women. Now, Great Britain's women, they had a win a little bit earlier against South Africa to put them in a really strong position to lead their pool at the moment. They're definitely into the quarterfinals, but who they're going to play will depend on the result of this match and all the other pool games that will play out at the Stade de France today. Now, Lane is putting in the ball here. Emily Lane, 25-year-old, who plays her rugby at Blackrock College in Dublin. The Irish did come into this today with a little bit of a shock after they lost their captain yesterday, Lucy Mulhall. She had to limp off the field, and Kat Merchant watching alongside us here on 5 Live. That's a big blow for the Irish.
A huge blow, because her leadership skills obviously, but her ability on the pitch as well, and she is one of those players that does lift everybody else around her, so that was, seeing her limp off yesterday was hard to watch, and they'll definitely be missing her.
Well, Lucy Mulhall misses out, and that means that Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who's a real standout for this Irish squad, she has been given the captaincy. She's wearing the armband at the moment as we just watched both teams, Australia and Ireland, just pack down on the far side of the field. Doesn't take as long to pack down in sevens because, of course, there's only 3 each in the scrum. Australia 19, Ireland 7. If Ireland could do something here with 3 minutes on the clock, it would be good. Here comes Murphy-Crowe. She's not going to be caught. Can she touchdown? What a try by the new Irish captain, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. She is all about speed and gas, but I think they're going to go and check it. Yes, they are going to check the try. What did you think, Kat Merchant?
Well, I thought she scored it, but we'll see now. But an instant, it looked she was strong, wasn't she? She beat 2 Australian players on her way, so she's just, if she loses the ball as she goes over, so the slow-mo's breaking it down there, she loses it.
Okay, no try then. Let's quickly head back to the mountain biking. Jonathan Overend.
Drama as race leader and defending champion Tom Pidcock suffers a puncture, front wheel puncture, and he has to stop. He's lucky that he's quite close to the technical zone, so he's able to stop, like a pit stop basically, and they've changed the wheel, not quite to F1 standards, Victoria Pendleton, but at least he's back in the game, back in the race. If that had happened up the other end of the course, up the hill, he would potentially have been out.
He would have been really struggling, and now in fact it's Charlie Oldroyd who's now leading the front of the course for the GB in 4th position. He's 19 seconds down from the leader. The French rider Victor Koretsky is still ahead in that position, 18 seconds clear of the field, and he is keeping the pressure on, so he has a good advantage. Can Tom Pidcock get back up there?
Well, so 2 really good stories here from a British point of view. Charlie Oldroyd now just outside of the medals. He's in contention, the young man, the 2nd British rider, but the favourite, Tom Pidcock, the defending champion, probably lost about, what would you say, 20, 30 seconds?
He's in 9th position now.
He's in 9th position. So he has got to bust a gut to get through this field and somehow get back into contention. What an effort it's going to require. Aldridge in 4th, Pidcock in 9th after suffering a front wheel puncture after around about 35 minutes of the mountain bike cross country. Long way to go though.
Thanks ever so much, Jonathan. And what is it about all the British riders and punchers and wheels after what we saw in the time trial yesterday? It is all happening, but our focus at the moment is the Stade de France here on 5 Live. We're watching Australia take on Ireland in the women's rugby sevens. Now, at the moment, Australia ahead, 19 points to 7, but there's been some bright moments here in this second half with 2 minutes to play from the Irish. And Australia have just had a woman sent to the bin, Kat Merchant, so this is a huge opportunity for Ireland to cause an upset.
Yeah, massive, and they've looked in control, but Australia definitely been rattled, and the position Ireland are in right now, they're only 5 metres away from the try line, and Australia with a player down, you have to think they've got to score, and then there's still time in this game, 1.5 minutes in sevens. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. It's enough for 2 scores if they're quick.
Yeah, they've just lost a little bit of ground, the Irish, and it's Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe again. Ireland with the extra women on the field, they have to make this count. 1 minute 20 seconds left. Ireland, they want a place in the quarterfinals. They're under pressure after they lost their opening game to Great Britain yesterday, and they know that the points difference could also be significant. So any score, every score is important, and they can't get that last pass away. This is a wonderful defensive effort here by the Australians, playing with a woman down in the Stade de France. I mean, coming up later, this place is going to go absolutely bananas when the USA take on France. But this is all about these 2, and Higgins goes through for her 2nd. The try is scored by Ireland, and they do have time to convert this and get the game back going again before the Australians get the extra woman cap.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to kick this as quick as possible, and then go and get kicked off again, because there is time for this. And with Australia, with that player down, which we cannot exaggerate enough of how damaging that is. So yeah, exciting.
Okay, so we wait for the conversion as Eve Higgins gets her 2nd try of this final pool match. This is all significant because this is the same pool as Great Britain. It's a good conversion that comes in, and it is now a very tight game. 19-14 to Australia. So a try for Ireland in the last play of this game. The clock is about to go, but Ireland can kick this one off. And Australia still don't have the women on the field because they can't get her on quick enough. So they're still playing with 6 at the moment, and that's how they're going to have to finish proceedings. Kathy Baker manages to get her hands on the ball. And Australia, they use all their nous, they weren't going to play. They get that ball off the field as quickly as possible. They get their win. Have Ireland done enough? No, to get a place in the quarterfinals. Australia will top the group. They are unbeaten. Great Britain will finish second, but who they're all going to end up in the quarterfinals we'll find out a lot later. But the final score at the Stade de France is Australia 19, Ireland 14.
So just to reiterate, Sarah, you've got 3 groups, therefore top 2 and 2 best third place.
That is correct.
Okay, and that will be decided presumably on points difference if everyone's on.
So it goes to points difference, then it'll be tries, then it's tries 4, then it's points again. There's a long list of things. As I said, the maths is complicated when you get to these third place finishes especially. But yeah, points is the main one.
If only they could have just found 4 more countries to make a 4th group, and then it would have been a lot simpler for them.
It would have done, but as we will well discuss throughout this games, when it comes to these big team sports, you can't have lots of teams because they take up too much space because of athletes in the Olympic Village. So it has to be a 12-team tournament.
So and that's an interesting point, that, because it's not down to global strength of deck.
No, not at all. So when it comes to these big team sports, I mean, you look at hockey, they have huge frustration in that sport because they can only take 16 athletes and then 3 travelling reserves. They would love more when they go to a World Cup. They can take huge squads with them. They're just not allowed to at the Olympics. There just isn't the space to accommodate them.
Kat, Sarah, thank you. We'll keep an eye on the other games because obviously it affects who qualifies and who doesn't, certainly as far as Ireland are concerned, who finished 3rd in that group. But Team GB do go through as runners-up in that pool. Australia have topped it. Let's find out how Tom Pidcock and Charlie Oldroyd are doing in the cross-country. Jonathan Overend and Victoria Pendleton.
Well, this is going to be an absolute thriller, I think, Mark, from here on. They've raced for 42 minutes, which means they're around about halfway. It's arduous, this. It's more of a marathon than anything you might imagine sprint-wise. But Pidcock, after that front wheel puncture, is now trying to make his way through the field. He's got to pedal faster than he would otherwise have intended to if he was leading the field, because he's got to close up a gap which we estimate he lost about 40 seconds, 40 to 45 seconds. At the last split, he was about 38 seconds off the lead. Now that's going to be down to about 33, 32 seconds. So incrementally, Victoria, he's just got to start bridging that gap to somehow get back towards the medals. I suppose the big question is it possible that he could still win this race having lost 45 seconds with a puncture?
Well, I think anything's possible. He's such a formidable athlete. But also at the World Championships back in Glasgow, he started in 33rd position, and being hindered by a mechanical issue with his gears, he still managed to triumph. So, you've got to kind of, you never would count it out of the question.
Well, he's got up to 6th. So when he got back on the bike after that 45-second interruption, he was 9th. He's now 6th. So it gives you an idea that he's working on it. It's starting to happen. Just ahead of him is Charlie Oldroyd, who is in 5th, Mark. So both Brits still very much in contention in this race.
So on the splits then, as they came through, Oldroyd is 20 seconds behind the leader, Victor Koretsky of France. Pidcock is 34. And also the scoreboard that is over the finishing line that tells you the riders as they go through and the various splits and everything like that also said 4 laps to go. So he's got 4 laps, Victoria, to make up 34 seconds, or in Aldridge's case, 4 laps to make up 20 seconds.
I still think it's possible. I'm going to be hopeful, and anything can happen. Mechanicals, they happen. Accidents happen. We actually saw the leader take a slightly wide on the bridge section, and one of his feet came unclipped from the pedals as he nearly hit the barrier. So anything can happen, and that was in the lead cruising.
But just going back to the pit stop, Mark, I'm not sure whether you got a look at it. Call it a pit stop, but he had to change his wheel. Everyone was remarkably calm in the British team. Pidcock was off the bike. He just stood there mid-race, taking a sip of water. His mechanic took the wheel off, put it back on. Very, very calm. If he does end up getting a medal, it's full kudos to them as well for maintaining that sort of level of calmness in what must have been an incredibly stressful 45 seconds.
The final thing on all of this as well is, at this stage, is look, different athletes, of course, with different personalities and so on and so forth. But if Koretsky, Victoria, is anything like Pauline Ferrand-Prévot yesterday, they've got this field have got absolutely no hope of catching a home favourite, because the longer he has that lead and keeps that lead, the more he will be willed on by that crowd, because they are passionate and fervent, as you would expect.
I mean, it's exactly what I was thinking just before you said that. I was like, it's turning into a bit of a procession, but the crowd are really, really cheering everyone on. And I just... Also, the idea of performing in your home nation. Of course, you know, I'm GB through and through, but home nations being successful at the Olympics, you can't take that away from them.
The only thing I'd add to that is that there are 3 in the group behind the Frenchman, Mark, so they can kind of almost work as a team now, that trio, to take it in turns to be at the front of that mini group. That may help them collectively close the gap.
Koretsky, by the way, an Olympic veteran, 10th in 2016 in Rio, 5th last time out in Tokyo. When he was selected for these Olympics, he said, "It is something beautiful, but I'm now at another stage, which is no longer to participate in it, but rather to perform in it." And at this stage, he is performing. He has the lead in his home Olympics.
He looks very relaxed, doesn't he? Very, very relaxed as he rides round with that advantage at the moment. And I think we, you know, dare I say it, are we going to see a rerun from yesterday from the French?
Let's see. Back with Jonathan and Victoria shortly to Lloyd watching the tennis at Roland Garros.
Yes, it's looking increasingly comfortable for Novak Djokovic, having won the opening set 6-1 against Rafael Nadal. He's 4-love up in the second set. The crowd, though, are cheering every point that Nadal wins. They want this match to continue and to get Nadal back into it. He's 30-15 on his serve, but it's looking all the way that Djokovic will be heading to the third round. The British pair of Joe Salisbury and Neil Skupski won the opening set against the Czech duo Tomas Maček and Adam Pavlicek by 6-4. Their love won down in the second, Mark.
I suppose we shouldn't be that surprised maybe at Djokovic-Nadal, given their respective last 12 months.
Absolutely. I mean, Nadal has barely played over the last year, Mark. He's ranked 161st in the world currently, which is why this match is a second round match. Djokovic coming in here as the top seed, Nadal of course not seeded, and that's what happens when you get a draw, and this is a second round match. But Nadal, he's hinted that this year could potentially be his last, although he won his doubles match, his first round match, didn't he, against with Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. So the Olympic dream perhaps will continue, even if he does end up losing to Djokovic today.
Thank you, Conor McNamara and Steve Bunce next, getting ready for the boxing. What have you got this afternoon, Conor, for us?
Well, coming up later on this evening, Delicious Aurier. I mean, what a name that is. Delicious Aurier, the poster boy of the Team GB boxing team. He's a super heavyweight. He gets compared to Anthony Joshua, and they really are hoping he can step up now, because there've only been 6 Team GB boxers in total here in Paris this time round. 3 of them have already been eliminated. It all just adds on the pressure to the remaining 3 for Team GB. And before that, coming up in the next half an hour or so, Ireland's Kelly Harrington, the golden girl of Irish Olympic boxing. She's taken on that mantle from Katie Taylor. I mean, she's just huge news in Ireland. Her autobiography was co-written by Roddy Doyle to great acclaim. That she was the Grand Marshal of the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Her face has been printed on postage stamps. Big hopes in Ireland that Kelly Harrington can once again win Olympic gold, and that is coming up just before 3:30 Paris time.
Let's deal with Kelly Harrington first of all, shall we, Steve, who says she's going to retire after these games.
And I quite like that, because she's an amateur boxer. She's an amateur boxer sensation. She's been on the beat, fighting in tournaments around the world and in Katie Taylor's shadow for an awful lot of her adult life. She's 34 now, if I'm not mistaken. But what I like particularly about this weight, Jappers, and I think I mentioned it with you sitting in the CAF the other day, and it's quite simple. There are 13 weights here, 7 for men, 6 for women. And this category, the 60-kilo women, is without doubt, by some considerable distance, the best weight at these Olympics. We've already seen a young American woman who was a reserve with a great backstory come from nowhere and shock the Olympic champion from 2016, Estelle Mosley, in this ring in front of the 11,000 French fans. So that's one thing. She fights this evening against a woman called Beatrice Ferreira, who lost in the Olympic final in Tokyo to Harrington. Now, Ferreira's actually a professional boxer. About 3 months ago, she won a world title. So she's back as an amateur, trying to get revenge over Harrington. First, she has to beat Gonzalez, and then Harrington and her have to win another couple of bouts before they fight in the semi-final. That's the best side of the draw, but I swear to you, there's 7 or 8 women in the 60 kilos that could win. Harrington is not a shoo-in, not a guarantee to win her second gold medal. However, she is a shoo-in, she is a guarantee to be a national hero in Ireland forever and a day.
Good to hear your theme tune playing in the background as well.
Thank you. I asked for it.
I know you did. You should do that every time we talk. You should have that on in the background, whatever venue you're at. Do you know what we have seen? And there's no way you could call this a pattern because it's just happened over the first couple of days of the Olympics. But people who said they're going to retire had then gone out and absolutely smashed it, particularly in the cycling, which has dominated the afternoons, really. Grace Brown in the time trial, the Australian, on our opening afternoon. We saw it going back to the women's cross country again with Pauline Ferrand-Prévot yesterday. I don't know whether retirement just gives them a freedom to just go for it or not, but maybe that will happen with Harrington as well.
Well, it's a psychological edge because you've got nothing to lose, because you're going to put your feet up, you're going to get your slippers, you're going to get your pipe out, you're going to relax for the rest of your life. Your sporting sacrifices are over in your head. And then suddenly you have another win or you have a good race and you push on. It gives them unbelievable freedom. And in fact, in the professional boxing ring on Saturday night in London, 20,000 people watched Derek Chisora, 40 years of age, have supposedly his last fight, his 48th fight, and against the odds he won. So instead of having a retirement party, he announced at the end of the fight, I'll go to 50. So you're right, it takes the weight off your shoulders, Chappers.
The last dance.
The last dance, as Connor
exactly.
said.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Talk more to you later on. I want to go back to the mountain bike cross just to see whether any positions have changed, whether Oldroyd or Pidcock have made a move on the French leader. Jonathan.
Well, Pidcock is definitely making a move, as he has to do. Remember, he was pushed back to 9th after changing the wheel. Now he's 5th. So he continues to gain places. He's 1 place behind his teammate Charlie Oldroyd, who's in 4th. Victor Koretsky for France is still leading the race with a healthy 12-second lead. But Pidcock is working his way through. He's still around about 35 seconds or so off the lead. But I just think if he can get out of that chase group, get some open ground ahead of him, then maybe he can get his head down, almost pretend he's in the lead, which is where he would be were it not for the puncture, and then try and chase down the leader.
Jonathan, back in a little while here on 5 Live. Time for the news, 3 minutes past 2. Here's Dan Maudsley.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Olympic Games.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I can now bring you more on the major incident which has been declared in Southport, where a man's been detained and a knife has been seized after a number of people were injured in a reported stabbing. Well, Merseyside police said emergency services were called around 11:50 this morning to a property on Hart Street in Southport. 2 reports of a stabbing. Details are still coming through. Here's our correspondent Sean Dilley.
Merseyside police confirming that they were called at around 11:50 this morning. Not just the police, but other emergency services. The North West Ambulance Service have confirmed they're also in attendance. They were called to what both emergency services are describing as a major incident. Now, there's an awful lot of speculation on social media about what the property was. We do not engage on what we don't know here at BBC News. We're looking into it as fast as we can. But what we can tell you, according to Merseyside police, is that they have detained a male. He's been taken to a police station, and the armed officers who had detained him had also seized a knife from him. What they do say is that there have been multiple reported casualties.
Well, as Sean said there is a great deal of speculation, which we are working to confirm. Our news teams are on the way to Southport. So far, this is the statement we have from Merseyside Police. It says there are a number of reported casualties and more details will be confirmed when possible. Armed police have detained a male and seized a knife. He's been taken to a police station. They say, please avoid the area while we deal with this incident, and they do say there is no wider threat to the public. Well, what we have heard from many people in the area is that the air ambulance have been on the scene, and in the last half hour we've also had this statement from North West Ambulance Service, which says we've dispatched multiple resources, we are assessing the situation and working with emergency partners. And in fact, we have had an update from North West Ambulance Service just in the last few moments, giving more details. It says we've dispatched 13 ambulances along with specialised resources of our hazardous area response team, air ambulance and merit doctors to the scene. So far, North West Ambulance Service has treated 8 patients with stab injuries who have been taken to Alderhay Children's Hospital, Aintree University Hospital and Southport and Formby Hospital. So that is 8 patients with stab injuries taken to 3 separate hospitals. You will note the significance there of Alderhay Children's Hospital. So I'm just seeing as well, actually, the first pictures from the scene, which shows a residential street. It is closed off by police tape, and there are, as we've been mentioning, multiple police and ambulances there on the scene. Just a few other headlines to bring you this afternoon. The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is expected to confirm this afternoon that a deal has been reached with junior doctors in England to settle their long-running pay dispute. It's understood they've been offered an average pay increase of more than 22% over 2 years. And the Chancellor is also expected to scrap some major infrastructure projects, blaming what she says is a £20 billion black hole in public finances left by the previous government. The Conservatives say Labour is laying the ground for tax rises. And just to recap our main stories, details are still coming in of that major incident in Southport where a man has been detained by armed police after a number of people were injured in a reported stabbing. Police are urging people to avoid the area but say there is no wider threat to the public. And North West Ambulance Service say they have treated 8 patients for stab injuries who've been taken to 3 different hospitals, including Alderhay Children's Hospital. Well, we will keep you updated throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live.
This August, we're putting you at the heart of the action. Formula One, the 100, and US Open Tennis, all live this August.
Listen on BBC Radio 5 Live
and 5 Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games
with Mark Chapman
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
So far today, a gold for Great Britain. It has come in the team eventing. There was a silver as well in the diving for Tom Daley, Noah Williams. Team GB's women are into the quarterfinals of the Rugby Sevens, and there's some really exciting action going on this evening. We've got the cross-country mountain biking, which is going to reach its conclusion in the next 20 minutes, and also the individual medals to be decided in the eventing. And 2 Brits are very, very well placed here. The third one, Ros Cantor, who is down the list, has already gone at Versailles, though. Sonia McLaughlin watched her. Afternoon,
yes,
Sonia.
Afternoon, chappers, on the most breathtaking afternoon in the shadow of the Palace of Versailles. We have bright sunshine and we have the top 25 riders in the eventing are now going in reverse order to settle the individual medals. It's a much shorter course. There's just 9 fences in this glorious arena with banks of stands full of eager equestrian fans watching the conclusion and wondering who might end up as the individual Olympic champion. Britain, of course, have already taken team gold. So can 2 of their riders, Laura Collette and Tom McEwen, get in the mix? Ros Cantor, as you say, has already been. She's technically sitting in the silver medal position. She jumped beautifully on Lordship's Graffalo. No time penalties to finish on a score of 42.40, but that won't be enough for a medal. The medals will come a little bit later with this group of show jumpers going now. but she will feel very pleased with herself. But we do have Tom McEwen sitting in 4th spot, Laura Collette in 3rd, and Harry Mead is still with us, world silver medalist. You can throw a blanket over this top 4, Harry. Just 4 penalties separating the top 4. That's one fence.
It's one fence.
It's mad.
And really crucially, if Michael Jung, the German leader in the individual competition, has one fence down, he is on exactly the same score as Tom McEwen lying in 4th. It will then be determined by who was closer to the optimum time in yesterday's cross country. They were both inside the time, so it'll be who was closer to that optimum time.
Right, okay. And he did actually. He did in the team event. He knocked a fence down, didn't he, Michael Jung? He didn't go clear in the team.
Exactly. So it's brought it all closer together again. So as Sonia quite rightly said, no mistakes for the top 4.
Okay, so we've got a sort of count-back thing that could go on in the equestrian. I've got to try and work out who the quarter-finalists might be in the women's rugby sevens based on best third-place finishes. I hope the cross-country and the cycling's a bit more simple. Jonathan Overend.
Well, this is going to be thrilling. We're just doing some mental arithmetic, Mark, here, because Tom Pidcock is up. He's up into 3rd. So Tom Pidcock, remember, who had the puncture, went down to 9th, is now in bronze medal position. At the end of lap 5 of 8, he was 36 seconds behind. Now, after the second split in lap 6, he's 25 seconds behind. So he's clawed back Victoria Pendleton 11 seconds in 2/3 of a lap. Now, if he can keep that going, it's on. He's got a chance.
I absolutely love your maths there, just like pure maths. It's a physical human performance. We're going to base it on maths. No. I'm hopeful too. My palms are sweaty, and I'm hopeful too, because he's really attacking on every opportune moment on the track. Every time there's an incline, he's pushing on through. Like, you can really see he's giving it everything, and the time is coming down. So just keep coming down.
So the race is being led by Victor Koretsky for France. Second is Alan Hatherley from South Africa, who's been right up there for the entire race. So can he keep that going for a potential silver? Tom Pidcock, the world champion and defending Olympic champion, is 3rd in the bronze medal position at the moment. Just watching a slow-mo of Victor Koretsky coming through one of the really rocky sections, one of the dicey descents on this course. The bikes take such a buffeting. The suspension has to be so good on these vehicles. Then it's Flökiger of Switzerland in 4th, Bredo of Italy in 5th, and Charlie Aldridge, the second British rider, the young man from Perth in Scotland, who is still riding hard and in contention in 6th. But it's all about Pidcock and the ground that he is making up on the leader and the second place rider, because this could be something truly special if he can time this to perfection, and if he can keep eating away at the lead, then he's still got a chance of retaining his Olympic gold medal, as unlikely as that sounds, with Victor Koretsky coming through the feed station at the moment, still with a comfortable lead, Victoria, at 14 seconds. But it's not so much his lead over Hatherley. Oh, here comes Pidcock. He's closed the gap substantially in the last section of this course, and Pidcock is bearing down on Hatherley in 2nd, and we told you he's closing the gap. Goodness me, he's doing so. He's almost right up against the back wheel of Hatherley, and this is very much on for Pidcock. And what a gesture as someone held out a water bottle. One of the Swiss riders has taken a tumble on the boulder. Victoria, did you see that? Someone held him a water bottle, as they do almost like London Marathon style, and he absolutely whacks it out of the guy's hand, as if to say, I don't need any water, I'm going, just give me gold.
Yeah, it's like, get out of my way, I'm on a mission here.
Liquid gold.
Yeah, I mean, that was, full. I mean, wow, we saw him just emerge from the distance. That was so good. He's closed the gap considerably. Oh, I don't know whether to stand up, sit down. My palms are sweaty.
You wanted to see steam rising out of the ground. Okay, this is a thrilling battle for 2nd in this mountain bike cross country at the moment, with an hour and 4 minutes ridden. It's Hatherley in 2nd place, the South African. It's Pidcock in 3rd place, who suffered a puncture and was stationary, was off his bike midway through this race, but now suddenly is bearing down on 2nd. And who knows, will the Frenchman tire? Could Pidcock take him on the lead? Could it be a sprint finish? Well, there's Koretsky crossing the line for the end of lap 6. So This is a situation now which is very much live from Pidcock's point of view. He is right behind the wheels of Alan Hatherley, and it's surely only a matter of time before Pidcock overtakes him. In fact, the battle for second is now being led by Pidcock as they go under that arch on the start-finish straight. Pidcock has taken over second and is now into live silver medal position. And now it's all about closing the gap on the leader, Koretsky. He's 17 seconds behind at the end of lap 6. A reminder, at the end of lap 5, he was 36 seconds behind. So he's gained 29 seconds in a lap. This is absolutely doable from Pidcock.
Oh, it is. And he's attacking the climb now, so he's not even slowing up now, not content with second place. He's going to carry on pushing to see where he can get to.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant, this effort. Of course, at any moment, anyone could suffer a puncture, a buckled wheel. They could come off, they could slip, or they could slide. It is so treacherous, this course. But Pidcock is dealing with it admirably. And it is Viktor Koretsky who's being cheered on, of course, by his compatriots around the course. 15,000 spectators up this hill to the west of Palace, but dispersed all around the course. And they have their hooters and their flags and their sleigh bells as well. Those skiing-like bells that we're used to hearing on the downhill slopes. Koretsky is in the lead. Will he be aware that Pidcock is bearing down on him? Will he start to tire? There are so many questions with around about 15 minutes of this race remaining. Charlie Oldroyd is currently in 6th position for Great Britain, by the way.
Yes, and 2 laps to go. So there is time, there is space for that gap to close down. So we're just going to... I don't know what we're going to do. How are we going to...
Well, we're going to go back to the mental arithmetic, Victoria.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at those numbers that I had a few minutes ago. 36 seconds end of lap 5, 27 seconds on the first split of lap 3. This is the gap we're talking about between Pidcock and the race leader. 18 seconds, second split on lap 5. You know, if he can keep at this trend... he'll be in the lead midway through the final lap.
Not to go all Rachel Riley to try and help here, Jonathan, but I think he may have taken 19 seconds off him on that. He went from 36 to 17.
Correct. Yeah, 19 seconds on one lap.
And he's now 17 behind with 2
laps. Well, just
go.
under 2 laps to go.
I suppose the question is how much even pulling it back that much has taken it out of him.
I mean, he looks very strong and very powerful, and we know that he can come from a position way back on the course. When he's on form, Tom Pidcock could just obliterate the field. Like, he's got so much form, so much power. He climbs so aggressively and so fast that I think it's possible. He's a very skillful rider.
Would him and Hatherley, who he's caught up, and now he's probably a second ahead of Hatherley, would they work together to try and reel Koretsky in here, or is that just not viable within this format?
I think with the nature of the course being so twisty and turny, it's almost difficult that you can't really take advantage of sitting on someone's wheel in that many places around the course. It's kind of very much a solo ride. There's only short sections where a bit of slipstream might give you a short rest. So I think it's going to be every man for himself.
Sorry, go on, Jonathan.
I was just going to say, Mark, after the procession of yesterday, where the winner of the race won by three whole minutes, this could feasibly come down to a sprint finish on the final straight.
A sprint start and a sprint finish. What an event! What an event!
And you would say that the momentum is obviously with Pidcock, and it's if he catches Koretsky, whether Koretsky can then respond.
9 seconds. It's down to 9 seconds.
Oof.
This is a phenomenal effort from Pidcock. Absolutely, Mark, you're right. I mean, what happens when Koretsky realises that Pidcock, not just being 45 seconds behind and out of the picture, is suddenly over his shoulder?
And also remember that these guys don't have race radios, so they won't necessarily be aware, except when they pass their coaches on the course, who might be able to give them a bit of an idea, but really they can't have eyes everywhere all at the same time.
Here's a split. Here's lap 7, split 1. And it's down to 5 5 seconds!
5 seconds!
The lead is only 5 seconds, and it's on for Pidcock most definitely. In fact, if he keeps this going, he could win by some substantial distance. But Hatherley, the South African, is not going away. He is right on the back wheel of Pidcock, so it's not like the British man has pulled clear of the man from South Africa. But there's a rather nervous look over the shoulder from Koretsky. He has led for so long in this race, but now the world champion, the reigning Olympic champion, is right behind him, and they're on a steep climb, and Pidcock absolutely loves this sort of stuff. It's rough terrain, there are boulders, there are logs in his path, but he is just steaming over them, and he has the race leader in his sights. Koretsky is a nervous man with only 5 seconds between him and the lead British rider, Tom Pidcock.
I watched the diving on French television this morning. There were a lot of ooh-la-las in the commentary, wasn't there? I would imagine there are a lot of ooh-la-las at the moment if they're commentating on this.
A lot of oh-no-nos. I'll tell you what.
They've reeled him in, haven't they? They've reeled him in.
He's going to overtake him sometime very soon. I would say maybe in the next minute. Again, Koretsky is looking over his shoulder. It's like he can't believe that he has been reeled in this race, and suddenly they're going up one of these hugely steep ascents. There are the three of them in a line. Koretsky of France, Pidcock of Great Britain, Hatherley of South Africa. They've been riding for an hour and 11 minutes, and now they are wheel to wheel, the three of them. It's an absolutely thrilling mountain bike cross-country at the Olympic Games, and Tom Pidcock now, like Verstappen or Hamilton, is waiting for his moment to take over the race lead. It could happen very soon. Round they come on a sweeping left corner, now on almost a slalom section with trees in the middle of the course, so they have to choose almost like Mario Karts. Are you going to go that way or are you going to go that way? Pidcock's going to the right, Koretsky's going to the left. Pidcock is waiting for his moment. Koretsky must be absolutely petrified at the moment. How's he going to hang on to this lead?
I have absolutely no idea. I think Tom Pidcock now will just be recouping a little bit, sat on the wheel, knowing exactly what he needs to do. He knows who he has to beat in order to win a medal here. It's in his sight, and he's attacking.
Pidcock comes past the split marker, and he's overtaken Koretsky, and we have a new race leader, and he is the man from Leeds, Tom Pidcock, 24 years of age, the defending Olympic champion, going for double Olympic gold. He is the new race leader, and Victor Koretsky, who's led for so long, just can't believe it when he sees the man from Great Britain overtake him. Now can Pidcock pull clear?
Yep, he is pulling clear. I almost felt like...
Whoa.
Watching him through that section, that
was me. Sorry.
What was that noise? Whoa! Yeah, it didn't go slow motion. We're okay. That's how we're reading it.
That's that really dicey boulder section, isn't it, Mark? I mean, they're huge rocks they have to cycle over.
I mean, to sort of put that into perspective for people, you know, Pidcock goes past Koretsky on a fairly flat part, relatively, compared to some of this terrain, but then both men, I'm guessing Victoria, then feel like they have to respond. Pidcock to going past him and right, I'm now going to put my foot down, and Koretsky thinking, right, I've got to respond. But the next bit where they both have to do that is that steep boulder section, and then they go, well, I mean, to use a technical term, they just go hell for leather.
They do. I mean, obviously they're very measured in when they kind of negotiate those obstacles. They're very measured and know what they need to do, and then the hard work will come in whenever there's a slope, whenever there's a climb. They'll really knuckle down and give it everything and try and gain an advantage. As soon as they're out of a section, they're sprinting again.
The situation now is that Hatherley of South Africa has just been left behind a little bit, and it's the two of them, Pidcock and Koretsky, who are fighting out the race lead. So credit to the Frenchman. He hasn't taken that shock of being overtaken and then disappeared from contention. He is hanging on to the back of Pidcock. So it's not like there is a big gap opening up here. Pidcock leads, but only just by a fraction of a second or so from Koretsky. They've been riding for an hour and 14 minutes, so not a huge distance to go on the penultimate lap here as they come over a couple of big jumps, slightly wider section of the course. Some riders take both jumps, some go like a ski jump over the top of one. They come past the feed station. Koretsky takes a water. Again, Pidcock just abandons the offering, just says, no, I don't need it. More of that liquid gold, please. And then now on the descent, a big jump with the Olympic rings on the front of the jump. It's great to see. It's an amazing spectacle, this, for the spectators who are so up close on the barriers, out in the forest, up the hill. You can take your pick of where you want to watch this over at Eleanor Hill to the west of Paris. Pidcock leads the race, but only just by a fraction of a second from Victor Koretsky, I beg your pardon, from France. Victoria, are you surprised that he's not pulling clear?
Well, I think, the amount of effort required in order to close that gap was something extraordinary. And I think it would be unwise, perhaps, to attack with still quite a long way to go on the course. I think it should be very measured at this point. Wants to create a bit of space to show that he's got the ability to fight and sprint away from any competition. But right now, maybe not quite the right time to attack.
They're on the final section of this circuit, and they're down away from the maddening crowds, if you like, and suddenly it's all quite calm and peaceful, Mark. It's like they've gone out for a little ride in the country park. And then back they appear towards the finish, and here are the crowds once more, and the flags, and we're going to take Pidcock over the finishing line in just a second with 1 lap to go. The flags of France are waving, but they see their man in silver medal position. Tom Pidcock crosses the line with 1 lap to go. The bell rings, and suddenly Hazley has got it back in third place.
Where's he come back from?
This is brilliant. There are the 3 of them, and it is going to be a battle royal for the gold medal on the final lap. I just wonder, Victoria, for a moment there, whether it was a bit like we see with you guys inside the velodrome, where you're almost going deliberately slowly. Is there a little bit of cat and mouse going on?
Tom Pidcock just looked over his shoulder there, looked back and say, are you with me? Or, how are you feeling? Like, just judging his opponents there as he came past with that final lap to go.
The gold medal will be won inside the next 10 minutes now. They are on the final lap, the final 4.4 kilometres of this rugged, mountainous court at Colline d'Alincourt. The race is being led by Tom Pidcock of Great Britain after an extraordinary comeback from Victor Koretsky of France and Alan Hatherley of South Africa, but all 3 still in contention, Mark.
So you're going to have a real contrast over the next 10 to 20 minutes. We've got the bedlam of the cross-country in the mountain biking, the 3-way fight for the gold medal, with the delirium of the French fans as they cheer on their rider on that side of things on Elancourt Hill. At the same time, at Versailles, we've got the end of the individual eventing. So it is stunning, it is regal. There is a peace about it because the massive crowds there are having to stay quiet whilst horse and riders do their things. But there we have 2 riders who are in the top 4 going into the final few riders at Versailles, and that's Laura Collette and Tom McEwen. Michael Young, the German, leads. He is only 4 penalties ahead of McEwen in 4th. That is 1 fence down. So there could be 2 medals and a possible gold for Britain in the individual in the eventing. So we've got an eye on that, and we will bring that to you. And we're watching Pidcock going for gold in the cross-country at the moment, and he continues to lead Koretsky. And Victoria Pendleton, let's not forget with Pidcock, after that mammoth effort to get himself back into this after the puncture, he did 13 stages of the Tour de France this year before withdrawing through COVID. He's going to go in the road race later on at these Olympics, and he talks about this event, and he talks about mountain biking, and he says it just provides a more relaxed atmosphere for him. It's where he can just go and enjoy his riding. I don't think any of us feel particularly relaxed at the moment.
Not particularly. I'm sorry, my palms are very sweaty. I mean, I suppose it's a different environment. The mountain biking and the mountain bike scene is a bit more relaxed. But if anybody can have an unbelievable amount of endurance and capacity, Tom Pidcock has it. I mean, he has had some really challenging races over the past couple of years. As I said, he was in 33rd position at the World Championships and still won the race. I mean, that's just insane. So you can't underestimate what Tom Pidcock is capable of. So, it's very much like he's. I don't know what to say. I'm in awe.
Yeah, but it's real. This is what's happening at the moment. What about Jonathan's point about slowing down maybe a little bit and just seeing who is where, I don't know, if you're on a lap like this and it's the final lap and you're looking at the boulders and we're looking at the logs and all of this, are you happy to just be second and just, and when I say second, we're talking a wheel behind, aren't we? And just observing and judging?
I actually think that his capacity, as soon as they hit a climbing section or a sprinting section, I think Tom is probably the fastest rider there. So being close to people, I don't think is a problem. So I think he probably feels like if they're right behind him, then he's still got the opportunity to out-accelerate them, give them a chance.
I agree. That's what it looked like to me, Mark. It was almost like he was speaking to them, saying, right, shall we take this to the final straight? Shall we just, because the three of them are still wheel to wheel. They're in the leading group. It's Pidcock from Koretsky from Hatherley, Britain from France from South Africa, and it's like Pidcock setting down the challenge, isn't he? Saying, I'm going to take this to the final sprint. If you want to stay there, that's fine by me, but I'm going to still win it by 5 seconds, no problem. We shall see. We shall see. Anything can happen, Mark, of course. They go through one of those really tight sections, single track, so there's no room for any movement either side of the bike. The spectators are bashing on the boards. They're waving their flags. They're punching the air. The French are worried now because they thought they were on for a 1-2 with their victory in the women's race yesterday. They might still get it because Koretsky isn't going anywhere, but they're worried because Pidcock is in the lead. But when you look at the split times, Victoria, it's coming up as 0.00. The gap between first and second. That's how tight it is.
It's so close. It's a sprint race. It's a track sprint race at the moment, the difference. But they have still got quite a short distance to go before they get to that final straight and that opportunity to sort of put in some space to one another. It is very twisty and turny. There isn't that many opportunities really to break away. If there was a longer, harder section, I know that Tom Pidcock would attack during that section. That would, but everything's either up, it's down, it's left or right, it's through the trees, it's down some rocks. There's really limited opportunities to break free with a really tough pace.
And when we say it's up and it's down, looking at some of these climbs, I mean, that is proper ascent that we couldn't do. I mean, maybe you, but certainly Chappers and myself. I mean, we couldn't do it.
Use an electric bike, do you know what I mean? That's what I say.
And they're doing it at such pace, Mark, aren't they? I mean, I don't know how they do this.
An electric bike with someone pushing me as well, I think, Victoria, to be honest with you. Just going to nip back to the individual finals in the eventing. Sonia McLaughlin in the relative piece, I think, of Versailles. How many riders away are we from Tom McEwen going first? Of what, sorry?
The business end.
The business end, absolutely.
Yes, we have 5 riders to go before Britain's Tom McEwen goes into the arena. This course, which will settle the individual medals, is riding really well. 10 of the 15 riders that have gone so far have gone clear. So this is show jumping of an exceptionally high standard. The leader at the minute in the clubhouse, if you like, is Boyd Martin of America, but that order is going to change. Remember, the top 4, of which Laura Collette is in 3rd for Britain, Tom McEwen in 4th, are separated by just 1 fence.
Right, so we've got 5 riders, and then we'll be back there. And Jonathan Overend at the cycling.
More drama. Koretsky, the man who was overtaken by Pidcock, has turned the tables. He's retaken the lead. What an extraordinary twist. And the blue, white and red is flying high once more up on the mountain. What an extraordinary burst from Victor Koretsky to retake the lead and move clear of Tom Pidcock. How's he done that, Victoria Pendleton?
I think he was just biding his time and took an opportune moment, but knowing now that they're in the final minutes of the race, it was now or never, and I think that was his one and only chance.
Unbelievable burst. I mean, when you take into consideration how demoralising the fact that his lead evaporated and then was overtaken, having led for so long, to now break away. He's got a couple of seconds lead on Pidcock, and Pidcock is going to have to judge this well from here, because Koretsky chose his moment, and he did it on a climb. He did it on an ascent. He was out of the saddle. He was up and he was powering through. I mean, that's an extraordinary burst of pace from the Frenchman, who is back in the lead. So it is France from Great Britain, from South Africa in this 3-way battle for the medals on the final lap. Now deep, Mark, into the final lap of the mountain bike cross country.
And is that the bit, Victoria? That's the bit. He sat there in second and he's thought, I know when I'm going to go. I'll bide my time. And by the time he's then passed and in Pidcock's vision, Pidcock's sort of got it's an extra second delay before Pidcock can respond.
Whoa, hang on, Pidcock's back in the lead.
He's back in the front.
He's taken him out again, and that was on a boulder section. And now the race is on. It's like they're in the velodrome. This is ridiculous, this fight. It's absolutely thrilling. Now Koretsky back in front, and this is cat and mouse. They're teasing with us. It's like they've got this planned all along. They'll put on a real show on the final lap, but it's one, then the other, and now it's Koretsky back in front of Pidcock, and who knows how this is going to finish.
I have absolutely no idea. I mean, they're just chopping and changing. It's so close. They're both giving it 100%, and as they come round this turn, it's very gravelly. They're taking a sprint past the last feed zone area.
Yep, through the last feed zone, but no one is going anywhere near the water bottles. No one's taking that chance, because even just a millisecond slowing down could affect the gold, could affect the silver. It is a sprint finish for the gold medal in the mountain bike cross country. After riding for an hour and 25 minutes, they come up a ramp, they come down the other side of the ramp, they go immediately into a harsh twist, and then over this log section, they call it the Mikado section. Logs right across the course, and they have to just choose the right point to cross all those barriers, and they're over it. Now into a slalom section with trees to their left, trees to their right. Here comes Pidcock once more. Oh, they touch wheels, and they almost take each other out of the race. It's unbelievable. It's like an F1 race, this. And that was daring from Pidcock. He took on Koretsky on the inside. They definitely touched wheels, but Pidcock now takes the lead, and Koretsky, I think, has been damaged by that.
I think he has. They both didn't really. They were both. Let's look. We see it in slow motion again. One goes left, one goes right around the trees. As they come in the corner, they just make contact. I think maybe unclipped, maybe not unclipped his foot, but just knocked him off balance for a split second.
Wow, what drama. Pidcock now coming through. He's pulled clear. He's coming up the finishing stage. And Tom Pidcock wins gold for Great Britain. What an extraordinary finish. What an extraordinary ride. And what a comeback. He had a puncture. He was off his bike, but he took his time. He worked his way through the field, and inside the last few metres, he overtook his rival from France on the inside to win the most dramatic gold that we might see for Britain over the course of these games. Tom Pidcock retains his Olympic title, unless there is such a thing as a steward's inquiry. I don't know. But that was amazing.
Disqualification rules are pushed or to interfere with another rider. I don't think that was. Maybe... I mean, I don't know if that would be considered.
No,
I mean, the commissaires, you never know. You never know.
He's celebrating. He's celebrating. He's seen it all. He knows that was just a daring move and a brilliant move. And he went to the right of those trees in that slalom section, did Koretsky, and Pidcock decided to go left, and he just made up the ground, and he took him on the inside, and before you knew it, we were on the home straight, and Pidcock crossed the line for the gold medal. Koretsky beaten, battered, bruised, down 9 seconds in the end. Hatherley for South Africa won the bronze. We're waiting for Charlie Aldridge to come over the line to see where he finishes. But what an achievement. At the age of 24, Tom Pidcock from Leeds has now won 2 Olympic gold medals. He won the first Olympic medal for Britain in mountain biking in Tokyo. He's done it again. And just a couple of weeks after suffering from COVID, so much so that it pulled him out of the Tour de France, he has won the Olympic Games, and he has won it in hugely dramatic circumstances, Mark.
By 9 seconds. I mean, that was comfortable. What was all the fuss about, Victoria?
Well, the thing is, we're going to apologise right here, right there, for that suddenly dropping in. Oh, and here is Charlie Aldridge, and he actually, by the looks of it, has a bit of a hole in his jersey, so I don't know what happened there. What happened there.
He's finished 8th, Aldridge. Brilliant, great effort.
But he has like a rip in his jersey, like maybe he's come off. But anyway, what happened there? We were too busy watching the slow motion of the collision post the trees of the leaders that we didn't realise they were entering the home straight. It all happened so quick.
I think that maybe, Jonathan, and you and I have done a lot of sports, variety of sports over this. that may be one of the most astonishing sporting events I think I've ever watched.
I would agree with you. I would agree. That was incredible, particularly when you contrast it...
On so many levels.
On so many levels, particularly when you contrast it with this race around the same course and the same distance yesterday, when the winner won by 3 whole minutes, an absolute procession. That was a genuine sprint finish with a genuine, audacious manoeuvre on almost the final corner to take out the man who had overtaken him. I've got to say, Koretsky at the moment is picking up someone who I presume is his young son. He is pleased with the silver medal. He is happy, even though he's been overtaken right at the end, because he knows what a brave effort that was.
Oh, did you see it on his, I assume his son's T-shirt, Mon Papa, Mon Hero? Very cute.
You would have to have a heart of stone not to feel an element of sympathy for Koretsky, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I mean, home turf, it's a lot of pressure. He did such a fantastic job for the majority of the race, taking that lead. I think it was just for the fact that Tom Pidcock has an incredibly, like a huge capacity. It's almost hard to believe that he could have a mechanical, go back to 9th, lose 40-odd seconds, fight back, be in the lead, out the lead, and then on the final bend of the last lap to break free.
Because that is completely worth reiterating for people who were not with us an hour ago. This guy, Pidcock, who's just won the gold medal, was off his bike, chilling out, drinking from his water bottle, while his mechanic was changing his front wheel. And we said it at the time, I'll say it again, kudos to the support staff. Well played, keeping it very, very cool, safe in the knowledge that their man had enough time to regain the lead and win gold. It's team effort, even though it's an individual sport.
Even on that final lap, just as a final point here, look, we will hear from Tom Pidcock later. I am absolutely sure of that, and we will talk more about this astonishing race. But even on that final lap, after Koretsky's burst, you wondered whether he'd be able to get it back. And back again he came. I mean, his perseverance and stamina are off the chart.
They are off the chart. He has such an acceleration. He obviously had put so much in. We were all thinking maybe he has spent too much and there's nothing left. But it's about biding your time on the course and choosing the right moment to attack, because you can't attack at any point. It's not like when you're on the road and there's many, many opportunities. There's so few opportunities on a course like this to first of all attack and then to gain advantage. So attack on an uphill and then gain advantage, because a rocky section is immediately after, and there you have to kind of be a bit more cautious in what you do, and by that means you can gain a bit of a bigger gap with your opponents. But you've got to be very, very clever when you choose to make your move.
Right, we will be back, I am sure. We will hear from Tom Pidcock, I'm sure, at some point once he gets his breath back. 2 golds and 1 silver so far today. Silver for Daly and Williams in the diving, golds in the team eventing, and also there for Tom Pidcock. There could be more coming in the individual final at the eventing. We are not far away from the remaining 2 British riders going. Sonia McLaughlin.
And I can tell you that the temperature here at Versailles has gone up. So too the pressure valve. We are down to the last 5 riders. And certainly for the top 4, you could throw a blanket over them. Michael Jung of Germany, Chris Burton of Australia, Laura Collette of Great Britain, and Tom McEwen, also of Great Britain, separated by just a single fence. We currently have Yoshi Ioe of Japan in the arena at the moment, who has just had a single fence down. It's a Japanese rider who is currently leading the overall individual here in Tomoto Kazuma. But that order you would expect is going to change. Waiting in the wings right now is Britain's Tom McEwen. Harry Mead, what on earth must he be going? What the emotions he must be experiencing?
Obviously, having jumped a show jumping round already today and produced an excellent clear round, that will have given him confidence. And now he's just, it really makes no difference to him whether he's in gold or 5th, because he's got to go in there and do one job, and that's repeat the performance he produced earlier and jump a clear round.
And his performance earlier was flawless as Tom McEwen, riding JL Dublin, enters the arena in the bottom left-hand corner here. Horse puts in a tiny little kind of buck as if to say, hello everyone, Look at me, I'm beautiful. This horse produced by Nicola Wilson, silver medalist for Britain at the London Olympics, who was with us on 5 Live earlier in the week. And Tom McEwen just nods to the judges. You hear the bell go. That means he has 45 seconds to present to the first fence. We have 9 obstacles here. It means 12 jumping efforts because we have 2 combinations on the course as Tom McEwen gets a nice lively canter as he approaches the first fence, the farthest away from us in the arena. It's then a left turn around a ring of flowers as he approaches this huge oxer at fence number 2. And that means 2 poles parallel to form a spread. He comes to the bottom left-hand corner, heads to this little rustic upright, which is decorated in barrels and grapes, a nod to the French wine industry. Now it's the treble. And he is safely through the treble at fence number 4. He's 27 seconds on the clock. He has 60 seconds to get home so he doesn't incur penalties. He's over fence 5 as he swings right into the top right-hand corner of this beautiful arena at Versailles. Fence number 6, he's over that. Now over the skinny upright at fence number 7. He's got 2 to go. It's just this double. He's riding beautifully on Dublin. He swings round. It's this huge oxer for the last fence. 53 seconds. He's going to be inside the time and he's clear. Tom McEwen, that has been a flawless round of show jumping to go with his equally flawless round in the team show jumping as he punches the air and he salutes the crowd. That was sensational, wasn't it, Harry Mead? As Laura Collette now enters the arena for Britain as well.
It was outstanding, and the key thing there was it was not just clear jumping, but it was clear time. And that although plenty of horses are jumping clear today, the time is what puts pressure on, and people make mistakes under pressure. So that could be the deciding factor for an individual medal.
Yes, and that round has put Tom McEwen into gold medal position as he just lets JL Dublin walk on a long rein out of this arena. It's got very warm here. There's a horse car wash behind us here where the horses can go in and be sprayed with cooling water. But now we focus on Laura Collette. Remember, they have already won the team gold medal today, Great Britain. This is the show jumping round that will sort the individual medals. Laura Collette was 9th last time out in Tokyo. She was disappointed with that. She wants to get on that podium as an individual as she clears the first fence. She sweeps left round into the middle of the arena around this ring of flowers and approaches this huge oxer, the spread, which she gives fresh air to by London 52. Approaches the rustic fence, a little upright. She's got that. And now she tells him, right, look, this is complicated. This is the treble. It's an oxer to a 2 uprights. Oh, she's got through that easily. And now she swings left to fence 5, 28 seconds. So she's making good time as she gives fresh air to fence 5 as well. She now swings. She's in the top right-hand corner of this arena now and then comes back on a left turn to this next fence at 6. And she's over that, Laura Collette. She just gives him a little, you look, this is skinny. And he's over it. The double now. And she clears the double. She is 1 fence from home, 52 seconds. She's going to make the time comfortably. Can she get over this LA 28? Yes, she can. Laura Collette. Oh my goodness, this is show jumping of the highest quality as she canters along the long line right underneath us and punches the air. I think Laura Collette is in tears down there because this horse, London 52, has just been magnificent today and she is thrilled. Harry Mead.
Well, she had everything to lose, so that was an unbelievably cool performance. Laura obviously dropped from 2nd to 3rd in the individual standings after the first round of jumping, which was the team competition, but she jumps at immaculate clear, fast, inside the time, so nothing to add. It keeps her, at worst, in 3rd place.
Yes, she just leads the horse out of the arena. We now just have 2 horses to go. And at the minute, Great Britain sit in gold and silver medal position. Laura Collette in gold, Tom McEwen in silver, both with immaculate rounds of show jumping. So It's down to Chris Burton of Australia, who is now in the arena in front of me, bronze medalist in Rio with the team. So this is a feisty competitor. He's riding Shadow Man. Can he spoil Great Britain's medal chances here as he takes the first fence and again sweeps round this ring of flowers into the centre of the arena, and it's this big oxer at number 2. But he's made that look very simple, this big, dark bay horse. And he's over the rustic upright as he just gives him a little pull ahead of this first oxer at the treble, and he makes that look easy, as he does fence parts 2 and 3. He's also looking good for time as he hits fence 5, and he is over that. He's now in that top right-hand corner of the arena as he swings round towards fence number 6. Again, this is an oxer, those 2 poles together. These horses are having to be asked to jump big spreads. He gets over and then into a little skinny. It's lots of questions. Now into the double at fence 8, the penultimate fence. He too, it looks like he's going to go clear here. It looks like he will go into the lead. And he does. That was brilliant.
That's an extraordinary performance. It's the man who was right at the top of the eventing world. He took a sabbatical from eventing, went pure jumping. He's based in England, down in Dorset and Cheddington. He focused on pure show jumping, tried to qualify for the Olympics for the Australian team in jumping, and at fairly short notice came back, leased this horse from British rider Ben Hobday, made a comeback to eventing, and at worst has secured the individual silver medal.
Yeah, that is and doesn't he look delighted as he waves to the crowd on the far side, and he's giving this horse a little canter to say, well done, mate. That was sensational as he transitions down to an active trot, waves to the crowd, and then just departs through the double fence, double gate, just away to my left-hand side. Now, in the arena, we have eventing royalty. And this is Michael Jung from Germany, who has already twice won Olympic gold in the individual eventing. He could become the first rider here to ever win the individual title 3 times. Now, obviously, if he goes clear here, he's going to knock Laura Collette down into the bronze medal position. She's currently sitting in silver. Tom McEwen is in bronze. He would miss out altogether if Jung goes clear. That is the challenge. Now, Michael Jung, he's just taken his horse up to the last part of the treble and just said, look, mate, this isn't the Olympics. There aren't thousands of people in the arena watching. There's not millions at home watching on the TVs. We're just at home, in the arena. Everything, nothing to see here, everything normal. As this horse, Chipmunk, just goes into a nice active canter. There's lots of space in this arena. It's quite a wide and open course as he heads towards the first fence. And he gives that plenty of fresh air again, swings round into the middle of the arena, heading towards the big oxer at number 2. Remember, these have spreads, and the horse swishes his tail as he clears that beautifully. Now there's a little rustic upright, and he just tugs on his inside rein ahead of this big oxer, the first part of the treble. Just told the horse to listen to him, and he did, through the treble with no problem at all, and he's looking good for time as well. Over number 5, another big oxer as he swings round into the top right-hand corner of the arena, heading towards the cross-country course almost, but he comes back round. Over another oxer. He is looking good here, Michael Jung, on Chipmunk. He's cleared the skinny, which is a big question on any course, and now it's this double. Can he get through? And he does. He's got 1 fence to go to claim Olympic gold and glory. And he's done it!
And he's inside the time as well. Michael Jung wins the gold medal for the 3rd time, the first rider in history to win 3 Olympic individual gold medals.
That is a phenomenal performance by one of the all-time greats of eventing. Michael Jung is quite an eventing rock star, and as Harry rightly says, as he takes off his hat and waves it to the crowd, he looks so overwhelmed and so thrilled. he is the first rider to win this individual title 3 times. Obviously, what that means in terms of Great Britain is that Laura Collette takes bronze here for Britain, Tom McEwen agonisingly in 4th, but Laura Collette will be thrilled because she finished 9th last time in Tokyo on London 52. She was disappointed with that. She has come back stronger. She's changed what she's done with the horse in the build-up to an Olympic Games, and it's paid off because she is going to be on that individual podium as well. It's been a great day for British eventing. Team gold and an individual bronze.
And Laura Collette as well, Harry, she's had such a good overall 3 days, hasn't she? Bearing in mind, she set the Olympic record on... What day was it? What day was the first one? Sonj?
2 days
Saturday?
ago.
2 days ago.
Saturday.
Whatever day that was.
She's set the Olympic record in the dressage, and I mean, she's had such a good games.
She has. I mean, it's been absolutely outstanding from start to finish. What cost her that win was
like time penalties, wasn't it? Cross country, yeah.
2 seconds over the time in the cross country phase, which was 0.8 penalties, and that dropped her out of the dressage lead, and then obviously the first round of show jumping, the team round of show jumping, she dropped down again. But I mean, it really has been outstanding. She's to have been on this consistent form throughout the run up to Tokyo, to be part of the gold medal team at Tokyo, and now to add gold and individual really is. It just shows her dominance in the sport.
Yeah, can we just put it into context? If she hadn't got those time penalties cross country, she wouldn't have won the gold medal. Such is the brilliance of Michael Young that she would have taken silver. But she is on the podium anyway. But you know, cross horses and there's so many things that can go wrong. That the fact that, you know, these British athletes have come out here and performed under the most intense pressure, because they were red-hot favourites to win the Olympic gold and successfully defend their title. You cannot understand what that does to an athlete's mentality in terms of, oh my God, we're the favourites, we're expected to win, and just let the narrow focus they have to just concentrate on their own job in hand, and to do that and win the team gold, and for Laura to come out and still get an individual medal is simply stunning at this level.
But the structure, Harry, following on from Sonja's point, the structure of this whole event plays with your emotions as a rider, doesn't it? Because you are part of a team, but you're also an individual, so you're working together for the greater good, but there is that element of competition as well. Something goes wrong, such as Ros Cantor's penalties yesterday, and you feel that disappointment as an individual and a little bit on the team's behalf, but you have to rouse yourself because you're still in the team event. I mean, to use the cliche, I mean, it really is a roller coaster for the three of them and their emotions, let alone when you then bring the horses into it.
Totally, and often the priority to start with is that team medal, so that's what everyone's focused on. But as soon as everybody's jumped the last fence and you realise you've won the team gold, as has happened in this situation, then your focus turns to the individual competition. But also the nature of the sport, the changes between the three phases, where you have the dressage and the precision in the first phase, and then the sort of adrenaline and quick instinctive reactions and bravery of horse and rider in the second phase, to this sort of last phase of agility with the show jumping. It really means that there is never a lucky winner. To come through all three phases with such different characteristics, and you almost require a split personality, and to dial up certain attributes within your brain which are helpful in one phase but detrimental in another phase, and to come through all of that and be on the podium is a staggering result.
So, I mean, overall, that by the way was a sigh of exhaustion over the last hour, not a sigh of disappointment. That has to be considered a very successful 3 days for all of them, doesn't it?
Of course. I mean, to come out and to defend that gold medal. Britain, incidentally, is the first nation now to have won 5 Olympic team golds. So they've sealed that. Yeah. They've got that bit of history in the bank, but to also add an individual medal on top of it. And yes, we came into it with with multiple individual chances, really from all three riders. But to have come out with team gold and an individual bronze medal is an absolute triumph. And there'll be some disappointments from Ros and Tom, who both would have felt that although they didn't underperform, they felt that they had an individual medal within their grasp. It's a wonderful performance.
And the other thing in all of this, Sonia, because we try to reflect the whole sport going on, whilst we focus on Team GB, we recognise everything else. You have been in the presence of an Olympic great this afternoon and seen him win gold.
Michael Young is, he's like the Lionel Messi of eventing. He is so brilliant. He's one of those riders. When you watch Messi and he's on the ball, and he just makes everything look so simple. Those athletes that just look like they've all got all the time in the world, whether it's a Federer forehand or it's Tiger Woods off the first tee. He is like that in the saddle. He makes it look so easy. And his illustrious CV speaks volumes. And to come to this level when there are so many nuances with horses, and to have become the first person to win the individual title 3 times, that is truly remarkable. And remember, he's not doing this always on the same horses either. These are different horses. And so to be able to keep bringing on these horses and to be performing at this level consistently on different horses is quite incredible.
Finally, I'm told that the crowd have been able to hear your commentary through most of that. They keep coming up to say merci to you.
I've had this morning after the team jumping fun, there was 2 lovely Irish chaps came up to me. Well, I'm not going to do an Irish accent, that would be rude. But they were saying, we really enjoyed that. We knew exactly what was going on. I was like, okay, that's great. And I've just had another chap tap me on the shoulder, and he looked at me, and I was like, have I done something wrong? Who are you? And he was like, no, merci, très bien. I'm like, okay, brilliant. So that's been a lot of fun. And the other thing that is a lot of fun, Mark, is, medals, when they've never say never work with children and animals. Yeah. And then you have a medal ceremony involving horses.
Brilliant.
Right?
Brilliant.
Because you want them for that one moment, please stand still. And of course then you've got a team of 3 and you've got 3 teams of 3 on the podium. So you've got 9 horses.
Plus bands and national anthems.
Plus bands and national... Yeah. Have you
flags
have you been in that situation, Harry, when it's gone a little bit Pete Tong?
I have. At least they don't have a sort of live brass band, which they often have.
Yeah. So,
good stuff.
And there's nothing that is going to look more stunning later than this vast crowd in the shadow of the Palace of Versailles in this gorgeous arena when the British team, they all go round to cant around with their lap of honour, and then the riders in silver and bronze file out, and then the British team will be left in the arena to no doubt having the crowd cheering and clapping as they do their lap of honour. It will be sensational.
Great stuff. Sonia and Harry, thank you both very much for that. We will hear from Laura Collette a little bit later on after her individual bronze. Back to Jonathan Overend.
And the medal ceremony for the men's mountain bike cross country. And for the reasons you've just been discussing with Sonia and the complications of the medal ceremonies at the equestrian, despite this being Team GB's 2nd gold of the afternoon, it will be the first medal ceremony. So it will be the first time we will hear at these Paris Olympics the national anthem. And at 4:03 on a sunlit Parisian afternoon, the incredible Tom Pidcock is about to take his place on top of the podium after one of the most astonishing pieces of sport that I think I've ever seen at an Olympic Games, Victoria Pendleton. I mean, you've been at the heart of so many, winning gold medals galore yourself. But I mean, where was that in terms of stuff you've watched as a spectator?
I mean, it was dramatic. It was dramatic. There was highs, there was lows, there was mechanicals, there was collisions, there was so many changes in position. It was absolutely exciting from start to finish. It definitely wasn't a victory parade by any means. It was an unbelievable and very, very memorable race.
I mean, if you look at the data sheet, as Mark said a minute ago, he ended up winning by 9 seconds. So it actually was a decent victory. But that doesn't start to scratch the surface of the story of this 1 hour, 26 minutes race, with Pidcock suffering a front wheel puncture, having to get his front wheel changed, taking 45 seconds basically on the sidelines out of the race, bit by bit, working his way through the field. But then the twist on the final lap, extraordinary. Congratulations to Adam Hatherley from South Africa, who receives the bronze medal. He was just 11 seconds off the lead, and he is all smiles. And for me, that's been one of the most amazing things of the first few days of these games. We've seen a little bit of disappointment here or there, but for the most part, everyone on the podium has been absolutely ecstatic with the colour of the medal hanging around their neck. And for Hatherley, what an achievement that is. He wins the bronze medal. The silver is going to France. They won gold in this event yesterday in the women's mountain bike cross country. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, what an extraordinary victory that was for her. But just as happy, it seems, is Victor Koretsky. Listen to the cheer. What a reception he received throughout this race. He led it for so long. I would suggest he led it for an hour, at least an hour.
I would agree. An hour he was out the front. We thought untouchable at one stage, and then
he was overtaken.
Yeah,
he was chased down, he was overtaken, and yet back he came. And he was in the lead a couple of turns from the end when Pidcock audaciously took him on the inside, slaloming round a tree in the most incredible manoeuvre. But Koretsky holds his medal, he holds his gift high, and the tricolor waves to the side of the court. And now, on the home straight, under the finish line, in tears, Tom Pidcock, the 24-year-old from Leeds, stands atop the podium for the second time. It happened 3 years ago in Tokyo, and it's happened again in Paris. A two-time Olympic gold medalist in the mountain bike. What a phenomenal achievement, and how brightly that gold medal shines in the reflection of the French sunshine. He proudly stares at it. He tries to untangle the ribbon, and he turns it straight, and he shakes the hands of the dignitaries. He receives his gift, which is a gold laminated poster, the official poster of these Olympic Games, in a presentation case. What an achievement. The equestrian medals haven't yet been awarded, and so for the first time we hear the national anthem, and for the first time since 1948 in London, God Save the King. Since the 12th of August 1948, when David Bond and Stuart Morris won gold in the sailing event, every single British gold medal has been serenaded under the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. Now, God Save the King for Thomas Pidcock. Huge congratulations, and a wonderful scene of smiles and sunshine as the three on the podium hold themselves together, celebrate together, and Team GB has its second gold medal of the Games.
And for the last 10 seconds, 15 seconds or so of the anthem, Jonathan, he closed his eyes, didn't he, and maybe just bit down on his bottom lip as he now bites on that gold medal. But there were understandable emotions just towards the end of the anthem.
There really were, and for all of us watching it now, I think we're all feeling the same. And say it again, it's what the Olympic Games does to you, isn't it? I mean, it makes you feel really weird emotions that you kind of think, oh, I've seen everything, I've seen this, I've seen that, and then something new happens. Something takes you by surprise, something lifts you out of your seat completely unsurprisingly, and that is sport, and that is why we love it.
Before he got the medal, Tom Pidcock spoke to Jill Douglas, so we can hear from him now.
Tom, my goodness me. A successful defence of that Olympic title. You were not going to let this one slip away, but how on earth did you do that? It was superhuman.
No, it wasn't easy, but yeah, it's keeping my glasses on for a reason. Yeah, I think, the Olympics is so special, and I think it's just like, you never give up, so give everything, and that's what I had to do. I knew that Victor was going to be super fast on the last lap, even if I couldn't get rid of him, so I knew it was going to be a big fight, and he left a gap and I had to go for it, so that's racing. Some people might view it differently, and I wanted to show what sport is, not giving up. It's a shame the French were booing me, but
There were plenty of cheers for you, Tom, I can assure you, and I know at home the whole world would have been cheering you, and you had the family here as well. So special to be able to celebrate with them, given that obviously Tokyo was such a quiet affair.
Yeah. It's super nice that they're all. I haven't actually seen anyone yet apart from my girlfriend, so I need to go find them. But thank you.
What went through your mind when that puncture happened? Because your team were so quick, it was like a Formula One change.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they're all used to things going so well that Bruno, my mechanic, was not even was not ready. But he did a super fast change in the end. My bike was perfect, apart from my mistake of puncturing. So I can't thank everyone enough. Coming out the tour with COVID, and then everyone around me, we just trained perfectly for this, and
brilliant performance. Thank you so much. We'll see you after the medal ceremony. Go get it. Well done.
That's what it means, Victoria. You will recognise those emotions.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing the emotion in his voice there and watching that race, he had to battle so much. It wasn't a cruise. He wasn't just easily riding around there. He had to attack, get back up to the lead, take the lead, get a puncture, which he then says was his fault. I'm not quite sure how you purposely puncture your front wheel, but I wouldn't blame yourself, Tom. But then to come back and fight back from that, and you just watch him racing, and everything is giving 100%, aggressive, full on, never giving up. What an incredible role model, and an incredible race to watch. Like one of the most exciting cross-country mountain bike races I have ever seen.
Are you done for the day now, Jonathan, after your silver in the diving and the gold there? Yes?
Probably off the table tennis or something. I don't know. I'll have to check the rotor.
Right, more from Jonathan to come. Right then, John Akers, what have you got up your sleeve for us this afternoon?
I've got Adam Burgess of Great Britain going in the semi-finals of the C1 canoe. That's kneeling down, single paddle. The 32-year-old is about to go on his semi-final run now. Looks really relaxed, just gave a smile. He's got the white sunblock over his nose and under both eyes, and he's off in this semi-final. Needs to qualify in the top 11 here. It's 12 overall, but he's second last to go. So as long as he sees 11th, Adam Burgess will be all good for the final. 12 of 16 qualify. Through two downstream gates into a stopper. It splashes up around him. He's clean so far through the first 6 gates. He's 0.41 slower than Trave of Spain at the moment. That's a nice spin. And then across the stopper and into an upstream red gate, round it clean. It's really tidy, this, from Adam Burgess of Stoke-on-Trent at the moment. Down into another forward downstream gate, and another, just has to dip his head around that one. The Union Jack on his paddle in his yellow and grey canoe as he's kneeling down and now powering through. He's quicker than Trave now. He's made up some time in that section, Adam Burgess. This is looking good for the Brit. He's got stuck a little bit though, going across a stopper. That was quite deliberate. Punts off the wall. That's where they push off the side wall, and then he down, drops into 2 forward downstream gates, and then nicely across and round and upstream. Wearing the number 7 here, Adam Burgess. Got all his family here supporting him. He's slower than Trave through that section. He's 1.22 slower than the leader. Only needs a clear run now and he'll qualify for the final. Last upstream red gate, then across to the last remaining 2 downstream gates. Doesn't need to miss one. He hasn't. Oh, it's professional. It's really good from Adam Burgess. He's done enough. He's 3rd quickest overall. The Union Jacks flutter in the crowd and he punches the air, and his yellow t-shirted support crew, his mum and his dad and his brother over from Hong Kong, he points at them in the crowd. He knows he's done enough. He'll be in the final at 4:20, and at the moment he'll go off 3rd from last. Leading at the moment is Trave of Spain. Tassiadis, a former silver medalist, is 2nd of Germany. He looked good. And Savsek, who is the favourite for this, is behind Burgess in 4th at the moment.
Adam Burgess through to the final then. Dallas Lloyd at the tennis.
Yes, Novak Djokovic has beaten Rafael Nadal 6-1, 6-4 inside an hour and 44 minutes. Not quite the epic contest of old that we've become accustomed to with these two. Nadal did fight back from 4-love down in the second to bring it back to 4-all, giving hope to him and the Philippe Chatrier crowd. But Djokovic, in all honesty, didn't really need to get out of 3rd gear, and he remains on course for that elusive Olympic gold medal.
4:14 here in Paris, 3:14 at home. You're listening to 5 Live, and Tony Livesey has the news.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
So as Tony explained, Tony will stay across that horrific news story this afternoon, and we will keep going back to Tony for updates on the situation. And we will balance that with telling you what has been going on here in Paris on day 3 of the Olympics, where Great Britain have won their first gold medals of the Games this afternoon. The first one came in the team element of the eventing. Laura Collett, part of that team. She went on to win individual bronze as well. And then Tom Pidcock recovered from picking up a puncture to win gold in a thrilling mountain biking event. So they were the 2 golds and a bronze. And also today there has been a silver, and that came for Tom Daley and Noah Williams in the men's synchronised 10-metre platform diving. So they are how the medals have panned out for Britain so far today, and we hope to talk to Tom Daley and Noah Williams in the next half hour or so here on 5 Live. Britain's women have qualified for the Rugby Sevens quarter-final later. We'll know who they'll face in a little while. Adam Burgess is through to the final of the canoe slalom, and that will come up a little bit later as well. Away from actually what's happened today and going back to one of the stories of yesterday, Adam Peaty, of course, winning a silver in the men's 100-metre breaststroke. In one of his post-race interviews, he did mention that he had woken up with a sore throat. Well, those symptoms became worse after the final. He was tested for COVID earlier this morning, and he has tested positive for that point. So the statement from Team GB actually says that he is hopeful to be back in competition for the relay events later on. The situation is being managed appropriately, and all the usual precautions are being taken. I think we do know, actually, who Britain's women are taking on in the Rugby Sevens quarter-finals, which are coming up a little bit later on. Sarah Orchard, how has it all panned out?
Yeah, so the Stade de France today, it's the final of the pool stage here of the Women's Rugby Sevens. So we're currently watching out onto the field where it's New Zealand who are absolutely thumping Fiji at the moment. But Great Britain, yes, they won their match earlier against South Africa. It confirmed their place in the quarter-finals, and we now know that at 8:30 tonight UK time, they will be taking on the USA in their quarter-final. It's going to be a big task for Great Britain, that fixture. There's no two ways about it. The USA are a very good side, but of all the teams they could have ended up meeting, I think they'll actually be pretty pleased. We're still waiting to find out, though, if Ireland have actually got through to the quarter-finals, so we need to get the result of this final match in first.
OK, thank you, Sarah. Let's get a boxing update next. Here's Steve Bunce.
Yes, thanks, Chappers. Kelly Harrington, the Irish woman who was the Olympic champion a few years ago in Tokyo, she was masterful, cruising through a round of 16 fight. And we've just had the first of the big lags. Terramona from Australia a first-round knockout, dropped his opponent Dmitry Lovchinsky twice in the first round. It was stopped, then celebrated with a haka dance in the ring, the crowd like that. Up next, the Olympic champion from Tokyo and a man who's unbeaten in 14 fights as a pro, the big Uzbek, Bakadir Jalilov. This evening at about 9 o'clock, it's Delicious Ori.
Let's take you back to the eventing gold medal, which came thanks to Ros Cantor, Laura Collette and Tom McEwen. A little earlier on, maybe 20 minutes or so ago, they received their medals, and Sonia McLaughlin was there watching in Versailles.
And the French team wave to the crowd, who are on their feet here, giving their silver medalists in the eventing an ovation as they punch the air. They ask the French team to give them more applause. In this bright sunshine at the Palace of Versailles, the crowd are on their feet to give an ovation to these team medalists in the eventing. The horses with their grooms walking around the arena. One or two of them are a little bit agitated by the crowd.
Gold medalists and Olympic champions representing Great Britain.
As Laura Collette, Tom McEwen and Ros Cantor step onto the top spot in the podium, and they wave to the crowd. They give each other hugs and kisses, a pat on the back, as the first medal, Ros Cantor, is put around her neck by Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, herself an Olympian. And Laura Collette thanks the Princess for her medal, as she then places gold around the neck of Tom McEwen. A flawless round of show jumping that has seen this British team win gold, successfully defend their Olympic title that they won in Tokyo. And they get their official posters presented to them by David O'Connor, himself an Olympian, the Australian rider who, until earlier this week, held the Olympic record in the eventing dressage. But it was beaten by Laura Collette. And they use their posters to salute the crowd. They are all smiles. This team of three, with all the pressure and the expectation on their shoulders, as favourites, have come to Paris and delivered. And for the second time today
Ladies and
at the Paris
gentlemen,
Games,
if you can, please stand for the anthem of Great Britain.
we will hear God Save the King. Fans here with their union flags, wave them in the sunshine. The Japanese team with their bronze medals, the French, a huge ovation for them, winning silver. But it's gold for Great Britain as Her Royal Highness Princess Royal and David O'Connor leave the arena. The horses wait patiently. London 52, Dublin and Lordships Gruffalo for their riders to remount and enjoy a lap of honour in the sunshine in the Palace of Versailles to salute Great Britain, who for the second Olympics in a row are champions in the eventing.
They are, and remember as well, there was an individual bronze for Laura Collette. Tom McEwen finishing just outside the medals on the individual side of things. He finished fourth. Let's look ahead to the hockey. We've got a Pool B match on the way between Great Britain's women and Australia. Olympic gold medalist Helen Richardson-Walsh is part of our Five Live team. Afternoon, Helen.
Good afternoon, Travers.
Now, it's a big game for Britain, this, isn't it? Because they lost their opening one. It's going to be tough against Australia, but they will already have eyes on potential quarter-final opponents.
Yeah, it will be a tough one. I mean, Australia are and always have been very good at hockey, one of the top teams. And even though they are not probably, one of the best at the moment, they always kind of bring their best at the Olympic Games. They only beat South Africa 2-1 in their first game, but Great Britain are going to have to bring much more than what they did yesterday if they're going to beat this Australian team, and they'll be wanting to get something out of this game.
They need a win out of a couple of the teams that they still have to play who are ranked higher than that. I mean, England are the world rankings that are based on, but who are provisionally ranked higher than Great Britain if they're going to avoid finishing fourth. Because if you finish fourth, then the potential is you take on the world's best in the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Great Britain will just be thinking about qualifying for the quarterfinals. If that is finishing fourth and they've got to take on the Dutch, then so be it. With the loss against Spain, it wasn't the best start to the tournament, but there's still plenty of games to go. And they need to start well, I think, in this game. They didn't do that well yesterday, and they went down really early. If they keep it really tight in these opening minutes, Australia, they're good, but they are absolutely beatable. But we want to see a better performance from Great Britain today.
I think you thought, didn't you, that they were frantic in that defeat to the Spanish?
I thought it was a little bit frantic at times, yeah. In the midfield in particular, there was just a little bit too much turnover. We've got some incredible players in this team, that have the potential to really play some really nice hockey and really face the pressure. And I think that's going to be, especially key today. Australia have a really strong midfield. That's where their strength lies. And so Team GB are going to have to face the pressure. They're going to have to want the ball in midfield, expect to be, pressed really hard, but keep wanting that ball and don't throw it away. Know their next pass and keep possession for much longer periods of time.
So in football, right? In football, we always talk about, sometimes just put your foot on it and slow it down, take the heat out of it, and just assess where you're at. Is it the same in hockey? Is it, I suppose to think of is it put your stick on it and just calm it down?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. You've seen hockey these days. It's so fast.
Yes.
And you have that, sometimes you can get carried away with it. And that's where the experience comes in so much. David Ralph, the coach of Great Britain, he wants them to play quick. But sometimes they just need to slow it down and just assess, okay, where are we at? Is this the time to go? Have we got numbers where we need them? Or actually, let's just put the stick on it and like you say, just hold it up a little bit and make sure we have numbers ahead of the ball before we start playing. And that's where the experienced people of Roper, Pernwebb, Ansley, we really need them to kind of take control of it today.
Thanks, Helen. Talk later.
Cheers, Trappers.
Thank you, Helen Richardson-Walsh, with us as part of our Five Live team. The hockey, let's bring in our silver medalist from earlier this morning, shall we? In the men's synchronised 10-metre platform, Tom Daly and Noah Williams are waiting to talk to us. Afternoon to you both. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you enjoy it, Tom?
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. It was, this year has really been a bonus year for me, and to be able to have another go at an Olympics and to be able to do it in front of my family, it's just felt very, very special to have this, moment, and to come away with another medal and to complete the set is, it's been very special to do that alongside Noah too.
I was watching old French television now. I was saying to people earlier on air that there were a lot of ooh la las in the French commentary throughout the whole of the competition. But the two of you seem very relaxed from start to finish.
I think we made it our goal to be relax and have fun and enjoy it and soak in the atmosphere, because I think I fell into the trap of my previous Olympics of really kind of like almost torturing myself through them, because you want to do well so badly that you don't give yourself the chance or the opportunity to enjoy it. So this time round I was like, you know what, I'm going to walk out and I am going to look up into the crowd. I'm going to find my friends and family. I'm going to wave at them. I'm going to enjoy it and soak it in. And I think that's what we did today, and it allowed us to have fun and dive at, well, it was an international personal best for us, I think.
Did you discuss that philosophy beforehand, Noah? Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, I definitely did. I mean, it's the first competition in a long time where I've genuinely enjoyed it. I think going into the comp, we both knew we were ready, and that gave us the opportunity to just go out, have fun, and then we knew whatever happened would happen.
Did you feel like, Noah, that it was the third of your dives where, I mean, this isn't diving parlance, I suppose, but where you put your foot down and went ahead of the rest of the field, with the exception of the Chinese?
Oh, I had no clue. I was not watching anyone else. I was just focused.
I'm the scoreboard watcher.
Yeah, Tom watches and he knows where we are, and I was focused, but I was having a good time. So yeah, I mean, if we were ahead of everyone else, I'm happy.
So what are you saying then, Tom, to Noah during at the end of each dive, and you're looking at the scoreboard? How much information are you giving him?
I don't talk to Noah during the competition at all.
He doesn't like me.
We literally say, well, Noah says ready, and I say and 1, 2, 3, go, and that's pretty much all we say to each other throughout the whole, because we've gone through every single scenario in training. What if something happens? What diver do we want to go and get a coaching comment on? What diver do we go up onto the board? All of those things are already so pre-planned that we don't need to distract each other from being in our zone. The only time we might have a little bit of an interaction with each other is once we've finished our dive and we get out, and I'm always like, how was yours? And or I'll come out first of it and I'll say, I was a little bit short, but I think it was okay, just to be able to kind of relieve some of that tension before waiting for the scores to come up. But then I'm the only one that looks at the scoreboard, and I do all the maths to figure out how far behind, how much we need, because that for me is something that gives me that little extra boost to want to do better the next time.
Well, Noah, it obviously works, doesn't it? Whether you talk or not, who looks at the scoreboard or not, it works, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just let him do his thing, I do my thing, and then we came together, and I mean, I'm happy with the result. I don't know if he is.
Oh, I am, massively. I mean, if you had told me 18 months ago that I'd be on the Olympic diving board again, I would have laughed at you. But here we are with another medal.
And now, Tom, you're going to keep being asked whether you're going to go again, aren't you? I know you've already been asked it a few times.
I mean, that's probably the most common question that I get asked. But, I want to enjoy today, and then we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's a new day.
Go and enjoy. Congratulations to you both. Thanks for putting the headphones on. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. Tom Daly, Noah Williams, silver medalist in the diving. It's exactly 4 o'clock. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Yes, thanks, chappers. Tony Livesey here. I did mention a few moments ago that I keep you up to date with this breaking news from Southport. Throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live, so we're just going to get a quick update now. We appreciate people are joining us all the time here on the station. I will repeat a warning I've given already countless times this afternoon. The news you're about to hear, we're on for about 5 minutes in this spot. It is distressing. It does involve young children, so you may, particularly if you've got little ears around the radio, you may choose to switch it down, turn it down for 5 minutes or so before we get back to our Olympic coverage. Right, well, what we do know so far about what's happened today in Southport is that at least 8 people, and that does include children, have been treated for stab injuries after a major incident this morning. Merseyside police say armed officers arrested a man at the scene. They stressed there is no wider threat to the public. A knife was seized. Eyewitnesses have described children, some covered in blood, running from a holiday club in Hart Street in the town. That's where a Taylor Swift yoga and dance workshop was taking place. That's aimed at children aged 6 to 10, as well as multiple air ambulances. The North West Ambulance Service said it had sent 13 ambulances to the scene, treating 8 patients for stab wounds. They've now been taken to 3 hospitals, including Liverpool's Alderhay Children's Hospital, which as a result has declared a major incident. They've only asked parents now to bring their children to its A&E department if it is absolutely urgent. The Prime Minister, speaking on social media this afternoon, Sir Keir Starmer, has described the attack as horrendous and deeply shocking, and said that he was being kept updated as the situation developed. We can get more now from the scene, actually, from Southport, with our reporter Jessica Jane. Jessica, hello to you.
Hi, Tony. How are you?
Hi, yeah. So I've given you heard me there, I've given a brief overview. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Well, so I'm on Hart Street right now, and there's a police cordon has been set up, so that blue and white police tape that people will be familiar with seeing on the news. And there is an incredible number of police vans and police officers in this area. Also, lots of people have come out of their houses. This is a really residential lot of streets. Someone described them to me as sort of good, solid Victorian houses, and lots of people have been coming out. They're just really, really worried and really concerned to hear about what's happened in their area. You know, lots of people saying this is a really family-focused area. Lots of young families, some older families, lots of people who look after their grandchildren in this area. So loads of them coming out and saying to us today, you know, what do we know, and telling us what they've been hearing and talking about their concerns. As I say, the police have cordoned off this section of the road. Lots and lots of journalists here as well, as I'm sure you can imagine, and people just trying to sort of find out some more about what happened earlier. What we know from the police, of course, 8 people were injured in this incident. They've been taken to those 3 hospitals. One of them is Oldroyd Children's Hospital in Liverpool, as you said, and that hospital has declared that major incident this afternoon.
Yeah, and Jessica, so I've kind of been getting a feel for the area. I spoke to a local councillor earlier and a man who works nearby, but you get the sense, so you can tell us more, you're right there, that it is a residential area, and undoubtedly there will have been a lot of witnesses to these horrific scenes this morning.
Yeah, I'm afraid there will have been. Like I said, the police have kind of cordoned off a lot of the area. So we've been speaking to people who live slightly on the outside, but even people here, you know, they know people who live down here. Lots of people have used this. Apparently it's a yoga studio that's been running this Taylor Swift holiday club. And someone said, you know, on Facebook just this morning they were posting, you know, that the holiday club is full up today. That lots of people know the area. They know people who live in this area. People have been saying, that they know family members who live nearby. 2 local buildings have been set up as sort of support centres for family members as well. And one guy came up, he had a car full of bottles of water, and he said that he'd been to all of the local supermarkets and was collecting bottles of water and bits of food and taking it round, just to try and do his bit, really, because, as you say, it's a really, really residential area, and lots of people here, I think, are really shocked, but also kind of wanting to come out and wanting to help in any way that they can.
Yeah, that's certainly reflected in what I've heard. Jessica, listen, for now, thank you. That's our reporter, Jessica Jane, at the scene on Hart Street in Southport. Well, I mentioned there that I have been chatting to eyewitnesses. So earlier we heard from Colin. He works very close by and witnessed what happened, indeed, right from the start when the alleged attacker arrived on the scene. 2 things to say about this. It lasts for 2 minutes 45, this interview. Again, if you're deciding to choose not to listen to it because some of the details, quite frankly, are distressing. Also, we're unable to independently verify what Collins had to say, but he was on the scene as things unfolded. So let's have a listen to what local resident Colin had to say a little earlier.
A lad was in my yard in a green hoodie with a mask on, wouldn't pay a taxi driver. Now, the taxi driver, I don't know who he is, followed him out. Me and a customer confronted this lad and said, you need to pay the taxi driver, and he just said, what are you going to do? And walks off. So I went to the end of the entry, and all I saw was the back end of the taxi going into the next entry, which is where this has all happened. Now, the lad must have disappeared and the taxi couldn't see him. But I had expected to see the lad going off up the road. Anyway, I went back into work, and I've carried on working. Now, the next thing I know is one of my employees is phoning me. He says, you need to get out here now. Hurry up, get Julian. So we all ran out, and there's young girls, young kids, all bleeding. There's other people older than James he needs a medal. He apparently went to the door of the building because he heard all these girls screaming, and he said it wasn't screaming like a normal play scream, because he's got 2 young kids and he'll know this. He said, and when he went out, he just seen like a group run past him, about 10 of them, all bleeding. So they got ushered into a house across the road, and away from it all. James had gone to see where it was coming from, and he managed to get this girl from the doorway and bring her out onto the road. And I hope to God she survived, but you know what, I was on the phone to the police and trying to call the police, get here now. You need to get here now, you need armed, you need loads of ambulances, there's young kids, you know, it's just a young kids' playground. You know, why would you do these things to these kids? It's horrific. And the ambulance started arriving then, it was just mayhem. It was all cordoned off now. They've captured the lad. He's taken him. He went. He's a lucky lad because all the neighbours were out. They would have lynched him. But, you know, you need some worse punishment for these types of things. How can you get away with it? You just go in jail. It's the worst thing I've seen ever in my life.
That is Colin speaking to me a little bit earlier. He works on Hart Street in Southport, where this major incident's taken place today. At least eight people have been stabbed. Some of them children. Alder Hey Children's Hospital in Liverpool has declared a major incident. It was a dance and yoga event, we're told, for primary school children aged between 6 and 10, a Taylor Swift dance and yoga event. So police have arrested a man. They've seized a knife. The imminent danger is over. There's no wider threat to the public. Say the police. We're conscious here, of course, it is difficult to listen to. There is help if you want it on the BBC's Action Line website. That's at bbc.co.uk/Action Line. I'll be back at 5 with an extended news update here on 5 Live. You can follow all the latest on the BBC News Live page. That's online and on the BBC News app as well, and on the news channel. You can also view it on iPlayer. For now, that is it. As I say, I'll be back at 5. I'm going to hand you back now to our Olympics team with Chappers. It's 9 minutes past 4.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, we're live here in Paris, day 3 of the Olympic Games, which has seen medals for Great Britain, 2 golds, 1 silver and 1 bronze. The golds coming courtesy of Tom Pidcock in the men's cross-country cycling, and also the British team in the eventing. The bronze also came with the horses, with Laura Collette getting an individual bronze in that event. Tom McEwen finished 4th, just outside of the medals. And the silver, as you may have heard before the extended news, came from Tom Daley and Noah Williams in the diving, and we will talk more about that in the next 20 minutes or so. Let's just look ahead to the gymnastics, though. In the Porte de la Chapelle arena, we can find Eleanor Oldroyd and 4-time Olympic medalist Lewis Smith getting ready for the men's team event and the medals to be decided tonight. Ellie.
Yes, the first medals in this gymnastics competition in the Bercy Arena, Mark, and the Great Britain team of Jake Jarman, Joe Fraser, Max Whitlock, Luke Whitehouse and Harry Hepworth, looking to do something that hasn't been done by GB since 2012, which is to win a medal in the team event. We've had individual medals for Team GB since then. Very much out-and-out favourites will be China and Japan. The way this works is that all 6 pieces of apparatus will be competed on. Not everybody goes on every piece of apparatus, and we'll see 4 at a time, partly to make it easier, 3 at a time, partly to make it easier for TV. But Lewis Smith, you were part of that team in 2012 that won that bronze medal. Can they do it today, do you think?
Oh, I mean, I dare to believe. I mean, everything looked like it's possible on the qualification event. but the format is different. It's no longer 4 up on the apparatus, it's now 3 up, and it gives chances like America and Ukraine to kind of drop those mistakes and carry higher scores. So I think it's going to be all to play for a bronze medal, but I believe we can do this.
You are very positive about this. I know you are, which is good, and it's what we love to see. But the difficulty is, as you said, that China and Japan very much dominated the qualifying, but then GB pulled out the performance of their lives, really, in qualifying to get that 3rd place. Then quite a big gap below them to Ukraine, then a very small gap between Ukraine and the USA. And the USA particularly didn't have the greatest of days in qualifying, and you can only think that they're going to improve.
Yeah, I mean, the Americans are quite good at rising to the occasion, typically in gymnastics, so you can really kind of expect them to up their score and kind of settle into the competition a bit better than they did during the qualifiers. But yeah, like I said, I think for 3rd place it's going to be a very, very close competition. But if we can try and replicate some of that genius that we delivered on the qualification day, then I truly believe that we can get that medal.
First piece of apparatus up for GB, who will go in the rotation with Ukraine, will be the pommel horse. There's Jake Jarman, there's Joe Fraser, and then there is the great Max Whitlock. So a nice strong start on pommels would set the tone for the rest of the evening.
It would, and I mean, I haven't spoken to any of the coaches, so I don't really know their strategy, but this could be an opportunity for Max to try a harder routine, one that he might potentially do in a pommel horse final. It will boost the team score and give him a good warm-up for the apparatus final. So look out for potentially Max changing his routine. But yeah, that would be a great start to this all-round this men's team final.
We are underway in 17 minutes' time, Mark, and the lights flashing in the Livesey Arena. It's very nice to be inside and in the cool on a day like this.
Can this be quite tactical then, Lewis? But, you know, as Ellie says, the teams are split up into different groups because of TV commitment. So if you go later, presumably you know what you have to do, but if you go earlier, you can lay down a marker. But you also say sometimes you can change your routine and the difficulty, presumably, depending on what teammates have done.
I mean, usually you see things like that in terms of strategicness play a part towards the last or second to last rotation, when teams are really starting to figure out what they might need to score to either try and creep up or to maintain a medal. Then you can see either some people doing an easier routine to eliminate the risk, or you can see gymnasts trying harder routines to try and get those extra temps. So I think we'll really see a strategic game being played towards the last 2 rotations.
Okay, we'll be back with Ellie and Lewis a little bit later on. The gymnastics is one we're keeping an eye on. We've got the canoeing to keep an eye on as well, with Adam Burgess going in the final of that a little bit later on. That should be in the next hour or so. And also Britain's women are in action in the hockey. They're underway against Australia. Sarah Orchard and Helen Richardson-Walsh.
Yeah, we're deep into the first quarter now at the Yves de Manoir Stadium between Great Britain and Australia. It's still scoreless at the moment with just under 2 minutes to play in this Pool B fixture. Of course, Great Britain's women, they come into this after an opening loss against Spain, while Australia, the Hockey Roos as they're known, they had a 2-1 win over South Africa. Pretty evenly matched between the two so far, Helen.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm reasonably happy with the start. Still 0-0. Australia possibly just having the upper hand, but both having corners. It probably wasn't until about 7 minutes into this first quarter where Great Britain managed to actually get the ball and set up into their outlet shape and actually have decent possession of the ball. So pretty even to begin with.
Yeah, pretty calm so far, but there's always a little bit of bite between Great Britain and Australia. It doesn't matter what the sport is, does it? But we've got a minute to play of the first quarter. It's Great Britain 0, Australia 0.
Thank you. Now, before 4 o'clock, we heard from Tom Daly and Noah Williams after their silver for Great Britain in the men's 10-metre platform diving earlier. Delighted to say Matty Lee is with us, the man who won gold with Daly in Tokyo 3 years ago. You told BBC TV, I think, that you just had to be there to support your friends.
Yeah.
Are you a good watcher?
I mean, I'd rather be competing because I know I'm in control.
I'm a nervous wreck watching other people do it, and it wasn't really fun watching, to be honest, at all.
So you're more nervous just sat on a normal bucket seat in an arena than you are 10 metres up in the air about to plummet.
I mean, it sounds silly, but
it does, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah. But that's what I trained 20 years, so that's why it feels so normal.
I said to Noah that they seem to have a very steady start, and then the third dive kind of took them away from everybody bar the Chinese who won the gold medal. And he said he couldn't really remember. It was just one dive after the next.
Yeah, no, that I remember. Like, people ask me about Tokyo, and I'm like, I can't really remember the specifics of each round, each dive, because you are just, you're so concentrated on the event. You don't want to be distracted. You are in the zone. If you're doing well, you're in the zone. And clearly, the boys today were in the zone.
I was talking to Lewis Smith, and you heard that about the tactics in the gymnastics. Can you have tactics in the diving? I mean, can you move your routines around? Do they all have to be predetermined in what order you're going to do them?
Yeah, so it's all predetermined. You have to you put a dive list in. I think it's normally 24 hours before the event. There isn't tactics really, but you can get lucky because, for example, I think like in Tokyo, wherever me and Tom were at in the standings, like we were putting the pressure on China, and clearly they felt that, and then they slightly crumbled. So that kind of obviously did help us, but that's not in our control whatsoever. We kind of just realised it and capitalised on it.
Okay, I mean, a word on the Chinese pair. I mean, they were absolutely serene, weren't they? They were not going to crumble at all.
No, that team was very, very good today. Basically unbeatable. Their score was very high this time round.
They both, for differing reasons, had their own motivations, didn't they?
Yes. Which
emotional motivations, whether that's for Tom and his son being there, well, both children there, but his elder son to be there to watch him. For Noah, in the memory of Dave Jenkins, his coach, you sense it fired them.
Yes, no, absolutely. I think obviously Tom's whole motivation coming back to the sport was to be able to show Robbie, obviously, and Phoenix, but Phoenix isn't going to remember. He's too young. Yeah. But Robbie will remember, and I think with Noah, I was Dave Jenkins was meant to coach me after Tokyo, and we trained together in Leeds, and that was a horrible, sad loss for us all. But definitely that would have carried Noah today, and he would have felt that emotion. But obviously dealt with it and performed amazingly.
His memory has truly been honoured, actually, hasn't it? Both from Noah and from Scarlett on the opening day with the bronze. And both Noah and Scarlett, I think, at times would have wondered whether to carry on, and I think they've both been quite open about that. And yet, Dave's memory and Dave's aura has meant, they've both continued.
Yeah, they both of them definitely had times where they probably were going to stop, and I definitely, both of them. I remember I spoke to them. I train with them every day, so I know that they've struggled, especially in the very early days of it, as you would. But I'm very glad that they pushed through, and look, they both medalled, and Dave will 100% be smiling wherever he is.
How brutal is it as a sport? I mean, you've had your injuries. Mm-hmm. How incessantly brutal is it when you're doing that kind of training on a daily basis?
It's extremely brutal. It's like no other. Obviously, I haven't been diving recently. Had surgery on my back, and it's the first time in my life where I haven't dived in over 2-3 months now, and I actually don't feel sore. I thought it was normal to feel sore every single day, and your whole body feels sore. Yeah. And also just the mental strain it takes to just go up and train. Like, you can't. Diving off 10 metre or even 3 metre, you're spinning around sometimes up to 4.5 times. Like, you have to be concentrated. If you have a little tiny lack of concentration, you can really seriously hurt yourself, and that's scary. Going into training every day with fear is not always the nicest thing, but for some reason we do it, but it does pay off when it goes well.
Mark Foster was saying that, I mean, obviously he was a swimmer, but when he's had a go at diving, and he won't. That it hurts when you enter the water. It hurts even if you don't go head first off the 10 metre, but try and go in feet first.
Yeah.
It can still it hurts.
Oh yeah, it stings. And even if you land correct and you nail the dive, you get a rip entry. It still hurts. There's never a time where it doesn't hurt, which is crazy. So it's actually been quite nice for me not to be in pain every day. I can't lie.
They were really interesting, the two of them, on their relationship and communication, which basically involved, bar the count on the board, they don't really say that much to each other. No. And Noah said he doesn't even look at the scoreboard either. He leaves Tom to do that.
Yeah, that's very similar to my experience diving with Tom. Tom loves to know the numbers. He keeps track of that. I never used to like that. When me and Noah did synchro, Noah tracked the numbers. I was clearly I'm not very good at maths, so I'll just get it wrong.
Does one of you need to?
Not necessarily. I think it's important for the team to understand what's going on, because at least if I know we need a real good one, or if Noah knew he needed a real good one and he didn't know, Tom, because he was looking at the scoreboards, he'd be able to you just feel that emotion from the other person, and you'd be like, oh, okay, I think I need to do a good one here, or even better one. So yeah.
And then does it surprise you that not a lot is said in between?
No, it's the exact same in Tokyo as well. Bar from ready, yes, 1, 2, 3, go. I don't think me and Tom said a word, and clearly it happened the same today. But I think that's just how it should be, because you're both in your own. Yes, it's a team sport because there's two of you, but you've got to concentrate on your own dive. So at the same time, you need to do your, whatever you might do before a dive. You need to stay in control and do what you normally do, and not do something because they do it.
So when you trained with either Tom or with Noah, are you in the main training separately? Because talking to Scarlett and Yasmin the other day, the bronze medalists in their synchro, they're at opposite ends of the country. Mm-hmm. Noah's in London and Tom's in LA. Yeah. So did you and Tom train separately?
No, so me and Tom trained every day together.
Right.
I think I moved to London in 2018, and then obviously Olympics was 2021. So I think that's 3 years of training together.
You got those numbers right.
Yeah, thank God. Sometimes I'm all right at maths. But that obviously definitely helped. That can take it to the max. But if you're very similar height and weight, it's not easy, obviously, but I'm talking from experience. It kind of is. All you got to do is kind of take off at the same time. Obviously, it's way harder than that, but to me, that's
no. But that was partly what I was going to say. If you are in your own world to a certain extent and concentrating on yourself, as long as you have faith in each other to get the count right and do your bit correctly, you are sort of diving as two individuals, hoping that you nail it at the same time.
Yeah, and as you're diving in a synchro event, you don't have a clue how the other person's done until you come out of the water, and you'll know if they've done a bad one, because usually the water's all quite wavy. But until that moment, you have no idea. So that's how much you have to concentrate on your own.
As somebody who has contributed to his collection of all colours of all medals, what are your feelings towards Tom?
I mean, I love Tom. His legacy has already started. I was inspired by Tom as a young aspiring diver. I was a fan. Then eventually won gold together. And then if you look at the success already, with having the first female medal in 64 years in diving, that's because of Tom. Without the medal he got in London 2012. Then obviously in Rio there was more medals, Tokyo even more, and then I think this will be another high, hopefully, I don't want to jinx it, but I think it will be a high medal tally for the divers.
And I think they probably asked this after Tokyo, after you'd won gold, but in that interview then, which is you go into that partnership with, do you have nerves because of who he is? And would Noah have had that?
Yeah, there's definitely nerves, but at the same time, it's the best opportunity for us. Tom is a household name. He got diving on the map. So whenever you get the call up to do synchro with him, you take it in your stride. Yes, you're going to be nervous, but you try and have to put that to bed, because you want to get the best out of that opportunity, because it's a great opportunity.
Which means you must have huge admiration for Noah coming into that situation.
Yeah, and they didn't. They've only been diving one season, so that's not long at all. But no one knows what he's doing. He went to Tokyo as well, so he's been to an Olympics already. We got a Commonwealth Games medal. Commonwealth Games medal together. So he knows how to be a medalist. Absolutely. So just kind of putting him together with Tom was just going to naturally work anyway.
So where are you at? What's your plan?
I don't really know. My back is better. The surgery went well. It's been obviously a very tough period of time. I lost my father 2 years ago, which really affected diving for me. I didn't know if I loved it or not, and I haven't really loved it since. Then injuries always followed, which I think do. I think the mind is so connected to the body. Whenever you go through something horrible like that, you probably will get injured because you're under stress. And obviously, my back is better, but at the same time, when an injury kind of creeps into your your life, and it can potentially dampen your future life, that's scary. And I don't think sport's worth ruining your body for the rest of your life. But I'm in a good place. Coming here, it has inspired me. I didn't know how I'd feel. I just know I didn't want to be at home whilst that event happened. I wanted to be amongst my friends, my family, and see my friends do what they do. So
it's been a huge emotional benefit for you after everything that you've been through. No,
absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, at the end of the day, they're my two best friends, and I want to support them as much as I can.
Although Noah still has to compete, doesn't he?
He does. He's got individual later on.
Right. So are there celebrations tonight, or is that held off, or do you know?
Well, I will be.
You're going to celebrate on their behalf in Paris. I don't blame you.
Tom's done now, so I feel like he will hopefully have a drink or seven. Noah has to keep focused. I think he's heading back to the holding camp in London to get away from the Olympic noise for about a week, and then he'll be back in Paris to compete in the individual event.
Okay, lovely to see you.
Likewise,
thank you very much for being with us. Go and enjoy Paris. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Matt Lee, with us after watching Tom Daley and Noah Williams take silver this morning. Let's go to the hockey, where Britain's women have had a rather difficult start, shall we say, Sarah?
That's a nice way of putting it, Mark. Oh my goodness, this second quarter, it's going to be minutes that Great Britain will have to forget. They're under pressure right now as you come to us. Okay, so it's Great Britain at 0, Australia 2. Add to that the fact that Great Britain have also lost a referral, which means now if something happens in this hockey match, they don't have the option anymore of going and getting the referee, the umpire, to go and check it anymore. I mean, the goals for Australia came from Grenier from a penalty corner, and then Arnott from a field goal. Helen Richardson-Walsh, Rio 2016 gold medalist, is watching for us here on 5 Live. And Helen, I mean, the communication from GB, it's so poor.
Yeah, the Aussies are just loving life at the moment. They are playing with a smile on their faces. They've definitely got the upper hand. One of their strengths is the pressing, and that is what they're living off at the moment. Katrina Powell, their coach at quarter time, said the press is going well, keep it going, and they are stealing balls in midfield, left, right and centre, and that's where it's coming from at the moment. Great Britain really struggling to get hold of any decent possession of the ball, and those two goals just coming pretty much straight after each other, weren't they? Have sucked the life out of Great Britain even more.
And Helen, can you just give us a little bit of a taste? I mean, for anyone who's been following the Great Britain women's hockey journey, the name that always comes to mind, of course, is Maddie Hinch in goal and her amazing ways that she saved, particularly in Rio 2016 when it came to a shootout. But Mim Pritchard, who's had to come in now and take on this goalkeeping jersey, she's 25 years old. She's a lot younger. She does need a little bit of help and support out there from some very experienced defenders.
Yeah, she does. And actually, Miriam Pritchard, she was probably not expecting to be here either. Sabi Heish, who was the number 1 goalkeeper after Maddie Hinch retired and is now with the USA team, she did her ACL kind of just before selection and was ruled out, and so Pritchard has come in really inexperienced, and I think that has shown a little bit in some of the goals that have been conceded. She needs a lot of support, like you say, from the likes of Pern Webb and Ansley, like I mentioned before.
Yeah, of course. There's some big names out there for Great Britain. You know, you've got the likes in the squad of Laura Roper, used to be called Laura Unsworth. She's the most decorated athlete in hockey that Great Britain has. She's got a gold and 2 bronze medals. As you say, Holly Pern-Webb, who's out there as well, captain of Great Britain. These are the women that they're going to have to turn to, because the reason, of course, we know that this isn't time to press a panic button at the moment, but they've lost that opening game to Spain. If this keeps compounding, this is going to be a problem for Great Britain, even to make the quarterfinals.
Yeah. I mean, for us sat watching, you know, you do start to worry. For them, you know, it is going to really stretch their belief and their confidence. Obviously, there's still a long way to go in this game. We've definitely not written them off here. Can always come back from 2-0 down quite easily. However, you know, when we're watching, we're wondering where those goals are coming from, and that's always the concern. If you're not sure where those goals are going to come from, then you really do start to wonder. There is a long way to go, and they're going to have to really pull together as a team.
And more concern as Australia managed to get a penalty corner with 5 minutes of the second quarter to go. So we're closing on a half-time. It is Australia 2, Great Britain 0, Mark.
OK, Sarah, Helen, thank you very much. It's 4:32. You're listening to 5 Live. Orna has the latest travel.
Thanks, Mark. The M6 in Cheshire, so queues on the southbound side. 17 at Sandbach is where the accident happened. All lanes are open, but backing up to Holmes Chapel. M1 and 2 lanes are closed at 30 at Worksop after an accident there, and that's on the southbound side. There are queues on the M25 looking very heavy anti-clockwise at junction 28 for Brentwood and the A12. A breakdown in one of the lanes, recovery underway. The M5, Worcestershire queues northbound junction 8 to the M50. A couple of lanes closed there because of a vehicle fire. The M4 westbound queues at Bristol at junction 19. That's near the M32. It's a breakdown in one of the lanes. There are also long queues on the M5 from 14 southbound. That's Thornbury heading towards 19 at Portishead, and 1 lane closed for a vehicle which is overturned in Somerset on the M5 at 21 Western Supermare. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
We are in Paris this afternoon, and we are bringing you everything that's going on at the Olympic Games, and we are also with Tony Livesey at regular times throughout the course of the afternoon as he gets more details on the horrific story from Southport and the stabbing incidents that have gone on there. So we are with Tony an awful lot. There will be plenty of news updates over the course of the afternoon and the evening here on 5 Live. And we will try and also just give you the information that is going on here in Paris as regards the Olympics. Back to Eleanor Oldroyd at the gymnastics.
Just waiting for the team final to get underway in the men's competition, and 4 pieces of equipment will take centre stage at the very start of this competition. We've got pommel horse just to the right with the rings behind, and then the vault running along the length of the arena behind that, and then the floor taking up the middle space, and GB, who will be going around in rotation with Ukraine. They will start on pommel horse, and Jake Jarman gets the honour of getting things underway for Team GB. Lewis Smith, and he's a man who'll be feeling pretty confident after an excellent qualifying in which he made a number of finals.
Yeah, I think all the boys are going to be up for this one. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they get on. Like I said, bronze is a very realistic medal for those guys, so they're going to lock in. And I think they're going to bring their A game. It's going to be good.
They're going to
fun.
have to do that, aren't they? Really? They're going to have to basically replicate what they did in qualifying the other day, because that was more or less a perfect qualification.
Correct. Yeah, and it's easier said than done. You know, go out there and do a perfect competition. But I think if they're going to have a shot at a medal, they're going to have to go out there and do another competition as good as qualifying.
We will see what unfolds over the next couple of hours. Chappers, we're just about to get underway with Jake Jarman on the pommels. He'll be followed on this piece of apparatus by Joe Fraser, and the man who is trying for a 3rd successive pommel horse title at these Olympic Games, Max Whitlock.
Need to protect that voice, don't we, over the next couple of hours?
Well, yeah.
Yes.
It's fine. Yeah, we want to be here. It's an Olympic
I'll do the showers.
Lewis can get excited. I'll keep it calm.
So we've got a couple of hours of gymnastics on the way. Adam Burgess will be going shortly in the canoe single final, won't he, John Akers?
He will. We reckon in the next 10 minutes, Adam Burgess will be going in the final of the C1 canoe, the single canoe. That's kneeling down, single paddle. He was second quickest in qualifying, and it's whether he can put together a run where he really attacks the course. He's been so consistent all of this season and last in qualifying for finals, and just needs to find that extra bit of speed. It's a real balancing act, this sport, because you've really got to go quick, but then if you get a penalty, it's all over. If you miss a gate, it's 50 seconds. If you clip a gate, it's 2 seconds. You can't afford a penalty in this sport. And Mate Benus, 6th in the world, is leading at the moment, 97.03. The Frenchman Guestin is the man to beat, though. He went down in 93 seconds, 3 seconds quicker than anyone else in the semis.
And where does that rate with Burgess's times so far? I mean, that's quicker than anybody, is it?
Yeah, miles quicker than anyone. Adam Burgess qualified 4th quickest for this final. He was 2nd quickest after the heats. Yeah, it's a good 3 or 4 seconds quicker than Adam, but he was taking it easy. You've got to qualify. If you knock a few gates, you know you're out of it, so he had to make sure he was in the final. It's Marinic of Croatia going at the moment, then it's going to be Jagu of Ireland, then Savsek, the world #1 from Slovenia, and then Adam Burgess. There's been a real story here actually, Mark, that a few moments ago Yves Bourgis of Senegal, it's incredible that he's qualified for this final. He's just attacked the course from minute 1. He's been really interesting to watch. 44 in the world he is. He's not really done anything on an international stage. He just went quickest, and then he just didn't get his head around one of the poles on one of the downstream gates and got a 50-second penalty. But he would be leading if it wasn't for that.
And we have, and as you say, we saw this with Kimberly Woods as well, John, that you do what you need to do at different stages to get yourself to this point.
Yeah, you have to get yourself through the heats. It's one of those sports. You get 2 goes at the heats, but only 1 go at the semi-final. As we're just watching, Marinic has just made a bit of a mess of an upstream gate. He's lost a bit of time then after being quickest on the downstream upper section of the course, but he's going okay again now. You have to do enough to get through to the final, and Adam Burgess has been here before, don't forget, in Tokyo. No supporters, no fans. He said it was the best experience of his life so far, the heats when he was on the start line and went 2nd quickest in that. He said he really enjoyed that run. He's loving feeding off the crowd. He's got loads of support from Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, where he's from, in the stadium as well. 12,000 fans, as Marinic we're about to see. Is he going to go quickest? No, it's still Benus who's going to lead. Marinic goes 3rd into bronze medal position.
Back surely for Adam Burgess's run. Can Great Britain get a goal back before the end of the second period? Sarah?
Well, at the moment, it's only about 15 seconds to decide that. It's Great Britain 0, Australia 2. Between the two sides, you have to say it's the Australians who are playing with a smile on their face at the moment. They just have one last attack inside the D. It goes wide of the goal. The hooter will go. Helen Richardson-Walsh has been watching Rio 2016 gold medalist. And, yeah, this has not been GB's day so far.
No, and a chance just coming at the end for Australia, and it was all Great Britain's doing. We had the ball and should have just cleared it nice and easily with just a few seconds on the clock, and that's kind of been the story of this second quarter. Thankfully, managed to kind of settle it down a little bit. We thought Australia had a 3rd goal, which thankfully got ruled out because it hit an Australian foot in the circle. So they've kept it at 2, which is fine, still doable, can still come back from that, but they're going to have to really up the quality on the pitch in the second half.
Yeah, the Australians, they haven't done a huge amount at the Olympic Games in the last 3 outings, a 5th, a 6th and a 5th in succession. They are 3 times gold medalists from 88, 96 and 2000, but they will be very happy with this pool match performance so far. Half-time, Great Britain 0, Australia 2.
With what is going on there in the second half. How many more have we got, John Akers? I've forgotten.
2 more until Adam, so they take about 2 minutes per run, so we're looking at 4 minutes till Adam Burgess. As Marinic, it's brutal because they're sitting in the chairs, gold, silver and bronze, so Marinic has just had to go, you're in my seat, mate, to Tristan Carter of Australia. Carter gets up and says, oh, well done, mate, gives him a high five, and then knows he's not going to win a medal. It is quite brutal the way they do this, but it's visually it does give you an idea of what's going on. But
it does.
I do feel for some of these athletes.
Kimberly Woods was saying to me yesterday after sitting in the bronze seat for the final final run down that Ricarda Funk had yesterday, who was the Olympic champion, that she just couldn't look. She couldn't look at what Ricarda Funk was doing. She couldn't look at anybody sat at that bronze medal seat. It is visually, as you say, it is great for the crowd, but it is horrible for the people involved. As we wait for Adam Burgess, let's hear from our gold medalists in the eventing. Team GB retaining their title. So that was Laura Collette and Tom McEwen, who were champions in 2020 as well. Ros Cantor, the third member of the team this time. She is the current world number one. Here are all three of them after receiving their golds.
We're doing it again after Tokyo.
Oh, no.
Tell me right now, how are you feeling?
Oh, on top of the world. I have never ever ridden into an atmosphere like that, and luckily London is one trusty partner, and so are my teammates as well, and we brought it home.
You did bring it home. Here's Ros. Tom's still on the phone. I hope you're talking to family.
I need to go.
You can carry on talking of his family. Ros and Laura can do some of the chatting. Ros, what was that like watching Laura go?
Oh, terrible. I hid behind whoever was a lot taller than me, which is most people, so terrifying but amazing.
And obviously Yasmin joining the team as well, and you've all been keen to stress how important Yasmin has been part of this team here as well. What was it like for you, this entire experience?
It has been amazing to experience these games, especially with these guys. I'm just so proud of them, and to come out with the gold is just what we came here for, so it's just something to celebrate tonight. I'm so proud of them all.
Tom, when I spoke to you earlier after your show jumping round, you were talking about how lovely that was for the moment, but now you concentrate on watching and supporting. What was it like watching Laura go?
Do you know what, actually, it was all right, actually. She jumped amazing. I thought I'd actually be more nervous. I much prefer doing it myself, to be honest. But God, it was a class round from Laura, and it was poetry in motion, and to get another gold for Team GB and for British eventing and for the sport of eventing, and first gold of the games
for GB.
First gold of the games for GB. The circumstances in Tokyo were obviously special to that event because there was no crowd there. Today, this event, obviously the 3 days of this competition, completely different. Plus, if you don't mind me saying again, the drama of the last 24 hours for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no words to describe the atmosphere. All 3 days being here, the cross country yesterday I didn't think you could top, but I promise you riding into that arena today with quite a bit of pressure. But luckily these guys have done such a good job that it could have been worse. It's just unreal.
Ros, when I spoke to you after your round, you were saying that you were pretty emotional already. How are you feeling right now?
I can't really talk.
Fair enough. These are the sort of interviews that make my job a little harder. But Tom, luckily, will give us just a little bit more on the emotion that you've all had to endure in the last 24 hours.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster, and to be honest, fantastic we're here in this position. But I am gutted for Rosie that actually, for her, she's missing out on a chance for an individual medal herself from having the 15 yesterday. But do you know what? We rose to the occasion today. Ros jumped the most incredible round, and actually the only gutting factor in it is Rosie.
It is a team, 100%. Not only obviously the riders, but Yasmin, the support of all the people behind, all the people who tried last night to get that decision overturned.
You have no idea the support that we have behind us. I mean, the background people that are behind the scenes that you don't see on the screen are just absolute superstars, and we simply wouldn't be here without them. So it's a massive thank you to everybody that's involved in looking after the horses to the absolute highest standards, and then pushing us to do our best as well. We're just so thankful for everybody that's been here supporting us.
So that was our eventing team, Team GB's eventing team, after they won gold for the second successive Olympics. We are one run away from Adam Burgess going in the canoe, so we can first of all go back to Eleanor, Oldroyd and Lewis Smith at the men's team gymnastics.
Yes, first rotation underway, and GB going on the pommel horse currently, which of course they've got a bit of a history, and not least the man sitting alongside me, Lewis Smith, who won 2 silver medals at Olympic Games in previous years. We saw Jake Jarman make a good solid start, didn't we? Now watching Joe Fraser on this piece of apparatus.
Yeah, he started off his routine with 2 shears to handstand, swinging lovely on the one handle, back onto the end. A woo Russian travel to the end, into his triple Wendy, swinging lovely here. Just needs to hold it together to the end. Come on, Joe, slight loss of form. Up into the handstand for his dismount. So unfortunately Joe he struggled on that dismount, and he'll lose the 4 tenths.
Okay, wow, that's quite a lot, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Is that big? So basically, chappers, you have to look as if you've got the inside seams of your trousers zipped together, basically. Not let that separate unless you're in a deliberate move to do that. If you're trying to keep them together, you've got to keep them together.
The problem is he was off balance, and you need to have a certain difficulty dismount. And unfortunately, Joe fell short of that, which means he'll drop his dismount score.
Yeah. So difficulty scores declared in advance, and that he didn't do what he was supposed to do on the day. We have got another Ukrainian gymnast to come shortly, taking a long time to get the scores here. Mark, I said to Lewis, why are the scores taking so long? The judges are taking ages. He said, nah, television.
Yeah.
Because of course this is being televised, so everything takes longer for television.
Trust me, television is to blame for so many things, Lewis, in sport. It really is. We are coming to the end of the man who is going before Adam Burgess in the canoe single, and this is Savsek. And actually, before he went, the Irish canoer went into bronze, John Akers.
Well, Liam Jagu of Ireland showed nothing in the heats, did really well to qualify from the semi-final, and was going to have the fastest time, was going to be in gold medal position, Liam Jagu, and he just clipped the very last gate 23, with his shoulder on the way through, and went down into bronze. It was a really good run, and we're watching Benjamin Savsek now, the Slovenian, number 2 in the world, go across the line, and he is quickest, and even with a penalty. So he will go into gold medal position. He is the man to beat, reigning world and Olympic champion, his 4th Olympics, number 2 in the world. He gives a little wave. He's not sure whether that will be good enough with Adam Burgess, Tassiadis of Germany still to come, Trave, the Spaniard, who looked really good in the semis, and the home favourite, Nicolas Gestan, and he will bring the house down. 12,000 fans. The noise inside the Vers-Suman Nautical Stadium when he goes down is incredible, and he's been 3 seconds quicker than anyone else on home water so far.
And he goes into the lead, does Savsek, despite
with a penalty.
Despite the penalty. Although I think they may have added another penalty on my score sheet for missing a gate, which is a 50-second one, isn't it?
The gate that he clipped went up as a 50-second penalty that he'd missed it. I mean, he absolutely smashed it. I think it was gate 2 or gate 3. And I haven't seen that come up on my screen yet. Well, but yes, it's just come up. It's just come up. He's 7th, isn't he, Savsek? So they have given it as a missed gate. And now the complexion of things changed. It's really difficult, this sport, because you have to hope other people don't do well so that Adam Burgess has more chance of a medal. And that is not great for Slovenia and Savsek. The Slovenians, the best in the world. They only allowed 1 per competition, and they had the top 2 in the world, Slovenia. And unfortunately for them, their main man, Savsek, is not going to win a medal. So it's still Banus in the lead with 97.03. Adam Burgess has gone quicker than that, and Rohan in 2nd of the Czech Republic, and then Jagu still in bronze medal position. And this is it. Here we go then with Adam Burgess, the 32-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, wearing the number 7 in his grey and yellow kayak as he goes down into the first drop and through the first upstream gate. They're the red ones, and the green ones are the downstream gate. So he is kneeling in this canoe and is with a single paddle, which he can switch from hand to hand, but this is different from the kayak. He's said in the past that he maybe hasn't gone hard enough in the finals and played it too safe. How much will he attack this? The first real difficult move from gate 8 to 9 he's done really well with. A nice spin. He's clean so far through this top section. 33 seconds into the run, Adam Burgess. Got all the family here. His dad, Dean, his mum, Carol, his stepmum, Janine, his brother, Matthew, over from Hong Kong, and he's going really well, Adam Burgess, through this upstream gate. We're about to get a split. Is he quicker than Banus of Slovakia? He is. He is quicker. 1.48 seconds quicker than Banus, and in gold medal position on the top part of the course, into a reverse gate and then a punt off the side wall to give himself some momentum. He's lost a bit of time there across the stopper. Has to really limbo through that one. I hope he went through it. And then he almost, he's gone wrong, Adam Burgess. He's lost loads of time through that section, through an upstream gate. He's really going to have to go for it. He's 0.155 seconds slower at the moment than Banus. Two more downstream gates. Can he make up those lost seconds through the last upstream gate? Come on, Adam. 2 more gates to go. Through one, then the other. He's going well. He's pretty quick. Is he quick enough, Adam Burgess? He is quickest by 0.19 seconds, and he can't believe it. He cannot believe it. The look on his face, he thought he'd lost it on that middle section going into the upstream gate. That is an incredible bottom section from the young man from Stoke-on-Trent. He can't believe it. He's looking up to the crowd now. He's punching his arms to the skies and just shouted, "Come on," at the top of his voice. He's in gold medal position and he's guaranteed 4th with 3 more kayakers to go. He'll be sitting in that chair in the middle, but boy, he faces an anxious 6 or 7 minutes now, Adam Burgess.
We've been learning our way through this together over the last 2 or 3 afternoons, haven't we, John Akers? But I think that run we could describe as a run of 3/3.
Yeah, I think so. A run of 3/3. Brilliant top section. A really disappointing middle section, and I imagine you watching it like me thought that was it. He'd lost it. He went across a big whitewater stopper and almost did an Eskimo roll, didn't he? And that's him just getting through that gate. He did go through it, I believe. We're yet to see a penalty go on for missing that gate. Do you think his head went through? Mark, it's tight, isn't it?
Some part went through. He's got it. Look, he's got his fingers crossed. He's in a state of disbelief as he goes across the finishing line, and they have confirmed on the screen penalty seconds 0. He's currently in gold medal position, and there are 3 canoeists to go. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll be back with John shortly. We'll give you the times as people come through the final 3. The Frenchman is going last. That place will erupt for him. But we're also watching Max Whitlock at the gymnastics. Ellie and Lewis.
Next to a very nervous Lewis Smith. How is he doing?
He's doing good. He's done. Go on, Max. He's up in the dismount and he's finished off. Take a bow, Max Whitlock. OBE. What a way to finish off Great Britain on the pommel horse. He went for his harder routine. He did triple Russian on the one handle. Well done, Max. It's not easy going up last, having to wait for TV and the slow rotation, but that was an incredible routine. And what a way to start off Great Britain in this team final.
It's just a little smile from Max Whitlock. 15.166 he got in qualifying, but this was the higher difficulty value that he put on this routine, getting hugs from Joe Fraser as well and Jake Jarman. So Max Whitlock has come here for another medal so that he can show his little girl, a bit like Tom Daly, who we saw winning a silver medal earlier on today. He wanted to show his daughter what being an Olympic gymnast was all about. So this routine that he does, as we watch the replay, Lewis, I mean, what makes him the best at this?
I mean, one thing that can make him the best is being able to deliver when it really matters. That's one thing that can separate good from great. And just being able to do that and do the triple Russian on the one handle, I mean, it's the hardest skill you can do on the pommel horse. So it was just a great routine. He had a little moment of hesitation in the handstand, but apart from that, it was really a flawless routine, and that will see him in good stead for the pommel final.
Yeah. I said he's the best in the world. He was actually beaten in qualifying by Rhys McClenaghan from Northern Ireland. So what a shootout that is going to be in that pommel final. My goodness, I can't wait for that one at the weekend. Just waiting for Max Whitlock's score. But he didn't do, as we said, his hardest routine in qualifying. We will see whether he gets a score which is up on what he got a couple of days ago, all contributing to what he hopes will be a history-making medal for this Team GB men's gymnastics team.
Right. I'm obsessed with the canoeing. No. I'm obsessed with canoeing.
You're obsessed with the
I
canoeing.
do want to wait for the score, but let me just tell you, Adam Burgess is guaranteed a medal, because Tassiadis, the German, has finished slower than him. So Adam Burgess is in gold medal position with 2 racers to still come down, which means the lowest he can finish is 3rd for bronze. I'll go to John after the scores from Ellie. Have they come up?
I tell you what, no, they haven't yet. Go to John. You can come back to me for the scores. It's fine. We're
Ellie tells me to go to
15.266. There we go. So it's up a 10 from the last time.
Score.
Great score from Max Whitlock.
Max Whitlock.
Take it away, John Akers.
Adam Burgess in tears of joy with his coaches. He knows he's guaranteed a medal, he's guaranteed bronze, and the reason it means so much to him is that in Tokyo in 2021 he was 4th and was denied a medal by 0.16 seconds after all that training. Oh, it's jubilant scenes for Adam Burgess of Great Britain, who's guaranteed bronze. Can anyone beat his 96.84? Trave's been really quick, the Spaniard. He's next, Mark.
Yeah, he is. I think we should keep an eye on him, to be honest, because we now need to know what colour Burgess is going to get. So I'll come back to you for Trave after we just get an update on the hockey from Sarah.
Okay, it's Great Britain 0, Australia 2. Australia have a woman in the bin at the moment. Great Britain did have one little chance through Sarah Jones. Helen Richardson-Walsh is watching on with us here at the moment. And you have to say, Helen, there've been a few flashes from GB, still not their greatest performance, though.
No, not at all. Still too many turnovers, and actually I'm kind of getting the impression they're playing with fear at the moment, which is never what you want to see. Australia are pressing really hard, really fast. It's what you expect from Australia, and the turnovers in midfield are really costing us.
It's a penalty corner for GB. Anthony goes for it, goes from the side. It's going to be saved. It's still around the outside of the box. It's going to be spun away by GB. One more last crack at it. It's not been cleared by the Australians. It's another penalty corner. Australia 2, GB 0, Mark.
Back to John Akers with Trave going into the final section a second quicker than Burgess.
Trave, oh, he's clipped that gate. He's clipped a gate, Trave. This could mean a silver medal for Adam Burgess, and has he missed that downstream gate here? Miquel Trave of Spain, and he's not very quick into the upstream gate, which was the undoing of Adam Burgess as well. This could be silver for Adam Burgess at least, as through Trave goes. Through the next gate, he's on to gate 20 now, another downstream gate, and 21, 85 seconds, 86, last upstream gate, and then he's going to power down towards the finish. He's not going to beat Adam Burgess here. Through 1, through 2, and Trave comes across the line in 97.92, and he's out of the medals because of that penalty, and Adam Burgess is guaranteed a silver medal as he embraces the man standing next to him, Mate Banus of Slovakia, because they both know now they've got a medal. And Adams, it's either going to be gold or silver.
So earlier this afternoon, it came down to a battle between Britain and France in the men's cycling cross-country. That went the way of Britain after one of the most remarkable races you will ever see in any sport. Tom Pidcock reining in Victor Koretsky of France, despite having a puncture, so despite needing the equivalent of a pit stop to get himself back on, he came back from 34 seconds down to reel in the Frenchman and eventually win that in a really dramatic race. And now the canoe single is down to Britain against France. This time it is the British man who leads in Adam Burgess, 4th in Tokyo. He's used that to drive him in the 3 years since. And now the only man that can catch him, and boy will these home fans know it, John Akers, is the Frenchman.
The noise is going to be absolutely incredible for Nicolas Guestin. This is his home water. He is on the blocks at the moment, getting ready to go. 24, the Frenchman, 6 World Cup podiums, but this is by far already his best performance in a major competition. The French fans are all standing, the tricolores all around them. Let's see. I think if Adam Burgess is going to win gold, that Nicolas Guestin will need a penalty. 2 seconds for clipping a gate, 50 seconds for missing one. Away he goes, because he has been so quick on this home course built in 2019. He gets to practice on it every single day, and he's been 3 seconds quicker than the rest of the entire field so far in this event. I don't think he's had a penalty yet in his 3 runs so far. This is the final, the pressure's on. He's already a second quicker at the first checkpoint after 20 seconds than Adam Burgess, 0.99 to be precise. He's really nice and tight into that second upstream gate, and then he paddles over to the left-hand side, down a drop and through a downstream gate, a green gate. These canoeists with the single paddle, with his red, white and blue canoe. He's through another upstream. His time still looks good. Oh, he's 2 seconds quicker than Adam Burgess at the moment. Adam Burgess is going to need him to clip a gate. He's not great across that stopper, riding the white water. The canoe disappears underneath him. He punts off the side wall, which you're allowed to do in this sport. His head only just like Adam Burgess, goes through gate number 16, but he's brilliantly into the upstream gate. If he goes fault-free here, Guestin, he's 5 seconds quicker than Adam Burgess. If he goes clear here, he's won it. Only penalties can cost him now. Nicolas Guestin, this is an incredible performance. Roared on by the home crowd. Guestin, he's through the last reverse gate. Only needs to make it through these 2 and then put the power down. It's going to be gold for France in an amazing time. 91.36 seconds. He bashes his canoe and screams in delight. It's gold for France and silver for Great Britain, and Adam Burgess, as he applauds that performance, he has been a class above on this water, Guestin, but that is all that Adam Burgess has dreamt of. Being on that podium, all those hours in the gym, all that breath work he's done, the agony of Tokyo and being so close to a medal. He's done it. Adam Burgess wins silver for Great Britain.
And Adam Burgess is absolutely delighted. The Team GB staff that are there are going to pick him up and lift him up and celebrate. And you could tell by his reaction, couldn't you, John, that one, he's obviously delighted with silver. He doesn't feel that he has lost a gold medal there. You could just tell that by his reaction. And like the rest of us, he is probably in awe as he goes over. I don't know if that was him as he went to the freshman, but he is in awe of what Guestin has just done.
That is an incredible run from Guestin. No one's beating that. It just shows you the World Championships last year were at Lee Valley, and the Brits did really, really well in that. If you can go fault-free on your home water like Guestin did then, but 5 seconds in this sport is extraordinary. That's like winning by 25 furlongs or something in horse racing. That he has romped it. He has absolutely romped it, Guestin. A worthy champion. Not even a single fault and penalty in all 4 runs in this event. He can feel so proud of himself. He's only 24 and this is his best ever result in a big competition. He's done okay in the World Cups, but this on home soil, on home water, he's still out there on the water, bumping his arms into the air. This is incredible, well deserved, and you're right, Adam Burgess, silver medal. That will be absolutely amazing for Adam and all his family. They just wanted a podium. They said if we can get on the podium, that will do us after Tokyo, and silver, he'll be thrilled.
Sporting excellence, sporting astonishment wherever you look here in Paris at the moment. How are the gymnastics going, Ellie?
First rotation of 6 is completed, and Lewis Smith just said take a picture quickly. Great Britain are leading the competition at this stage, but that's largely down to the brilliance of Max Whitlock on pommels, isn't it? Because Rings is next, and for GB, Joe Fraser, Luke Whitehouse and Harry Hepworth, who has made the final of this individual apparatus, come later in the week. But what can they expect from the Rings?
I think they're going to be calm. Judging by what we've just seen on pommel horse, I think they're on it. They look good, they look up for it, and I think they're going to post some really good scores. So I'm really excited, Ellie.
Good. That is what we want. Lewis Smith keeping positive. He's a glass half full man at all times. But we'll keep you in touch with this. Rings next for GB, then vault, parallel bars, horizontal bar and floor.
Tonight we will be in the pool with Kelly again. 5 swimming finals, including Freya Colbert and Katie Shanahan in the 400 metres individual medley, and Matt Richards and Duncan Scott going in the men's 200 metres freestyle. 5:05, time for an extended news here on 5 Live with Tony Livesey.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Tony. Plenty of news updates and extended news bulletins as well, understandably, throughout the afternoon and into the evening here on 5 Live. We're in Paris, a glorious early evening here. It's just after 6:30, the sun continuing to shine, and it has been a good day for Great Britain as far as medals are concerned. 5 in total. Laura Collette winning a bronze in the individual eventing today. The team won a gold, so that means they've retained their Olympic title. The other gold came courtesy of Tom Pidcock in the men's cross country in what was a thrilling race. And then 2 silvers as well. In the last hour, one going to Adam Burgess in the canoe singles. He looked absolutely delighted with that, especially bearing in mind that 3 years ago in Tokyo, he finished 4th in that event, missing out on a medal by 0.16 seconds. And then the other silver came courtesy of Tom Daly and Noah Williams in the 10-metre synchro diving. That means Tom Daly now has the Olympic set of medals. Sport's still going on. Obviously here at the Olympics, we're getting ready for a big evening in the pool, another 5 finals. Kelly will take over in about an hour's time for that. Eleanor Oldroyd and Lewis Smith are inside the gymnastics arena. Where are we up to, Ellie?
We are into the 3rd rotation here, Mark, and Great Britain are on vault. For this particular piece of apparatus, they dropped from 1st down to 5th after rings, so started brilliantly on pommel. Largely that down, well, not entirely down to Max Whitlock's terrific routine, which scored him 15.266 on his the piece of apparatus in which he's a double Olympic champion. But then rings, not so strong, still a solid performance, and now on to vault. And we just saw a little bit of a wobbly one from Luke Whitehouse, who tipped forward on his landing and so only scored 13.033. But it's a long old day, isn't it, in a team final, Lewis? And this team are trying to emulate what you and your teammates did back in London 2012 and win a medal.
Yeah, I mean, it's still all to play for in this gymnastics final. It's 3 up, 3 to count, which means any team that makes a mistake is being counted. So although that could end up being costly, it means everyone else is still in the same boat, so it could just change at any moment. But yeah, Luke, he just failed to drive his heels over the vault, and he came off a little bit short on the vault and, yeah, put his hands down on his Dragulescu. But he'll be rebuilding. He'll be down there with the team, with the boys, building himself back up. And then next up on vault for Great Britain, we have the young, fierce Jake Jarman, one of his specialist apparatus. He is in the vault final, so he'll be looking to post a big score on the vault.
Yeah, he looks he's so cool, isn't he, Jake Jarman? He's quite confident. He's made the final on this apparatus. Let's see how he does. Standing at the top of the runway, just brushing a bit of chalk from his hands.
The green light's on. He's off. He's charging down. A big 3.5 turn. Well done, Jake. Hop forward on the landing, and he'll be happy with that. Following Luke's fall, it was very important for Jake to go through that routine, and yeah, he'll be very happy with that.
For him as an individual, he's the reigning World, European, Commonwealth champion on this piece of apparatus, Jake Jarman, so he is in the vault final, as we've said, in a couple of days' time. But will that be enough to make up? I mean, Luke Whitehouse, you've got to feel sorry for him. First up on such a jeopardy-filled piece, and, you know, his mates, you know, his teammates, you could see them wince when he just almost face-planted onto the mat. But then they were there to put an arm around him, pat him on the back when he came back, and we'll just see the score for Jake Jarman in a minute or two, although, as we said, this is taking some time, chappers.
That's all right, Ellie.
15.266.
You'll be over the moon with that.
Yep.
What a score, and that will get Great Britain back on track.
If you you talk about it being a long, I mean, it is a long session, isn't it? Overall, what are we looking at? 2 hours, something like that?
Maybe a little bit more, 2.5 hours, I would say, because of TV.
We blame TV for everything.
Lewis, I'm a radio man through and through. I promise you, I agree with you. I completely agree with you.
It is difficult, and that's the thing, chappers. It's difficult to actually televise this. With a little bit of sympathy for our colleagues over in television, because you've got 4 pieces of apparatus operating at the same time, not 6 as it was in the final, which was massive in the qualifying, which was massively confusing. So you've got stuff happening everywhere you look.
And as a gymnast in all of this, how easy is it for you to get your own space, Lewis, to prepare yourself for your own individual bits? I know you're part of a team, but everybody works differently, and you might need that 5 minutes before you vault or go on the pommel or whatever it is to yourself.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. I mean, you have to pick your moments. There's a time to be a team player, and there's time to kind of take yourself off and treat it yourself as an individualist. And you have to, I used to do that on pommel horse. When we used to go through the rotations and we used to get to high bar, I used to say, right, good luck, boys. And I used to take myself away, go to the warm-up gym, warm up, come back out and do my thing. So you have to be there for the team. You have to be there to pick each other up. But you do have to be able to prepare on your own and just have a moment for yourself.
And that's one of the big things with the team, isn't it? It's about understanding who needs what at what point.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we do a lot of centralised training at Lilleshall and Shropshire, because when you're training as a squad, you get to know each other, you get to know everyone's ins and outs and how people tick, and that's why it's been so crucial to have those squads and see how we all gel.
And this is a little bit like we saw women's qualifying yesterday, chappers, where we had Becky Downey, who was very much the senior person in the squad, then a couple of really young gymnasts, Abby Martin, just 16 years old. Here we've got Harry Hepworth, who's 20. We've got Luke Whitehouse, who's 22. But then you've got Max Whitlock, who has been a hero to these guys growing up, presumably. I mean, I'm terrified to even do the maths to think how old Harry Hepworth was when you and Max were competing together in London 12 years ago. Okay, he was 8.
Luke posted a picture of him and Max, and Luke looked about 12 years old, 11 years old. He looked tiny, and now he's at the Olympic Games with him. So
yeah. Do you want to take Harry Hepworth's vault here, chappers? He's a young, confident lad from Leeds. Did really well on the rings. I said to Lewis, "What's the hardest thing about the rings?" He said, "All of it. Every bit is painful." So let's watch him now. Harry Hepworth on the vault.
Right, he's running down. Blocks off the vault, handspring 2.5 turn, immaculate, and a tiny little hop on the landing, and that was an excellent vault.
Clean and solid, and we're looking at the scores obviously on the day, but also the improvement that the different gymnasts are making on what they did in qualifying as well, because GB, remember, were 3rd in qualifying behind China and Japan, and if they can keep their improvements, not drop too many points from where they were in qualifying, then that will hopefully help them hang on to that position in 3rd place. But as you said, a lot can happen, a lot can go right, a lot can go wrong, but every single one of his teammates was up there with Harry Hepworth and just patting him on the back and congratulating him on a really solid vault.
Oh, it's going to be a good competition, I tell you. America are on it, Ukraine are on it. GB need to hold it together and just go out there and do what they can do best.
Yeah, we're assuming that it's going to be between China and Japan for gold and silver, but GB, Ukraine, USA, all battling for the bronze.
You talk about, so much going on and trying to follow what's happening where. Do we have the standings at the moment?
It's a bit confusing because we're in the middle of the rotation at the moment, chappers. 14.966 for Harry Hepworth, so that is a good score, and that is 0.3 up from what he scored in qualifying, so that is a little bit of an increment to add, to the kind of little increments that we lost with Luke Hepworth's vault. So going into this rotation, it was Great Britain were down in 5th, China were up at the top, but Great Britain have jumped up to the top at the moment. That's because they go through the vaults quicker, so the scores come up quicker.
Quick, take another picture.
Yeah. So we'll keep watching, but things can change so quickly, and also the fact that GB go last on floor where they would expect it to score well, Lewis, I think going into that final rotation, we will know with a certain amount of, be able to predict with a certain amount of confidence whether they're likely to hang on to that third place.
Potentially. If it comes down to the wire, we will literally be hanging on edge with every routine by Ukraine and then by America and then by GB. So, America are really looking good, and Ukraine haven't faltered, and they are firing on all cylinders. So it's going to come down to floor. We're going to get some big scores in, and hopefully we're going to need the calculators, because it's going to come down to the finest of margins.
I should tell you, chappers, that Lewis is always a very sharply dressed man. It won't surprise you to know. And today he's actually wearing a medal around his neck. I mean, it's a medallion. It's gold, and I think even Lewis, who is fairly confident, would not imagine that we're going to win a gold medal. But he's projecting.
Yeah, I think you have to be very successful to carry off a medallion, don't you, Lewis? Which you are. What for you was the hardest of all these different apparatus?
Definitely the rings. Yeah. As I was saying to Ellie, I was in pain every time I was on it, and then I was in pain for 10 minutes after coming off of it. It's tough, you know, and it's not the easiest of apparatus for a pommel horse worker. So, yeah, I struggled on rings, and I smiled ever since I did my last rings routine and never had to touch the apparatus ever again.
Is that... when we get to the athletics, I always watch the pole vault and think, how on earth do you begin to learn the pole vault? Where do you learn? You know, how do you build that up to the extent that you eventually are a pole vaulter? Are the rings the hardest ones to start out on?
Well, the rings is a tricky one, because you start off only really being able to do the swinging elements, and it's only kind of when you hit puberty and you start to mature as a gymnast, you can then start to do all the strength and, you know, the inverted crosses and the Malteses. So it's you really kind of have to wait until you develop with age and maturity to really kind of maximise what you can do on the rings.
And presumably some gymnasts are built with greater upper body strength, or they can develop that upper body strength. And some are taller, as you say. You've got longer levers. I mean, would you say you're relatively tall for a gymnast? So actually, for the things that involve a bit of height, a bit of, you know, just the gracefulness as well in the air.
I mean, I'm only 5'10" and a bit, but I was one of the tallest gymnasts in the world when I was competing. But when you've got people like Harry Hepworth and Courtney Tulloch that are built like the Hulk, it makes it a bit easier. Yeah, they're short, stocky, and strong. And they're kind of made for rings. So I struggled. I'm big boned, as they say.
Yeah, I use that one as well, Lewis.
So he's got a punnet of chicken nuggets sitting in front of him at the moment, chappers, which are going cold.
I haven't had a chance to eat them yet. It's been so electric in here.
Right, I'll stop talking to you. Maybe you can have a couple of chicken nuggets. We'll be back in a little while with Lewis and Ellie. Not a good afternoon for Britain's women in the hockey. Sarah Orchard.
No, certainly not. From the electricity at the gymnastics to a bit of a damp squib, despite the sun shining at the Yves de Manoir Stadium today. And that is Great Britain's women in Pool B. They've lost 4-0 to Australia, and that's 2 games now. Successive losses for Great Britain's women. Of course, they have had a podium finish now at the last 3 Olympic Games, so there's always pressure on them. But building into this Olympics, we knew that their results hadn't quite been what there was. Helen Richardson-Walsh, gold medalist, of course, in Rio. We have to say that was a really tough watch, wasn't it?
It was. There's no dressing this one up, I'm afraid. It just wasn't good enough, not up to the standard. And I mean, there's so many different areas where we could say that it was off the pace, on the ball, off the ball, but it was also disjointed as a team, which was really disappointing. And also that fear factor just started to creep in. I think people started to not want the ball, which is, you know, when that starts to happen, then that's really worrying.
Yeah, and if you want to come in on this at all, Mark, because, you know, it's not that Great Britain have had a bad chances at actually scoring goals. They had 6 penalty corners. Australia only had 7. They got a goal from a penalty corner. Great Britain, they're just not scoring off these, Helen. I mean, 19 circle penetrations, those are good numbers. There's just no goals.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats, it looks really equal, as you say, circle penetrations and penalty corners. But when you're watching the game, that was not an equal game, because just the speed that Australia were playing, at a completely different speeds to Great Britain, and they weren't even playing that quick, which is worrying. The numbers don't look too bad, but when you're actually watching, those stats aren't telling the whole story.
Can you put your finger on why it's disjointed at the moment?
I don't know. I don't know. It's really difficult when you're not in the camp and you don't know what's being said. It seemed like, particularly in the first half, I don't know whether they weren't expecting Australia to press hard. I'd be surprised if they weren't, because that is what Australia do. When you think of Australian hockey teams, that is their number one strength, and that's what they try to do, kind of really put you under the pump. And I don't know whether that fear factor is the big thing, like people not wanting the ball in the midfield. The first couple of passes into midfield after in the second half, start of the second half, were missed traps. One into Roper, a simple ball that she should have trapped. Another one, I think, to Peel, was a little overhead to Peel, and again a missed trap, and that just sets the tone, and it just puts that fear. And then actually we started going long and started chucking aerials, which you're never going to keep the ball when you do that. So. That's the worrying thing for me at the moment.
But it's a squad with plenty of Olympic experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned Laura Roper there, who she goes all the way back to London 2012. So it's not as if people aren't following British women's hockey and are just coming into it now thinking, well, maybe transition from 2016 and all of that success and so on and so forth. We're at a new cycle with a team of kids. There is experience in there. And there's still a number of players. Is it 4 players from Rio? Rio with the gold medals, and then there's more than half that are Olympians, so that were in Tokyo 3 years ago. So there is experience, and actually it's not those first-time Olympians that that I'm worried about. It's the ones with that experience that aren't kind of showing up, and that's when it's concerning. The Olympics isn't over, though. The response and that's the
from
message,
this,
isn't it? That's the message that the coach needs to get to them, and everybody around. Just it's 2 games. There are plenty more to go in the group.
Exactly, and the next game against South Africa is the big one for a number of reasons. If they don't win that, yes, it's still mathematically possible, but it's against South Africa. We should be beating South Africa, and if we don't, then the belief will just be completely blown out the water. So it's not over, but their response to this, they need to stay tight together as a team. This is where teams can just capitulate. They need to stay tight. They need to stay positive, come out and put in a good performance and win the game against South Africa. And that can be enough to turn it around.
And just on that, it's really interesting about cancelling out that outside noise, because speaking to the Great Britain team, I know they've gone into a social media lockdown. The men haven't, but the women have. And as the years pass, I'm always intrigued, Helen, at the teams that still do this. It was quite a thing when social media was quite, we're not going into it. Well, now it's such a part of these young athletes' lives to actually hear a whole team going into social media lockdown. Is that really what they're doing now?
Yeah, I know. I was wondering whether they were going to do it or not. We had the conversation before the London Olympics when, it was really new then, wasn't it? And we decided, not to go on it. We did the same for Rio, and it was a much harder conversation because, like you say, there was so young players who grow up with a phone in their hand. And I was, a little bit surprised that they were still doing it. But I know they will have had a conversation about it. It wouldn't have just been a decision made from the top. It would have come from the team, and that's what they felt was best for them, and that's then that's the right thing to do.
Sarah, Helen, thank you. So England's women next play South Africa, as Helen said, and that is on Wednesday. They then play the following day as well. They take on the USA. In fact, on the Thursday, both the men and the women are in action, but the women take on the USA. Then they have a little gap, until Saturday, and then they play their final group game against Argentina. It is 8 minutes to 6 o'clock. Orna has your travel.
Thanks, Mark. The M55 and travelling west from the M6 heading towards Blackpool at Junction 2, a vehicle caught fire in one of the lanes. You've got heavy traffic on the M6 in Staffordshire, Stafford South to Stafford North, 13 to 14. 3 lanes are closed. Oil's been spilt and it's a broken down van that's left that. The M1 and passing Sheffield, long delays from 31 to 29A at Markham Vale. All lanes open after the accident now. M1 at 13 Bedford, a breakdown in one lane, long queues though southbound. M4 and eastbound queues at Junction 6 Slough, heading through to Langley. There's an accident. It's in one of the lanes. And the A46 Lincoln bypass is closed. That's at the Skellingthorpe roundabout. A lorry caught fire there. And the A1 Blythe Road is closed north of Upper Moreton because of another accident. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Let's go back to Ellie and Lewis at the gymnastics.
You were asking for the scores. Chappers were at the halfway stage, so I think we can kind of give you some definitive halfway stage scores at least, and that is that China are currently leading the competition with 131.364 points. Then USA are a point behind them, point and a half behind them, and then Great Britain are a couple of points behind them on 128.429, and then it is so close with Ukraine in 4th and Japan in 5th, both on the same score. And Lewis Smith, do you think we could get a little bit of a shake-up on the parallel bars now?
Yes, I mean, parallel bars for us isn't our strong apparatus. So I think if we can go out and just hold our nerve and get through high bar and then to floor, we should be in with a good chance. But you know, you've got Japan coming up now, high bar for the Americans. So they've got some strong apparatus. But Ukraine, this is their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that they have a big P-bars and they can really take the lead now.
You look at qualifying, this was the only piece of apparatus I think that GB, high bar as well, that the GB didn't get a finalist in as of right. Although Joe Fraser has won medals, he's won major medals on this piece of apparatus. The gymnast from Birmingham, who is just one of the most likeable guys in the squad, and you'd love to see him do well on this.
Yeah, I mean, he was our first ever world champion on parallel bars. So Joe can do really well and keep us in the race. But yeah, we just need to get through our routines, and I think cross our fingers and we'll play the nervous waiting game up here. But impartiality will go out the window for me. I'm cheering on GB.
That is all right. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to say we. I'm not allowed to say we, but I think we can agree, chappers, can't we, that if you've actually won a medal as a GB gymnast, you can, and these are your teammates until a couple of years ago, you can say that.
Yeah. Also, I have a feeling that on the odd occasion I say we. It's not the word.
Yeah.
We try.
Yeah, we try not to, but yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a bit hard. When you see some of the drama and some of the excitement and you're rooting for these people, it is a bit hard not to say we, us, our, isn't it?
It is, I'm afraid. But,
yes.
You know, hey ho. Impartiality sometimes goes out of the window.
By the time the complaint goes through, I'll be long gone.
Yeah.
Have you had any nuggets?
I'll finish them.
Oh, right, good.
Yep.
Well, that was
quick. Blink and you missed them.
I mean, I never had them. What are you talking about?
Back with you in a little while. Let's go to the boxing next. Conor McNamara there for us. What's happened so far today, Conor?
Well, the big story so far today, Kelly Harrington from Dublin, the reigning Olympic champion in the women's lightweight, came through very comfortably into her quarter-final. So this is now reaching a medal match stage, because if you win the quarter-final, even if you lose the semi, you would get a bronze. But of course, what she wants is to retain the gold. And, you know, we know that women's boxing hasn't been part of the Olympics for very long, so it's a short history. But in that short history, only 2 fighters have ever retained the gold medals. Nicola Adams, of course, did it, and the American Clarissa Shields. So Kelly Harrington hoping to join that group, something that Katie Taylor never did. And Steve Buns, we were impressed. You know, nothing absolutely fantastic, but just got the job done.
We've seen some world champions here. We've seen defending Olympic champions. We've seen the absolute number 1 seeds. And what's happened with all of them is they've had to fight. Some of them have looked poor. The Cuban number 1 and the reigning champion went out. Everyone's had to fight. And then suddenly Kelly Harrington came in the ring against a really good Italian, Alessia Messiano. And she boxed like a dream. She didn't put a foot wrong, and she didn't do anything she didn't need to do. and she played with a world-class woman for 9 minutes, and she did it in absolute style. I don't think she took a clean shot. I don't think she got out of first gear. It was bout number 52. It was the most impressive so far of these Olympic boxing games.
And very much needed by an Irish team who got a little bit of momentum last night. Heavyweight Jack Marley became the first Irish boxer to progress from his opening bout. There'd been defeats for Dean Clancy, for Aidan Walsh, for Gráinne Walsh, who were all eliminated on split decisions. But now at least 2 wins in the ring so far for Team Ireland. As for Team GB, well, there's only 6 Team GB boxers. 3 of them have already been eliminated, and tonight we are going to be watching the wonderfully named Delicious Ori. He's a super heavyweight. He gets compared to Anthony Joshua, and we're going to see him in the evening session here, Steve. This is to be looked forward to.
Well, it is, because he's the only one of the 6 boxers we've got, Connor, that's actually got a seeding. And of the 6, 4 of them had impossible draws. 1 was a really hard draw, and the easiest of the draws fell in the way of Delicious Ori. He's fighting an Armenian called David Chalian, and he's expected, Delicious, to progress from this, to progress through the quarters, to get to the semis at a minimum, and in theory get to the final. However, I've got to tell you, chappers, I've got to tell you, Connor, I've watched the first series of the heavyweights this afternoon, and all 4 of the men that went in on that side of the draw are vicious for Delicious, if you don't mind me saying so. Lenzi, the Italian, Tiafak, the German, Teramona, about a 6'9" dancing Australian, and Jalalov, the big Uzbek. And don't worry, I've cleared that with the BBC. I can continue to call him the big Uzbek.
All right. I thought you meant you cleared your Australian accent with the BBC.
No, I didn't bother with that.
That one's still pending.
Maybe do that next time.
Yeah, I probably will, yeah. No, chappers, the super heavy draw is absolutely incredible. It's a 16 of them, so they've all got to fight. And I've got to be honest with you, 7, 8, 9, even 10 of them I'd expect to be crammed into the semi-finals. There's 4 of them I could expect to be in the final, and there's at least 2 or 3 of them I'd expect to win. But the favourite is the guy called the big Uzbek, back of the Jalalov. And what's interesting about him, chappers, and we had this conversation when we were doing Tokyo, because then he'd had 8 professional fights, won them all by first round knockout. Now he's had 14, won them all inside about 5 rounds. So he's unbeaten professional, one of the hottest heavyweight prospects in the world, and he's going for his 2nd gold medal. And you'll love this, the Uzbek government, for winning the Olympics and winning the world amateur title, have paid him already in excess of $1 million. I'm not quite sure if we can still refer to what I'm watching, we're talking about, as amateur boxing, big lad.
No, I think that might stretch it a little bit. Presumably, and you've spoken to Delicious so many times, he'll relish that there could be 10 of them in the semi-finals.
Oh, listen, he's a nice kid, Delicious, okay, but he's a lovely, fun, smiley guy, and he'll do anything at the drop of a hat. Anything the BBC have done over the last year, Delicious had his hand up, he's been in the studio, he's been on the phone, he's done everything. But there's a really serious side to him. And the last time I sat down with him, which was in Birmingham, when the kits were given out, the sort of GB kit day, which is a really lovely day, you can see the wonder in their eyes, even the veterans, you can sense that wonder. And talking to him on that day, he named about 7 or 8 of these, because he knows them. He's either fought them or he's been in sparring camps with them, which are behind closed doors. And then he said, Jalalov, he said, I've never been in camp with him, I've never sparred with him. He said, but you know what? He looked me in the eye, he said, Steve, I can't wait to fight him. I can't wait to fight Jalalov. And it wasn't hype, it was just him and I and Paddy, the boxing producer, sitting in silence having a coffee and him having a water. He fancies fighting the big lad. He's just got to make sure he starts today in fast top gear, because the judges here, you lose the first round, it's an uphill battle over this 3-round distance, Mark.
It certainly is. Steve, Connor, for the moment, thank you. So the boxing to come later on as well. If you're just joining us here on 5 Live, it has been a good day for Team GB as regards medals. 2 golds, 2 silver and a bronze. We've got 5 finals in the pool later. We'll join Kelly and the team there in around half an hour's time. We're still keeping an eye on the men in the team gymnastics, and Delicious Ori, as you heard from Connor and Steve, gets his Olympics underway a little later on this evening as well. 2 minutes past 6. Time for the latest BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thank you. And with the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Dan Maudsley. Let me bring you up to date With the latest from Southport, where police have now confirmed that a suspect arrested this morning is a 17-year-old boy from the village of Banks, that's just outside the town. As we've been reporting, at least 8 people, including children, have been treated for stab wounds. The victims are being treated at 3 hospitals, including Alderhay Children's Hospital, which has declared a major incident and asked parents to only bring their children to its emergency department if it's urgent. The attack happened in Hart Street in Southport, where a Taylor Swift yoga event was taking place for children aged 6 to 10. Eyewitnesses reported seeing children running into the street, many covered in blood. With more, here's our Home Affairs correspondent, Daniel Sanford.
There are some eyewitness reports of a man getting out of a taxi near to the venue, wearing a sort of black hooded top, refusing to pay his fare and then going into the venue. Those are as yet unconfirmed by the police, but as I say, they do have somebody in custody, and they say that they don't believe that there is any wider threat to the public, so they obviously believe that that is a contained incident. But I should say that mass stabbing event involving primary age children is an extremely rare thing in this country, and that's why all the official statements include words like horrendous, deeply shocking, and the latest one, an updated statement from the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, talking about a truly devastating and horrific incident.
Daniel Sanford there. Well, just a few more details, which we have had from Merseyside Police in the last hour, on the 17-year-old boy arrested this morning, who they say remains in police custody and will be questioned about the incident. They've released this statement, which says, at this early stage, inquiries are ongoing to establish the motive for this tragic incident, and we would urge people not to speculate while the investigation is ongoing. And they add, we can also confirm that the incident is not currently being treated as terror-related, and we are not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. Well, we will keep you updated with all the latest from Southport. We are expecting a police news conference in the next hour, which we will bring you as soon as we can. Just a few other headlines to update you on, though, this evening. In other news, the Met Police have confirmed that the former BBC presenter Hugh Edwards, who was arrested last November following reports in the Sun newspaper, has now been charged with 3 counts of making indecent images of children. Mr. Edwards left the BBC in April, but was previously the corporation's most high-profile news anchor. Our correspondent is Charlotte Gallagher.
Some of those alleged images are Category A, which is the most severe. Now, these offences are alleged to have taken place between 2020 and 2022, and they relate to images shared on a WhatsApp chat, and that's according to the police. They've also said that Hugh Edwards was arrested last November and charged last month in June, and he will appear in court in London on Wednesday.
The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has announced a series of spending cuts after discovering what she called a £22 billion black hole of projected overspend from the previous government.
£22 billion of spending this year that was covered up by the party opposite. If left unaddressed, it would mean a 25% increase in the budget deficit this year. So I will today set out the necessary and urgent work that I have already done to reduce that pressure on the public finances by £5.5 billion this year and over £8 billion next year.
Well, to that end, the Chancellor has now cancelled some road and rail projects, including the tunnel under Stonehenge. Winter fuel payments will also be restricted to those on pension credits or other means-tested benefits. Well, the Shadow Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, called that move shameless, as Edmonds Reeves was paving the way for tax rises in October. Well, that is the latest. We will continue to bring you updates on the major incident in Southport. There is live coverage on BBC News Channel, which you can also access via the iPlayer, and on the BBC News Live page. That's available on the BBC News app and at bbc.co.uk/news.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
So as Dan said, we'll bring you that press conference in the next hour here on 5 Live. Kelly Cates will be live from La Défense for all the swimming finals as well this evening, so she will take over in a little while. Over the next 20-25 minutes or so, we'll try and round up everything that's happened today so far at the Olympics from a Team G perspective. 2 golds, 2 silver and 1 bronze. Gold for the eventers in the team competition and Tom Pidcock in the men's cross-country cycling. The silvers have gone to Daly and Williams in the diving and Adam Burgess in the canoe slalom. And the bronze also went in the eventing, but in the individual competition to Laura Collette. The medal that's happened the most recently this evening went to Adam Burgess in that silver in the canoe slalom. Afterwards he spoke to Matthew Pinsent.
Adam Burgess, Olympic medalist, how long have you dreamt about calling yourself that?
You got me already, Matt, with that first one. Oh God. Yeah, since I was like 10 years old. It's what I was thinking about in the start pool, you know. I just wanted to do that kid proud that dreamt of this moment, go out there and give it my all, and here we are.
You and I did a different kind of interview 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
How much has that been on your mind this week to put that behind you and change the outcome?
Yeah, you know, I was trying not to think about it too much. Obviously, it was a big part of my story to go again and earn the spot to come back to Paris, but very much this was its own story. You know, races always unfold differently, and I didn't really want that in my mind. I just wanted to be in the present moment, focus on my job today, and and just get on the podium.
Adam Burgess, after winning a silver 3 years after missing out on a medal in Tokyo by 0.16 seconds. Back to the gymnastics, Eleanor Oldroyd.
Just seen Jake Jarman go on parallel bars, scoring 14.366, but a couple of minutes ago, Lewis Smith said to me, this is going to be a vital few minutes. We had Ukraine on parallel bars alongside GB. We had America on high bars, and I mean, it's just so close. It's going to be so close. We keep saying this, but the Americans just seem to have some momentum behind them as they chase down the medals.
They really do. I think Ukraine and America are doing that well, and because China and Japan seem to be a little bit off their A game, I think this is going to be a lot closer competition now between first and third. I think all the teams now are going to be bunched up, and it might all be to play for. It's and we also said there was a point where we were saying not had many falls. Actually, it's interesting. I was listening to Steve Parry earlier on commentating on the diving and saying that sometimes you want somebody to mess up, you know, and this goes back to what we were saying just now about not saying you've got to support the British athletes. Mm-hmm. You don't want anyone to have a bad day, but sometimes it's just those little tiny errors that can make such a big difference one way or the other. And just as we said, there have not been many mistakes. There was a fall by China on the vault. There was a fall by USA on the high bar. Italy on the high bar. And it's just, I mean, it's blooming hard, this, isn't it? You've got to get everything perfect on the day. It's an Olympic Games team final. So it comes down to such fine margins. Well. Yeah, it really is a game of fine margins. And if you can hold it together, do your job, then you can be in. So we've just got Joe Frazier starting his P-bar routine before kip circle swings to handstand. Big swing, long swing Diamidov on the parallel bars. Long swing Suarez. Somersault swings to handstand. He's swinging good now, Joe.
There's that movement from one bar to the other, from one end of the bars to the other that is important to get that movement. Big cheer for the Americans on the high bar,
Under semi half turn, he's doing good. Come on, Joe, keep it together. Under semi handstand. Stutz, ready for the big dismount, front uprise. Double front, half turn, tiny hop on the landing. Well done, Joe. That's what he needed to do. This is his apparatus. This is his big moment, and he's just delivered a great routine for the team. Well done, Joe.
He's in the all-around final, but I know he was disappointed, wasn't he, to not make the parallel bars final, which, as you say, was his apparatus in previous, world champion, first world champion from Great Britain on that particular piece of apparatus. That was the moment that he wanted to just contribute for the team and get as many points as he can on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he missed out on that parallel bars final. He is reserve, but as it stands, he's not in. So he would have relished coming out and showing the world that I'm ready to jump into that final. If there's any injuries or anyone pulls out, I'm ready to go. And he looks to be on top of his game.
There are incredible things that you watch here, Chappers, in the gymnasium. You know, when you're watching a big, tall, heavy guy who can go on the rings and have all that upper body strength. I mean, muscle's heavy, as we know, but then to hold onto a bar in a handstand with both your hands next to each other, it's extraordinary, the balance, the strength, the core strength that it takes to do that. Joe Fraser 14.633, so that is in comparison, just looking back to what he did in qualifying at 14.2 he did there, so he's improved.
Yeah,
he's improved on qualifying.
Be happy with that. And it's just kept us in the race with Ukraine. You know, that was Ukraine's strongest apparatus. They posted a 15 and a 15.4. So it's helped us hang in there a little bit. But I tell you what, this is heating up to be some team final.
And GB will go on to high bar next, Chappers, and then on to floor.
And we'll be back for that with Eleanor Oldroyd and Lewis Smith, and we'll go from the gymnastics to inside La Défense, inside the swimming arena. Steve Parry and Karen Pickering are there. 5 finals this evening. We'll talk about the finals in a moment, but Karen announced today that Adam Peaty has tested positive for COVID. He hopes to be fit and ready for the relays later this week, which he doesn't need to be fit for the heats, does he, to be fit for the finals, if you see what I mean?
No, there is always James Wilby that can swim the heats for Great Britain. But my goodness, are we still having COVID making headlines? It's so frustrating, isn't it? 3-4 years later, and horrendous timing for Adam. And hopefully the rest of the team can stay healthy. And he can get himself together for the final.
5 finals tonight. I'm not sure you'll match the noise of last night, will you, Steve?
No, the roof went off in here last night. It was unbelievable. I've never seen an atmosphere like it or dominance like it. I mean, Leon Marchand in that 400 metres individual medley, he was 10 metres ahead at one point of the best of the rest of the world at swimming. It was a very special night. I'm not French, but I felt a little bit French. I think everyone did watching that race. And Michael Phelps was actually just behind us, and it was definitely the transition from the greatest of all time to an even better talent in Leon Marchand. He broke Michael Phelps' Olympic record.
But with the crowd, you talk about the atmosphere, Karen, but with the crowd, I just loved his breaststroke leg. With the crowd managing to time their cheers for him with his head coming out of the water.
Yeah, I was feeling like maybe all the other swimmers were going to start swimming to his rhythm just based on the cheer that was coming out. But it was incredible. There's a section of the crowd here that is the party area up in sort of a corner.
Is that the Five Live box?
Yeah, we're trying to get tickets.
Moving. We've asked the producer if he can move us up there, but he keeps saying no.
Surprised Kelly's not in it already, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're just having a great time. And, when people had asked me what race I was looking forward to here, and I often say, it is when an athlete from the home nation wins. And particularly because in swimming, the French love their swimming. And that did not disappoint. It was absolutely crazy. And I can't wait to see him back in the pool again for that.
And the women's 400 metre IM is tonight, and Britain's world champion is in this, in Freya Colbert.
Yeah, she is, and let's hope Freya performs, to her best tonight, just like Leon Marchand last night. But just before we move on, Kelly Cates has dubbed the Olays O'Leons. See what she's done there?
Yes, I see what she's done there.
Very. I thought it was very good. I think the O'Leons are going to stick. But Freya Colbert might get some of those tonight. She won the World Championships earlier this year in Doha, but she is up against Summer Sanders. Not Summer Sanders, Summer McIntosh. And, she's a bright young thing, 17 years of age, from Canada. There's another teenager in there, Katie Grimes, from America. I believe Freya can get a medal tonight, but she's going to have to put together the perfect race in order to do so. And I'm a little bit worried, Chappers. It might be too early to get worried, but Peter got silver, not gold. Max Litchfield's got his fourth medal, didn't get a medal. And then the 4x100 freestyle. Some of our top chances are just missing out. I want to see that turn tonight because we've got representation in 4 of the 5 finals. So I'd like to see a couple of medals coming out the pool tonight.
Will it turn in the men's 200 metre freestyle?
Well, it could do. I have to say that I thought Duncan Scott looked awesome in the semi-finals yesterday. He goes in second fastest after David Popovic, who's been the standout through the heats and the semi-finals, but he didn't have the relay on the first day, much like many of the swimmers who are in the 200 freestyle. They would have already raced, but I thought Duncan swam an excellently paced race, put himself in a great position, and he'll be going in lane 5. And of course Matt Richards also in that final, the reigning world champion from last year, I should say. And so good to have two swimmers in the final. Matt Richards didn't look quite as sharp in the semi-final, but he's had a morning rest, and just you've got a lane, you've got a chance. But Duncan Scott in particular, I thought he looked great.
Enjoy your O'Leons throughout the course of the evening.
It's going to be great. We're going to get our singing voices on now.
Steve Parry, Karen Pickering with Kelly inside the swimming arena a little bit later on. Right, Team GB's first gold medal of the Games came in the equestrian eventing earlier today. Sonia McLaughlin spoke to two of the riders, Tom McEwen and Laura Collette, and Collette also claimed an individual bronze.
Many congratulations. I'm going to talk about all your Olympic medal success in a minute, but first of all, Tom McEwen, you had your phone out during the lap of honour, didn't you? I saw you filming the trio on your phone. Are we going to see that on social media everywhere?
Yeah, probably not for me. I'll send it to the girls and they can get it up. I thought it was too good an opportunity to miss out on. I mean, the noise for everything we've done, even dressage in the rain wasn't too bad. But the cross country, the jumping, 2 rounds jumping today, and then, yeah, I've definitely never been to a medal ceremony with so many people and so much noise. So it had to be done.
Laura Collette alongside you with both medals, your gold and your bronze. How much of a buzz was that lap of honour?
Oh, there's no words. You can't explain what it was like just walking into that arena, even just before the show jumping round, let alone then doing the medal ceremony. So, we lapped it up, and I was just saying to Chris that it's a shame we can't bottle those emotions up and carry them with us for all our bad days, because that's why we do it.
Yeah. Now, look, you anchored the team to the gold medal. Just how proud to have successfully defended the title that you won in Tokyo?
Oh, it's a plan. It's been a plan in the making for the last 3 years. I know myself and Tom were lucky enough to be on the team together in Tokyo, and from the moment we stood on that podium with no spectators waving at empty stands, we said to ourselves, the dream is to come back and be able to do it with all our friends and family and supporters here. So to have actually done it, plans with horses never really come off, but it's happened, and genuinely just still feel like we're just living in a dream world.
Now, Ros Cantor's been taken away to doping, I think, but a little word for her, Tom, because she was reserve in Tokyo. She's had the individual disappointment here with the penalty across country, but yet to come out here and to help this team to gold. What about her?
Yeah, I must say, in Tokyo she was our team member. It made no difference whether it was on paper or not. She was 100% part of our team, and she was incredible. And this week, as we know, I mean, she's badminton champion, she's European champion, she's our third team member to go around, and she pulled out an amazing performance for dressage, cross country and show jumping. She is she's a 1 in a million person. She's an awesome person to be on a team with, and she really helps sort of like bond us all together. We've got on really well, all 4 of us, all week, so it's been amazing, to be honest.
And Laura, you've got these 2 medals resplendent around your neck, team gold, individual bronze. How proud of the way London 52 has handled himself here?
Oh, I have no words for that horse. He's my horse of a lifetime. What he's done for so many years now, I keep saying he owes me absolutely nothing, and he comes out year after year and just makes more dreams come true. I don't think I could have ever actually dreamed of winning an individual Olympic medal, so he's gone beyond my wildest dreams.
Yeah, and now you're the first team to go back to back since the teams of 68 and 72, Tom. What does that mean to you?
That's great stats. I had no idea, to be honest.
It's Richard Mead and his gang.
Oh, wow. To be honest, like Laura said, it was after Tokyo, we loved it. And I must say, we all say to ourselves, we're going to try and get back again. And it's easier said than done. Horses changed plans. Laura's with the same partner. I'm with a different partner. It's incredible to even just get back here. Our team is so strong, strength and depth throughout. There's loads of people at home that could have easily made up even another team for Great Britain. So just to get here was one thing, and then to be able to pull it off has been really special with an amazing team.
Now, lastly, media commitments nearly done. So how on earth do you celebrate? Is it a party at the stables, or is it something a bit more salubrious than that, Laura?
Well, it'll probably start at the stables and continue for many weeks and months to come.
What do you think, Tom?
Sounds good to me, to be fair. Sooner rather than later.
OK, I'll let you get on. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tom McEwen and Laura Collette there, who along with Ros Cantor won team event in gold for Great Britain earlier on today. Back to the gymnastics. Ellie.
We've just seen Max Whitlock compete for Great Britain for the last time on a piece of equipment that's not a pommel horse, and that was the high bar. A clean routine, slightly down on what he got for qualifying. 13 was his mark, but this is the penultimate piece of apparatus for Team GB as they go for a bronze medal, or a medal of any colour really, a first medal of any colour for the team since London 2012, where Lewis Smith was part of that team. And you said basically the requirement for this piece of apparatus is don't fall off.
Yeah, I think if we're going to have any chance of potentially challenging for a bronze, we need to be clean on high bar, because then that'll give us the chance on floor to post those big scores and challenge. But Ukraine and America are just absolutely having the competitions of their lives, so it's going to be tough. And I think there's got to be an upset somewhere in this competition. I think China and Japan are going to struggle to keep that top spot.
China and Japan pretty much out ahead for most of this competition, but USA, who had disappointing qualifying, have really come back. They've stormed their way back really in this final with some incredible individual performances. And we were just talking about, actually, there was that high bar routine that we were watching while Joe Fraser was in the middle of his parallel bar routine, and you know, the response was absolutely incredible when Fred Richard nailed his landing on the horizontal bar, as we just wait for Jake Jarman to come on here. And you were saying they're actually a difficult team to go around with, to compete alongside, because they are so loud.
They're very vocal, the Americans, and when they get rolling, you know, you can't keep them quiet. But yeah, we join Jake on the high bar. He just winds up for his release and catch. A straight catcher over the bar, full stretch. He catches it. There with the straddle Kachev, flying over the bar in the release and catch. Those are requirements in the high bar routine. The squat dislow into the inverted giant. He's swinging well, Jake. He hasn't had any form breaks. His feet are glued together. Just as the crowd goes quiet, he winds up, getting ready for his dismount. Stolder on the in-bar. Swinging round, big wind-up, big dismount. Half in, half out straight, sticks the landing. Well done, Jake.
He is having a great competition, Jake Jarman, so far, from qualifying all the way through. He's in the all-around final. He's in floor final and a vault final as well. And he looked really confident, and he gets congratulated, hugged by Joe Fraser. And it's I mean, it's going to be tense. It's going to be tense all the way. One more British gymnast to go on this, and that will be Joe Fraser, who's got experience of big competitions, has helped his team win medals as well in the past. And then they'll be on to floor, which will be the final rotation. But I mean, we were looking, Chappers, at the scores going into this penultimate rotation, and it was hair's breadth between the teams, really, from second all the way down to fifth.
Is Joe about to go?
No, we've got the Ukrainian Ilya Kovtun on in between times. Do you want to wait for Jake Jarman's score? I think probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do that. Go on.
I was going to say to Lewis that have USA and Ukraine just gone up one gear, but you're saying they're doing so well, it sounds like they've gone up about 3 gears since qualifying.
Yeah, they just looked very tired, and they probably hadn't woken up properly in qualifying, whereas now they are firing on all cylinders. They want it, and it is going to be a fierce battle right up until the last routine. I tell you, I thought it was easy. I thought it was hard being down there competing, but sitting watching, I think I'd rather dust off my leotards than get back down there.
Well, Matty Lee earlier, who won gold with Tom Daley in Tokyo 3 years ago, said he found competing with Tom Daley easier than watching Tom Daley today. And that's a man going up 10 metres into the air to then dive headfirst into the water. So you're all the same. You're terrible watchers, aren't you?
Yeah, honestly, this is...
You put yourself through a rings routine.
It's because we can see everything. We can see everything that's going on and all the scores, and it's... Oh, yes, it's a lot to take in. I'm getting heart palpitations.
You mentioned about the Americans being noisy. They've got a lot of support in that arena, haven't they?
They have. There's American flags everywhere. And also, I think even the French crowd, I mean, they know a good routine when they see it. And when you stick the dismount, it's something about sticking the dismount which seals off a good routine, and the crowd just go nuts. And the Americans are sticking everything. So it's difficult. If you're doing a routine at the same time and Americans finishing, it's loud. That
was going to be my next question to you. Do you have to train yourself for that? How can you prepare for that? Because you hear a loud noise or a cheer from somewhere. Again, I go back to the human nature is to immediately look, which is a bit difficult if you're swinging upside down on the rings.
Yeah, it does pull your focus a little bit. You know, I mean, the Americans are used to it. They have college gymnastics and they compete in front of crowds like this on a regular basis. Whereas, you know, we don't usually have that. I mean, you know, it was only a few years ago that our competitions were being held at local sports centres. You know, with pull-out seating that you get the...
you can stack it at the end of the session.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a bit of disparity there in terms of what they're used to, but that's why we do all the training, and that's why... you know, if you do the numbers, you can rely on switching on that autopilot. So if your mind does get a bit distracted, you can go, well, hang on a minute, my body knows what it's doing.
Did they do that with you? I mean, obviously you came into an era of small margins and, you know, no stone left unturned. If you were in that Olympic team and training for an Olympics, would they fire noise in whilst you were doing a routine in training?
I think that's probably the only thing we haven't tried. You know, getting 1,000 megawatt speakers into the gym and playing the sounds of crowds midway through a routine. We haven't tried that one yet. But
I mean, it's interesting going back to, I've mentioned this a couple of times, the Netflix documentary on Simone Biles, which is absolutely fascinating. And she talks about the silence in the arena in Tokyo and how weird that was and how that felt added to the kind of unnatural feeling for her when she'd completely lost her ability to know where she was in the air, and actually that added to, you know, the fact that her mum wasn't there to braid her hair, which she always had done for every competition that she'd done. That break in routine. We've got Joe Fraser on the high bar now, horizontal bar now. Chappers, have you got time to take a bit of Joe Fraser?
Maybe, yeah. Yes, I think. I've not been told otherwise. Go on.
All right then. Here he goes though.
It's a big routine. You wouldn't want to miss this one. The squat half into the Kovac, full twist and double back over the bar and catches again. Big wind up now for another big release and catch. Straight Kovac over the bar. It's a double back somersault with a full turn, and he catches the bar again. A straight catch over the bar. Another big release and catch. Come on, Joe. He's swinging well. Pike Kachev, straddle Kachev. That's 5 releasing catches we've seen from Joe Fraser now. As he goes to the blind turn. This is a good routine. Zuli Min on one arm. It's a full swing on one arm. The squat full turn. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. He lost a little bit of form there. Coming out of the top turn. Stolder. Big wind up. Come on, Joe. Dismount. Double twisting. Double straight. Little step forward. Go on, Joe.
I held my breath for a good minute there, Chappers, which is not easy when you're wheezy like I am. But I mean, we said that the big thing we needed GB not to do was fall off, and none of them fell off in that horizontal bar routine.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 clean high bars, and they're giving us a chance.
And well, that's what you said, Livesey. You want them to do that, not make a mistake, give themselves a chance for big scores on the floor.
Exactly that, yeah. I mean, it's hard to compete against the likes of Ukraine on parallel bars, but where we can catch them up is floor. So yeah, clean streak on bar, and now it's all to play for coming around for the last rotation.
Oh, and while we wait for Joe Fraser's marks, we will look at that final rotation. So you've got Japan and China on horizontal bar. You've got obviously GB and Ukraine on floor, and then USA on pommels. So if it is between those 5 teams for gold, silver and bronze, who's going to be happiest with the way that's falling?
I mean, America's weakest piece is definitely pommel horse. So, you know, we're going to catch everyone up on floor. Japan have a very good high bar. China have a good high bar. But I think America are going to struggle the most finishing on pommel horse. They do have Stephen, who's in the pommel horse final. But I think they are going to struggle. But floor is our big piece.
Yeah. Stephen Nedorosik, who was second highest qualifier in pommel horse, splitting Rhys McClenaghan of Northern Ireland and Max Whitlock, who only qualified third for that final as he tries to defend his title in a few days' time. But we saw the slightly more difficult routine from him today, which scored a higher score, which would have put him, if you translated those scores, into that gold medal position. So just Joe Fraser waiting for his score now. This is just so nerve-wracking, isn't it? You've got the cameras behind you. He's smiling, he's waving. I remember watching Joe Fraser in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, actually, because he had a dream competition in that one. And Commonwealth Games gymnastics, obviously, you've not got the European nations involved, so you've not got USA involved either. But he loved performing in his home games, Joe, and the atmosphere in that gymnastics hall was absolutely incredible. Just watch the chalk dust in the slow motion. You can watch the chalk flying around. And the score for Joe, 13.633.
Yeah, I think he took a bit of punishment on his releasing catches there. He's had quite a big deduction. But again, it's clean, and we've given ourselves a chance. We could have squeezed a bit more out of the judges, if we're being honest.
Right. Come back to us in a few minutes' time, chappers, because we'll be bringing you the final rotation, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that happens. And we'll bring you the scores as well. When we finish this rotation, we'll bring you the scores and let you know what GB have to try and do.
We will do that. So gymnastics will be the focus later. Delicious Ori goes in the boxing, his opening bout as well. And there are more finals in the pool, 5 finals in the pool. And Kelly will guide you through all of that throughout the course of the evening. First, 26 minutes to 7 o'clock, Tony Livesey has a news update.